I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We're finally down to our 8 last teams and we've got 8 play days here throughout the entire course of October for you all to enjoy as we go through the process of the first ever play day, which is going to be here today right now with plenty of matches to come forth. I'm Lethal, joining me is Judo and the lovely Lady B to top things off. And Judo, I'm going to start with you. How's your day going, mate?
I'm to the action because some of these teams we haven't seen for a little while since they qualified back in the first ladder. So it's going to be really cool to see how they're faring under the current meta and going up against the teams that we just seen recently, Lady B.
Yeah, and we were actually talking just before we started. We're going to get to see some teams that we haven't seen compete and play, one of which is Time to Throw. So really exciting lineup that they are bringing to the mix, including LP and ND.
Yeah, we were talking about Time to Throw just a little bit because we haven't seen them in any of the planes, but definitely made a statement to start things off, coming first in the first initial ladder, actually defeating Alternate Attacks by just one measly point. That's how much it came to try and qualify straight away. But as you can see, second to fourth, they made it through into the first planes. Carnage Gaming skipped the second planes by placing first in the second ladder, and then GHRS, Robotic Gaming and Entropy Gaming, who were originally Nolex, qualified through the last planes. But I'm happy for Entropy Gaming just due to the fact that they tried to make it all the way to the loser's side the first time round in the first planes, kind of failed and at the last hurdle, but this time round they managed to squeeze in through with that fantastic and talented attacking lineup.
Yeah, it was a great performance for sure, and so many teams that did not make it to this stage in the competition really shows how fierce the challenge is going to be. And I'm just excited to see Bad Zinger as well, fresh out of their golden ticket win, and how will they fare here in this tournament where it's a little bit different. They get to play each other week in, week out. We know from the previous season, Lady B, that things can change dramatically each and every stream, really.
They really can, and I think the testament to that is MCES picking up that final win last season. They are the defending champions coming into this one, looking to hold their title going into it. But we also have a former champion, and that would be ATN. So it really is anyone's mix-up, and this lineup is looking heavily stacked. These are some incredible teams that we're going to get to see playing over the next few weeks.
We really are, and you both made some valid points for half the teams didn't even reclaim their spot compared to last season. That's how strong and fierce the competition has been in this region alone. And look at the prize pool we have up to grabs, as the MENA who places where they are guaranteed some kind of chunk of change leading into the ESL Mobile Challenge to the very end. But looking at first prize spot, $18,000 to the winning team here, as you remember rightly that MCES did manage to win it last season. But who's going to be this season? This is what we're here to find out, as going to be some exciting stuff here, Judo.
It certainly is, and the prize money certainly ramps up towards the top end there, doesn't it? Every single team, not just going for the glory, but for that higher prize as well. And I am personally really looking forward to the format. I can't explain how much I enjoyed it last season, where you have the league format, and remember we have all of the different play days twice per week. And we're going to find out across the course of this month who will be progressing to the challenge finals. 8 teams at the moment, only the top 4 teams will progress. So as we have already established, it's going to be a tough one.
It really is. And, you know, I just got to go back to the fact that we have these incredible teams, so many of which are actually qualified or have played in the qualifiers for the World Championship. So that's the incredible caliber of teams that we have coming into it. And equally so many that were not able to make their way in that we would have expected. But it's hard to say that we're really going to miss out on anything, knowing that we're going to see some of the best going at it.
Certainly will do indeed. Let's have a look at the schedule of the day to see exactly who's going to be coming out first. And rightly so, B, you did say that we haven't really seen anything from Time to Throw just due to the fact that they managed to sneakily avoid the first planes over alternate attacks by that 1 point in the first ladder. But they are going to be the first match of the day. We get a taste of exactly what's to come from this team against Bad Zinger. MCS will play against Carnage Gaming straight afterwards, and Reported Gaming will play against Bad Zinger in our third match of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see them facing 2 matches almost back-to-back. But then we have Carnage Gaming versus GH Rest, Reported Gaming versus Entropy Gaming, and then the big one, MCS versus Alternate Attacks. We've even got some matches after that.
We do. We have Entropy Gaming, formerly Nolex, going up against GH Rest. And these matches that we have today are going to be action-packed, exciting, but I think that the highlight ones that I am certainly going to look forward to are the MCES ones. Of course, we have MCES going up against ATN, a huge rivalry that we have going on between them through multiple leagues, including through ESL Mobile Open. But MCS is also going to face off against Carnage Gaming, who has Hugo Stiglitz, a former team member from the 2019 Vice World Championship team.
No matter how you see it, some of these matches just nothing short of spectacular, especially the alternate attack versus MCS match, as you rightly saw in the first play day. So a nice little treat for us to kick things off here, the ESL Mobile Challenge. But B, I'm sad that you will have to go just for this one match, though. We'll bring you straight back in straight after, so we'll let you enjoy this first war from the background in the front row seat, and then we'll see you in just a little bit. But Judo, I'm going to be starting off with you, my friend, to kick things off in this first match of the first play day of the ESL Mobile Challenge. We've got an incredible season to kick things off, but this one is definitely going to be a banger to start off with.
I'm certainly looking forward to this one because we have Time to Throw, who we've already established qualified. Seems like way back when, back in the first play day. The meta has shifted drastically since then. And we've got Bad Zinger, who only just got the golden ticket for the World Championships. A very talented roster from Time to Throw. You might actually remember a couple of their players from Silent Snipers last year who really did put on a great performance, or earlier this year, should I say, and they just missed out. They've strengthened their roster and they came in as the #1 seed outright. I think winning the first play-ins does put you #1, right, Lethal? Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Like the fact that they had, some top caliber teams in that first ladder with Time to Throw placing first, gaining that first seed, like you rightly mentioned, it's definitely something which is definitely noted by a lot of these teams to see exactly how and why they managed to be such a staple stone in that first ladder. And you said it as well yourself, a couple of members from the Silent Snipers squad, and Silent Snipers, if no one remembers from last season, they failed at the final hurdle of both planes, which is such a shame. It was such a talented roster as well. But this time around, with this, they've got a maybe slightly improved lineup. We'll have to see going into it. But they've got their opponents who was equally as good, maybe better depending on the circumstances, with Bad Zinger here, Judo.
Absolutely. And they, as I've mentioned, just got that golden ticket. So it's really, really interesting to find out how they will fare, because we had an update drop just after they got the golden ticket. So let's find out what is going to happen with this one.
Yeah, sometimes some of these teams can change in a lot of ways after some patches or some of these updates with Clash of Clans, but we'll have to see if there's any notable difference in comparison. It's time will tell, but I'm very excited about Time to Throw and what they can bring to the table. We've heard a lot about Bad Zinger going for the qualification for the World Championships. We've seen them here and there, like basically last season of the ESL Mobile Challenge, but I want to see what more they can bring here, because Time to Throw, we know very little compared to what we know about them last season with a couple of members from Silent Snipers.
Yeah, well, they've definitely strengthened their roster in terms of LP, who was a former world champion, and ND, who I'm pretty sure, if it is the same player, plays under Bad Zinger as well. So maybe a little bit of a rivalry in this one. We'll have to find out exactly how he will be doing. Will he get the 3 stars against Bad Zinger and get them off to a poor start? Because the Bad Zinger lineup as well is partly the Burger Rangers lineup from last season. So they got to the challenge stage, but they really struggled at this point. Maybe pressure or nerves getting to them. However, I'm more than confident they've proved they can get through that with the golden ticket. So I think they've really shaped their lineup. They've got into almost like another gear, a second wind, if you will, and that could really see them through this challenge stage.
Well, bagging a golden ticket will, of course, give a huge amount of confidence oozing going into this ESL Mobile Challenge. And you made some great points as well, considering what we've seen them do so far. The only thing we can talk about in terms of time to throw, I'll try and remember from a few of their matches they had in the first and second ladder. I think it may have been the first one as well. They did actually play against Banzinger and MCES, and they did manage to defeat them. But you got to remember, though, I didn't bring up earlier on, just due to the fact that was a couple of months ago. A fair few things have changed since then. But you could say it could be noted in some ways, considering the circumstances to win. But because it's a while ago, it's very hard to really treat it as a real threat. More like a pinch of salt going into this next war.
Yeah, and I think the most recent update that happened in Clash of Clans hit so recently that this is the first major set of matches that most of these teams will be playing. So we are going to see fresh bases, fresh attack strategies. They're going to be able to adapt over the course of the next month because we've already mentioned things were changing so drastically each week last time that, you know, the teams will need to develop if they're going to get through this. And it looks like it is time to throw. We've been waiting their attack, and they're using the Super Witches, one of the troops that did not get an increase in the most recent change. Just 2 Lonely Hog Riders who have that new level 11 level. So let's find out what he has in store with the big boys.
Yeah, certainly will indeed. Kicking things off in that 1 o'clock position. I'm just focusing on the AD and the scanner shot right there. So it's going to be a slow start. And we did see before, a few weeks ago, a lot of players did start with the Warden, just preferring that range to try and execute some slower plays, more passive plays, you could say, to try and execute some of these compartments. But it's going to be difficult to say. But the rate spell comes down anyway, just as it's going to trickle on through. We'll use a couple of loons on the 2 o'clock side just to take out and snipe some of those defenses here. But so far, so good here.
Yeah, getting that scatter shot is a big deal, and then the rage spell obviously just helping in terms of time. Now, the funnel is a little bit questionable here. He's got that one wizard who really does need to speed up, because if there is anything going wrong with the Super Witches, it is if they walk. However, at this stage, notice the log launcher on the 3 o'clock area. That's going to help to open, hopefully, majority of these compartments into the center, and we are seeing a lot of these kind of multi-target Inferno in the center bases, but no longer necessarily the traps around that area as we used to. So it'd be interesting to find out if they are there or whether they're lurking somewhere else for those healers.
Well, could be, but at least this way now, time to throw. They've already taken out the Eagle Artillery and that Northern Scanner Shot. So going to give them a bit of leeway to push this into the center. And of course, having to deal with that multi-Inferno on the right-hand side, which the RC will be able to take out no problem. But looking good so far, leaving the Town Hall as one of the last positions here, pushing onto the left-hand side. Racebot does come down as well. As the free spinner just pushing in ever so slightly, but you can see as well the RC just trying to catch up to do as much work as possible in that south side.
Yeah, beautiful job here. You can see the Super Witches are actually standing back away from the Town Hall, which is, to be honest, one of the benefits of the Super Witches. They have such high hit points that they can withstand a bit of damage from the Town Hall, but he's got so many of them away from that area, and they have split beautifully. Still has the Queen ability and the invisibility spell. Just time is the one factor, but with everything clumping to the western side of the base, you see the minion up to the top. Beautiful job in recognizing those buildings to take them out. It is going to be an opening 3-star for time to throw.
Yeah, can't complain, Kenny, using that Queen ability just to speed things up a tad, just to make sure it does guarantee that triple for time to throw. But this is a fantastic opening, because we mentioned before, we don't really know too much about time to throw here, but we do now for a great way to kick things off in this war.
Well, like we said, it could have been questionable for them moving into this stage. With the new update, they used a strategy which didn't get any kind of buff recently and still convincingly took down the base. So I can't wait to find out what they will be doing when they're using troops that did get a new level or a buff in that recent update. Will be certainly a good one to watch, I would say. They are going to be showing us exactly what we should be doing in the game with the best attacks from the best players in this region.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. We're going to see what they can bring here because, like you said as well, with a new patch, sometimes going to be new compositions or maybe slightly different ones in comparison to some of those hybrids we've seen in the past. But already, this is going to be a very aggressive push already with these Drags. He does have 3 Dragon Riders as well to use straight after, which it does bring out on the back line, already pushing from the south. And this is going to be a very aggressive attack here, Judo.
It certainly is. Just one Inferno Dragon who did get the nerf in terms of the 0.2 second reduction in its beam. Actually, I think he might have had more than one. But the Dragon Rider's also getting a nerf. Look at that clone spell, though, just beautifully taking out that area with the balloons. The Dragon's getting caught across to the defending Skeletons, though. This could be dangerous, as he doesn't really have as much force in the middle, and the Dragon's moving into the Giga Poison. This is not what Juan wanted. It's really going to have a lot remaining for those heroes on the back end.
This will do indeed. The Dragons are currently just all clumped up on that left-hand side with the Warden just on behind it. We can see the RC as well, just trying to take down the Expo before he gets cleaned up, but he's not going to be able to take down the Expo. It's going to be a little bit of a shame here, but even though it was a very aggressive attack to try and avoid that time fail later on, it's just a matter if this army can survive long enough in order to take everything else out, because the Expos have been repaired, still got to deal with the Eagle and the AED on that northern side. It's going to be very tough here from Judo.
Yeah, the Expos are on ground, so they were meant to go down from the Dragons, and you could see if they took that straight path through the center of the base, the Expos would have been right in the firing line to remove damage from the Royal Champion. But those skeleton traps really being the MVP on defense, pulling the Dragons across and really just ruining this attack for one. Not what they would have wanted fresh out of that golden ticket into this matchup, because they're already a star down, and that's quite a low percentage given the averages we were seeing in the second plane as well, Lethal.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Judo. Badsinger coming in with a 2-star, 75%. This is not really... You could say it's very uncharacteristic of Badsinger, considering what you said about the golden ticket as well. The fact that they've come into this with a very weak start, it's definitely not something we would see from them, which is a little bit of a shame. But you saw a lot of those drags that were really clumped together on most of the occasions here, especially on the left-hand side. They weren't really spread out enough in order to help out with the right-hand side in terms of the defense. The Eagle Artillery was left till last, so of course, having to tank a lot of the portions of the DPS. It's very, very tough for them in order to try and get out of that kind of situation. But it's a little bit of a shame though for them, but even though it's a very weak start, we're sure they can come out strong towards the very end. But for Time to Throw though, they're going to be very keen to try and continue in order to bring the pressure onto Badsinger, because this is what they really wanted to see. They're probably happy to having such a fantastic start going into the second attack and see what the Demolisher can do this time round.
Yeah, you might remember Demo being the captain of Silent Snipers last season, so he'll be looking to do whatever he can with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Interestingly, that we haven't seen any of these Super Bowlers as of yet. This is a brand new troop to the game that potentially could be used in a similar format to what you're watching here. So I'm excited to see if anyone does use that. But notice the King up to the north alongside that one P.E.K.K.A. just trying to set the funnel up to those northern areas so that the main group of P.E.K.K.A. are forced right of the way through. And diving towards the Town Hall, you really need to make sure you've got the pathing on the opposite side so that you can get across to the Town Hall on the opposite side of the map. Otherwise, we can sometimes see 1-stars if you don't have that funnel set up correctly.
You saw those loons actually split perfectly down into the middle to take out more of that defense from Demo. But Demo is looking to push on forward. Most of his spells has already been used now as he continues to push into the center. But you can see the Hog Riders as well just coming out from the 12 o'clock position and just pushing into that 10 o'clock compartment, taking out all those ADs and the Archer Towers, Wizard Towers there as well. And already you can see the bulk of it though on the south side. Still continuing to put on a lot of pressure here, Judo.
He needs that single target Inferno down. The King surrounds it. Down it goes, but he's losing a lot of DPS. The Queen still does have the ability, and the Baby Dragon, oh, it just missed one of the Tesla. So the Queen has to get through 4 Tesla, 2 Archer Towers, and a cannon. It's going to be difficult for her because the P.E.K.K.A. on the other side and the King are also very low in health. So I'm just not sure she has the firepower, and I've only just seen the Grand Warden statue as well. So I think it's just going to fall short here. Super close, just running out of DPS towards the end of the attack.
You're not wrong there. You've got that cannon in the archer tower on the right-hand side as well. Not something he really wanted for time to throw. But anyways, if it will be a 2-star, the percentage is still pretty high. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about it going into their next attack.
You know, if the Queen had have got the Grand Warden altar, I think they might have actually got this. The Queen, you can see, damaged it, but now the ground troops, well, hold on a second, we do have the minion doing damage, but shortly it will get zapped to the ground. He has 30 seconds, so maybe they would have had enough time to walk back across the map had the Queen have got that. We can only theorize, I guess. It's not what they wanted, but let's be real about this. Time to throw have the 3-star, and this is a much greater percentage than the 75 that Bad Zinger put up. So even if Bad Zinger get a 3 in the next one, Time to Throw would still be in the lead on percentage, but obviously they're hoping to hold on to that star advantage as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though, 97%, he'll take that anyway, but I think you're right though, if it wasn't there, then it would have just been a job of lap the map and finish off with that Pekka. But good job anyway, 97% 2-star, at least continuing with their hopes and their dreams alive in order to approach this halfway point so that they can make sure that in terms of averages, in terms of percentile, should be okay, but it depends on what Badin can now bring to the table now and see if they can get their first triple in this war.
Yeah, see if they can, you know, just shake off that last attack. And we have seen, actually, that sometimes they enter into these higher pressured situations and do have a little bit of a shaky start. They almost had a curse within the World Championships whereby they were just losing matches all of the time. However, when they won one, they went on a win streak. It's almost like they picked up their confidence and they shrugged off the losses. So maybe that's all they will need here. But really, they need to do it pretty quick because there are only 5 attacks. And whilst we're early in the war, it's easy for things to start slipping out of hand if you're not careful.
Really kind of, well, between me and you, Judah, if it doesn't happen now, because it's still very early on here, as you can see now, we're going to find out what's going to happen now with the second attack from Bad Zinger, as Avatar now is going to be coming in with the Queen straight away on that north side, just pushing towards those mines, and especially that Archer Tower and the AD. But more importantly, of course, that Town Hall. But already the stars already commenced. Bad Zinger do need this triple to tie things up, and even though they'll be behind on percentage, it gives them a little bit of leeway approaching the halfway point in this war.
Yeah, Avatar was one of the superstars of Bad Zinger last weekend. He did use a lot of ground attacks back then, switching it up here, going for the Queen Charge Lava Loon, and just hoping to have the Queen moving. Well, I thought at first he might have wanted her to the Town Hall, but you see he has the Battle Blimp selected, and this is commonly what we are seeing now, is walking in front of the Town Hall in order to get rid of some of the defense and the DPS in that area, and then blimping across to it, meaning you've got a lot less damage in that area, and the Town Hall is a bit more secured. So as the Queen moves across to this area, we don't have a jump spell, but 3 super wall breakers that he's going to have to plan carefully if he wants to get in towards both of those multi-target Infernos.
Already a great start here from Avatar, with the Queen now pushing into that right compartment, taking up most of the defenses, including the defensive RC as well. So still looking very good. Still being very patient in the meantime, now pushing in towards that western side. So with the eastern side now, especially with that Wizard Tower going down and just pushing that Queen forward, but that Eagle Artillery will be prioritizing the Queen, which is not going to really make a fuss too much considering the healing he's got there, so it won't be too much of an issue. But we can see now the RC coming out on the 4-cut position, just jumping over to take on the AD and then the defensive in that south compartment, which is going to be absolutely huge here for him, and popping that King ability as well to take out the structures on the outer side.
Oh, I thought when he had the 3rd super wall breaker he was going to send another towards the center, but maybe just a little bit too early with the 2nd super wall breaker. Targeted the small compartment, meaning he doesn't have access to the middle. Now he's still got the Royal Champion in there, but look at time, Lethal. 45 seconds. Lava Loon does tend to be a quick attack, but he really is cutting it fine here. The value he's got from his heroes is pretty significant, but with everything starting to go down, he has to play it safe in terms of the Battle Blimp for the Town Hall. But there is a tornado and black bombs. What is in there? Let's find out. Is it sneaky goblins? It is. And you see the bombs. Oh no.
I don't know about this, Gino, but even then with the loons as well, he's only got one rage spell. So, okay, yeah, sure, take down the Town Hall. At least it gives him a little bit more time, but he hasn't got any haste spells with these loons, which means it's going to slow down, you know, a lot more than he even anticipated. 5 seconds left now. He needs to try and get as much damage as he can. And it's almost, I want to say a repeat of the first attack just because of the percentage difference. It's just maybe a little bit too passive with the Queen at the start. I'm not really too sure. What's your take on this, Gideon, in terms of why that fell short, especially at the very end in terms of the time difference he had left?
I think the main thing was the wall breaker trying to get in towards the core, but I think he used it too early watching back. I thought he was going to send all 3 for the Queen, but he'd actually planned one for the King, meaning he just didn't have access, and it forced him to wait until the Queen went all of the way around. He couldn't risk sending the Lalo into the multis, and then when the Battle Blimp was caught in the tornado, he also had to wait with the Lava Loon in case he needed to send that to the Town Hall. So a lot of knock-on effects I feel were happening there, and Avatar could only do his best at that point to make sure he at least got the 2-star, because whenever you get a 1-star in this type of scenario, it is so difficult to come back from. Not just the star advantage, but also mentally for your team.
I must say, there's having patience, and he had a lot of patience, a lot of discipline to just wait for the right moment. But I kind of felt like what you're saying is quite true. There wasn't really a right moment. He just had to go in quick at the end due to the fact that, you know, rightly said with that attack, it's the fact that he's trying to pick a moment where he can, when he get the best advantage or best percentage possible in order to make things work. But he did it at the very end, like you rightly said. He only had 1 rage spell left, so he tried to make a bad, well, good of a bad situation, you could say. But you saw Red bouncing in now, two stars here, 75% and 80ish% as well. So not the best of starts we've seen from them so far, but Time to Throw looking very pretty after that last attack from Badsinger.
Yeah, and they just need to keep themselves, you know, 1 attack at a time, and that's all you can do. And as long as you're in the lead, they've got to be happy with that. But knowing how good Badsinger are, they must be very happy being this significantly in the lead, because they're not just in the star in the lead, they're also the percentage in the lead. We know things can change pretty quick, but also this could be a sign that some teams adapt to the meta quicker than others, but it's not necessarily what's going to be true for the rest of the month. That's what I think is so cool about the timing of this challenge stage, is that some teams could get off to a great start, but actually it's how the other teams continue to adapt. And you can see from the player profile picture that we were right. ND is actually one of the players that does play alongside Badsinger, going up against his team here to try and put them even further behind.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out a way in order for Badsinger to come back in this, but it's very difficult. It's just all about Time to Throw being able to slip up somehow, some way along the lines. But from what we've seen so far in those first 2 attacks, they're just not letting go of the brakes at all. They're literally just going in straight on through, no problem. It's going to be very tough on him here, but like I said, ND, let's see what he can do in this 3rd attack. Already coming in with the Queen. Already quite a quick approach here from that 10 o'clock side, using that rage spell just to keep him alive a tad, but also try and do as much damage as possible unless it tanks up too much DPS. But so far, so good. And already the King coming out on the north side as well. And let's see what he can do with the rest of his attack.
Yeah, beautiful job with that sneaky goblin up to the 12 o'clock area, just trying to funnel the King into the north. As you see, he has done successfully to try and take down the scatter shot. But look at the Yak. It is stuck up there, and it no longer deals splash to the skeletons. So the King is taking a lot of time to get through there. Uses the ability, should be able to get the Queen, but he's got to freeze and even reinforce with the Royal Champion. Big change from the update that in terms of the Yak. Queen doing pretty good down the bottom, and look at the Battle Blimp. This is something we've seen ND do quite a bit in the qualifiers, sending that to a compartment, not to the Town Hall, but that Battle Blimp was purely for the scatter shot. Just about gets it in time to protect those healers as well.
Niasi's still alive on that north side as well, just continuing to make on with that push, but having to deal with the lava hand as well. So he's going to be there for a fair amount of time here until the bulk of his attack does come out. Still got 1 minute and 5 left remaining. Still enough time to make sure to try and get this triple if he wants to, or as he sees fit. And now it's already come out now with the lava hound now just pushing it on towards straight across towards the AD and tank all that damage so the loons can have a safer path towards that Town Hall. And when this spell comes down just to freeze that Town Hall, have to deal with a couple of spells there in the meantime, but should be okay just crawling on through. But it's going to take a little bit more of a hassle than you even anticipated, as ND does manage to make it towards the Town Hall with a few of those loons and already taken down that Town Hall straight away.
Yeah, good one on ability. Actually managed to protect a good group of loons. Only a couple of them going to the Town Hall, so mitigating the damage. But again, you can see the knock-on effect here. He wanted more value from his king in the north, had to send the RC in early, and she was intended to get right of the way through to that multi-target Inferno, I feel. So the fact that he had to send the RC in early just meant he didn't get that value. Lalo pathing was also a little bit tricky. So I think he's done pretty good here to use the spells and get as high as he has, because he's not far away from the 3 stars lethal, 97%. And that is a very good percentage considering how the attack wasn't going to plan.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. He adapted well. It was a good recovery. You said before, the RC coming out a little bit earlier than anticipated just to help come out of a bad situation. But is there anything he could have done a little bit differently just to add a few more % in order to get that triple? Because there's a few things you did mention over the course of that attack, which ND was actually planning on. He had a good start, but there's a few mistakes here and there he could have rectified in order to avoid having to adapt in the first place.
I think it's tough to say, but I think the main thing for me on that attack is normally pre-update, we would be fine just diving the king into a compartment the way that he did, because you had the yak in order to help get through skeletons, whereas, well, the yak was caught up on the army camp anyway, but even if not, it would struggle to get through that amount of skeletons now that it does not deal splash. So sometimes I feel it's kind of getting out of the old way of doing attacks and into the new way, if you will. It's difficult to say whether that was the sole reason, but that's definitely something I picked up on. If you are planning to dive your king into a compartment, you've got to be careful now if you used to send him by himself and the yak, because if there is a skeleton trap there, your king can be caught up for quite some time now and taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, normally it's just a delay tactic, isn't it? But if he's taking that much damage as well, it's going to be even tougher along the road. And, you know, sometimes it can be a small, can be a big recovery there. But we'll have to see now if Badzinger, I wouldn't say they've been given another lifeline, but it's just the fact that with these star counts, you know, getting those 2 stars from the side of time to throw, hopefully this will give him a bit more time there. They haven't really got too much time left, they've only got 2 or 3 attacks left in order to try and make a difference. But it's going to be very tough for them, because from what we've seen from these first 2 attacks, it's not been very impressive.
Yeah, and I feel this one is really big, because if they do not 3-star this one, remember they are behind by stars and percentage. So some people often argue that that's kind of like a 2-star disadvantage, and they only have 2 attacks left if they fail this one. So it would mean they would have to go flawless and hold time to throw back. So this is a huge attack for them, but also for the fact that time to throw got the opening 3-star, and now they've kind of, you know, fell back a little bit. This could be a shift in the war, if you will. But it really does come down to what Badzinger have got to show for us. I feel when we seen them in the World Championship, they were obviously very confident with their attacks, like I said, after they got that victory, but you could see their confidence was building. And honestly, I feel like Rakirez was one of their, or probably their main attacker in that tournament. You see the invisibility spell for the first air defense to push the Lava Hound across. Worked out beautifully in terms of setting off a couple of the Seeking air mines, but since there's a tornado there, he has to freeze the air defense and the scatter shot to make sure he gets the invisibility spell and those super wizards exactly where he wanted. Now, there was a giant bomb went off. I think it's got them. They're gone. All of the troops are down, Lethal. Oh, no. He didn't get any value there.
And the worst bit is the amount of damage he really could have done in terms of taking out those 2 scanner shots as well. And look at this, right? The Expos and, of course, the Archer Towers, they could have done so much in the meantime. That was such a shame. And for Badzinger, it's just going from bad to worse now. You've got to remember, time to throw. They started full throttle. Let off the gas a little bit, like I mentioned earlier on. But Badzinger, it's just continuing on being a little bit bad, which is it's had a bit of a shame. But anyways, though, going back into this attack, still got 2 minutes left to try and make it worthwhile, at least try and get the best percentages possible with the Queen now, just trying to take out what's left off the right-hand side. We'll be coming with the King now to make sure the Queen does funnel through in towards the center from the right-hand side, starting off, of course, taking out that scatter shot.
Well, Rakirez is a top Legend League pusher, so he is one of those players that can easily adapt on the fly. Can he adapt from this? It's a big ask. He actually finished, prior to what happened at the end of Legend Season, in the top 10 last month. So that is a huge achievement. And you can see the skill coming through here. Still managing to get that Town Hall, using the invisibility for the Royal Champion that was obviously left over from the Blizzard. Now onto the Queen to try and take that extra damage. So making the best out of a bad situation. I don't think he could have done much more there.
No, I don't think he could have done either, really. But let's see what he can do with the rest of his attack now. Still got 55 seconds left, and using those loons to push him forward with that haste spell. Still got another haste spell left to use later on, and already pushing towards those Inferno Towers. Does manage to take out one. Still got one more into the center to finish things off. But the Eagle Artillery could be one of the last of the defenses left standing, and it's going to be extremely tough now for the side of Badsinger to try and get a triple this time round. But of course, using those minions to take out the rest of the structures on the outside, whilst what's left of the loons here can try and do what it can with the defenses. But it's going to be very tough to call. It won't be a triple, but it's going to try and get the best percentage possible. But then again, Badsinger needed this triple more than anything here.
They certainly did, but you've got to say, in terms of this base, where Rakirez thought, that is where I'm going to put my Blizzard, there was a tornado trap, multiple seeking air mines, really well preparation from time to throw in terms of, you know, setting up the base to potentially bait that Blizzard. And you've no idea how in-depth sometimes the teams go into scouting out their opponents to make sure they can bait attacks. And that one, you know, was clearly set up for if a Blizzard hit that area, it was going to struggle. So got to give props to time to throw on that one as well.
Yeah, not only are they a talented attacking roster, they're very well prepared as well. A lot of his engagement, like you rightly said, you know, they really put a lot of time and effort in to make sure, just to make it almost humanly impossible for a lot of these attacks to even be able to succeed in some way. But would you say right at the very beginning, that one small, I suppose with that one small mistake, or you could say, you know, quite a major mistake there, the fact they couldn't take out those two compartments with that blimp as well, that was pretty much failing at that point, and then literally just had to try and go for that best percentage possible?
I mean, he was trying to get some incredible value there in terms of scatter shots. He had the wall breakers inside there in terms of busting open the walls so the Super Wizards could chain everything. If he'd have got that, yes, totally different story. But the thing is, when an attack goes wrong early, and this is where, from a base building perspective, if you can bait something near the beginning, it works perfectly because it's so hard to recover. If something goes wrong at the end of the attack, you might have already got such good value, let's say with your heroes initially, that you can fall into a trap and still 3-star. But if something goes wrong that early on like it did, there's almost nothing Rakirez could do there. I mean, he had planned to wipe out 2 compartments basically to then adjust the plan. It's sometimes just too much of a stretch when something goes wrong that badly at the start.
Yeah, if he's able to succeed, that's 2 scanner shots gone straight away, and it's going to be a huge amount of value. But you know, rightly said, it became way too expensive, and the only thing you can do is, like you rightly said, to try and get the best percentage possible straight afterwards. But it's not about that percentage, is it here, Judah? It's all about the star count, and already Badsinger are just way too far behind. And one more major slip up we could probably say from Badsinger in their 4th attack later on, then it is probably going to be curtains for them, because time to throw, you know, not looking like absolutely top-notch or incredible, just trying to make sure they do what they can do and just play the A game. And so far, it has been pretty good so far. Still managed to get 7 stars to their name. In terms of percentage, 98%, they can't really complain, but this is not the start of the season I expected from Badsinger. But do remember though, it is only the first play day and still plenty of room for them to improve, even if they fail in this first war.
Well, you can see the percentage difference. Badsinger basically need 2 3-stars in the next attacks and to hold time to throw off. So if Fluxy is to 3-star in this one, I would say they have a good chance of closing out this war. And he is using one of the strategies that people predicted could come back into the meta, the hybrid, because the Miners and Hog Riders both got new levels. And it's one of those attacks that is not just common within the pro players. They've all played in the meta where this was right at the top. It's also an attack where you can adapt quite well if something goes wrong. So Fluxy will be trying to take advantage of that. And I'm I'm certainly intrigued here. Have Badzinger built bases predicting the hybrid, or have they just not quite caught up in terms of their base design yet? Because it's so difficult to predict at this early stage following an update. However, the attack is going well. Queen into that compartment, and soon the Town Hall will fall, Lethal.
Certainly will do indeed. Still in that raid spell now, just taking down the Town Hall, now just taking everything else out in that compartment. In the meantime, you can see the RC coming out as well, and perfect time, you could say, with that baby dragon now to push it in towards that compartment where the Queen is currently just taking out the Wizard and the Inferno Tower there already. But you can see from down below as well, already trying to go straight forward back scanner shot and the defensive RC as well, and the King pushing straight through into the Eagle compartment on that 7 o'clock side. So already a multi-pronged attack here from Fluxy, and looking quite solid so far, especially with that last raid, second to last raid spell coming in now to make sure to make that vital push.
Always nice to use a rage spell alongside your Grand Warden ability. The Headhunters also racing across the base, but they are on the Barbarian King first. Hopefully they can get to the Archer Queen. They get a strike off, but they're not quite going to get her. Miners should be able to help, and I love the push from the Queen in towards the center to that multi, keeping the hybrid on this southwestern compartment area, and they have just flushed through this beautifully. Now the multi-target Inferno on the back end is the major threat here. The Miners have split. They've hit a giant bomb and a spring trap, and they are down. Is he going to be able to get it? I've only just seen the clock, actually. It felt like a faster attack than that, Lethal. 15 seconds. It will be a time fail. A little bit of a lifeline, you could say, for Badzinger.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was going to say, mathematically, the only way Badzinger can come back in this, and if they get the 2 triples in their last 2 attacks, they'll be hit by a star and won't have to worry about the percentage difference at all. But that's relying on fate and the hands of Badzinger. But not what we anticipated coming towards the very end of that attack. Anything different you kind of felt like Badzinger may have could have done, not defensively, but what Time to Throw could have done on that attack?
I think it's tough to say on that one, actually, because everything seemed to be going to plan in terms of the Queen charge to the Town Hall. I think he got stalled up a little bit by the Town Hall, but I'm sure he could have expected that. The wall break was beautiful in towards the multi. It's the risk you run when you're doing a Queen charge or an extensive Queen charge is that you do time fail. I wasn't necessarily paying attention to the time. I'd have to look back to see when the hybrid came in, but we do tend to bring that hybrid in around about the 1:30 mark, even if not a little bit before. Anything later than that, and you are going to struggle with a time fail. You notice that Wasted is using the exact same strategy here. So will he have more success? Let's keep our eye on the time a little bit more for this one, Lethal. Charging away from the Town Hall, but he does have the Battle Blimp, so could be just using the Blimp in towards and try and snipe that Town Hall. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about the composition. Pretty much identical here, going straight into this next attack. But Badzinger need a triple desperately in order to make sure, not just to keep this competitive, but keep the hopes alive in this war. But the main thing is they've already succeeded in making sure that Town Hall has been taken care of early. The Queen already doing a lot of work into that right compartment. The race spell does come down just to keep the Queen alive in the meantime, whilst doing that little bit of damage here defensively and have to deal with the expo straight afterwards as well. So far so good here, going into the first minute from the side. The second minute of his attack from Wasted.
I'm not sure if he sent 2 super wall breakers in. I was looking at the Town Hall, I looked back across, and it seemed like a super wall breaker got flung from a spring trap, but I'm not sure whether it broke the wall and that's the one that was flung, or whether he sent 2 to try and get to the next area, but it must have been the first one. I don't know why he would potentially have sent another one, as the Queen is getting all of the value she needs. Hybrid is in quick enough, as you see, and they can push through the middle. It's all whether he can get through on DPS, I feel, at this stage, but he's got all 4 hero abilities, Lethal, so he can use a rage spell with the hybrid in combination with that Grand Warden ability to try and just push them right of the way through the middle.
Speaking of the heroes, though, the RC still in the center doing a huge amount of work, and they're going straight from that multi-inferno. As you know, it's just doing a huge amount of damage to most of that competition. But RC will take it out. We'll be jumping towards the next Inferno Tower in the next compartment here. The King still taking out all the structures on the outside too. The last of that raid spell. And there's good placement as well just to help out for that Warden to push on over and to do all that damage into that left compartment. But 45 seconds left. And already the King using his ability to go all around the outside to take on that mortar. And looks like it's going to be some success here. Finally here, Judo. It took quite a few attacks along the way in order to get this triple, but after the 4 attacks, they finally get their first triple. And now, for the first time in this war, Time to Throw finally have some pressure in their hands, where if they only 2-star this next attack, this will give Bad Zinger some room to breathe and actually somehow be able to take this war.
Yeah, they certainly could. I mean, percentage-wise, they are still quite far behind. So in order to take them on just percentage, it would have to be a really low percentage for this next attack. I'm not sure that even a 2-star 50% would be low enough, because the first 3 attacks from Bad Zinger, they've certainly racked up the percentage. But like you said, any defense here gives Bad Zinger the opportunity in order to take it. But we mentioned LP right at the start of this match, previous world champion. Here he is, using the Queen Charge into Hog Riders. So not the hybrid, and I personally feel like the Hog Riders could be a better option following this update. Look at the Queen though, oh my gosh! How does he keep his cool? I would have used the Rage spell a good 5 or 6 seconds earlier. Wow, that was very, very important, but the Queen is actually going in the wrong direction. He tried to use an invisibility spell. Looks like she's got other ideas.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. When the Queen's health was on 10-20% in terms of HP, and I was looking at the amount of DPS she was tanking, I was scratching my head thinking, when's he gonna drop that rage spell? Probably would have done the same thing, and actually dropped it a little bit earlier as well. But the Queen has gone into the north compartment anyway, looking to take down the Inferno Tower, and of course that Town Hall later on. But it's got some trouble here with that Lava Hand, and now the pups now to deal with, just to delay things a little bit further here. But like we rightly mentioned, Time to Throw, they need to get this triple. If they do, then they've managed to be able to be successful and win their first series in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But still a little bit of time as of yet. Another raid spell does come down for the Queen, and not only have to deal with all the DPS in that compartment, but the Eagle Artillery as well. But seems to be okay so far. But looking at though, just outside of that rage spell, and will she be able to survive enough? No, another rage spell does come down. So trying to be as cost effective as possible with this Queen, but almost been cleaned up, and finally she has.
She certainly has. And I wonder what is in the Battle Blimp, because it seemed he wanted his Queen to go around the Town Hall, and then blimp it is what it looked like. So if he's got sneaky goblins in there, then he's not really going to be able to use it too well. Or maybe he was going with the Yetis. Now, the Royal Champion has got that multi-target Inferno in the center, so that's definitely helpful. He's got a strong push with Hog Riders, but a lot for the back end of the base. He's still got a heal spell. Here comes that Battle Blimp. Has it got Yetis inside? Has it got sneaky goblins? Oh, it is Yetis, so he can actually get much more value now moving to the back end of the base. He might still get this lethal.
He certainly would, and of course, you can see the healers just prioritizing on the RC, keeping the RC alive as long as possible to help with the bulk of this attack, and still just pushing on into this compartment. They need this triple. If they get it, they've pretty much won this war, and somehow just trying to continue to do this work. But look at the clock, though, 30 seconds left. And now, even though the healers are going straight towards the Warden, it's going to be very tough to call. But you can see with the time amount left, and of course, everything there, especially with the storages on the outside, it just will be a bit too much.
Gives Bad Zinger the opportunity to take the war right at the end. That is what happens when you can rack up the percentage all you want, but if you're not getting those 3 stars, you can fall short towards the end of the war. LP with the 95% 2-star, considering it seemed like his Queen walked the wrong direction and was not necessarily doing what he thought. Not too bad of a recovery. Thinking on the fly and being able to almost get that 3-star is very impressive for me. However, as we've established, Bad Zinger now 3 stars, and they take it.
Honestly, could indeed. I didn't really expect this kind of outcome, especially what we saw from Bad Singer. We know it's going to go based on stars anyway. Bad Singer, if they get this triple, they're going to win this first series of the day. But even then, though, this is not what we even anticipated. With the 75 and 8% from the first two attacks, we were like, they're not really showing off, what they're really capable of here, especially with the golden ticket, like you rightly mentioned earlier on before this war even began. And now we're going straight to the last attack, and we're talking about them potentially winning this, especially with that huge percentage gap. But let's find out now, as already Dima is going to be the last attacker here for Bad Singer. And if he gets his triple, it does mean that they will bag their first W in the ESL Mobile Challenge in the opening match of the day.
And taking out the #1 seed, I think based on the fact of how they did in the first 3 attacks, if you gave them the choice, you could take this if you need to 3-star on the last attack, they would snap your hands off. They haven't put on an amazing performance, but it's all down to this. Interestingly, the Hydra following a Queen charge, not what we always tend to see. The Dragon Riders did have that nerf following the update, so maybe mixing in the Dragons just to help out a little bit with their range decrease. Queen already taking down the attacking Queen, always good to hold on to her ability through the defending heroes as well. Notice that one super wall breaker that he's just holding on to for the right moment here. Where's he actually sending the Queen? Is he using a wall break for the King, maybe? Hydra already starting to that right side, and he's pushing all of the way through with the blimp to the Town Hall. A risky move, but if it works... Oh, no! Oh, he swapped to the Siege Barracks for a second there, just to maybe get me on my toes a little bit.
I was going to say keep on your toes a little bit. I don't blame him at all. And you can see the race spell, it was in perfect placement there just 20 seconds ago to get full value for those drags. The blip does make it towards that Town Hall here, and we're going to make sure, if you can, make sure to secure that northern compartment. But you can see the Drag Riders is caught up a little bit by that Tornado spell in the center. The Town Hall does go down, which is going to be huge here for Demon. But the question is, will he be able to get that triple in order to win this war? Already now pushing on forward. The Narvhound still there, alive, taking the damage. The Drag still there as well, just to add a little bit of DPS going towards that north compartment. But you can see that the Queen is just stuck a tad on that left-hand side. We'll pop the ability a little bit earlier than anticipated because he knows he's got to get it done quick. There's only 45 seconds left remaining here to get these troops back in sync, back in coordination here, and to clean the rest of this up. Even invisibility spell being dropped here, Judo, to turn on that Inferno Tower, the Wizard Tower and the Cannon left standing, which means Bad Singer are going to get their triple and get the first win of the day. A very, not the best of starts here going into ESL Mobile Challenge, but definitely rectified a lot of their mistakes and be able to make it to win this war by 1 star, even with that percentage difference.
12-11. What a performance right at the end. They needed to put up those 3 stars, and they did it. I have to take my hat off to Dima there. That was absolutely beautifully executed. Dragon Riders went down very quick at the start, or when they approached the middle of the base, sorry. You really saw the difference that the recent nerf has had, but he kept his cool, holding on to the invisibility spell for the Royal Champion as well. Definitely didn't want to use it for the Queen, Royal Champion being defense targeting. Brilliant execution. Really deserved the 3 stars.
Certainly was indeed. And yeah, what a massive difference. Literally a seismic toss compared to what we saw at the very beginning right to the very end. It's glad that at least they got the last couple of triples there just to make sure to secure that victory. But I still feel like Time to Throw, we've got the flavour we were requiring in order to decide exactly how we're going to try and approach this season. I still think they're very strong opponents in dealing with some of these attacks. It's just, a few, I wouldn't even say slip-ups. It's just some very, very minor mistakes which can easily be rectified in order to gain some of these triples and be able to progress in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But even though Time to Throw did lose that first matchup, I still think they played very well indeed anyway. But that's only one of many wars here, Judo. We are going to get Lady B back momentarily, but we will get her back straight after the break with our second match of the day, so stay tuned.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. B's back with us this time round for the second war of the day between the likes of MCES and Carnage Gaming. And again, another team which, didn't manage to reclaim their spot, but Carnage Gaming, they had a few attempts in the past last season and this season, but this time round they managed to qualify through the first place position in the second ladder, and we get a taster to see what they can do. But they've got a tough road on their hands here, B, starting off with the current champions here from last season in MCES.
Yeah, they went completely unscathed. Well, I can't say they went completely unscathed because they really had to work their way up to get to number one. But they are going to have a tough battle going up against, I would say, former teammates, at least for Hugo Stiglitz, and that is playing in MCES. It is going to be one heck of a war that I can imagine that we're going to get to see. And of course, we do have MCES as the reigning champions from last season, but they are also a silver ticket winner, so they're in a really good spot. We've seen them prove themselves. It's just, I think the biggest fun thing coming on with this is the rivalry that comes along with it, with Hugo Stiglitz and also the caliber of the players that we have from both sides.
Do you know what? I think Tryhard's cheeky grin kind of represents exactly how MCS feel this year in terms of how things have gone for them. They're very happy, composed, winning last season's ESL Mobile Challenge, silver ticket holder like you've already mentioned. They've been looking pretty fly so far and been very impressed with what we've been able to bring to the table each and every single time. Definitely one of the most highly consistent teams on the circuit here in the competitive Clash of Clans scene. Not just here at the ESL Mobile Challenge, but just in the competitive environment alone. And it's been very tough for anyone to try and topple them here. But the guys who will be trying to topple them will be Carnage Gaming. We've heard from them time and time again back in the previous season, but couldn't really make it through. They had definitely a bit of a challenge or a bit of a difficult time trying to make it into the ESL Mobile Challenge over the last year. But this time around, they kind of skipped the plans. They were like, yeah, forget that, B. We've had enough of that, and we're just going to come straight in with that first ladder position. And we must say, for anyone who tries to qualify through first place in one of our two ladders, it's a difficult task. It's a massive grind. And be able to having to win at least, 90% of your wars in order to try and secure a spot, it's very tough.
It is, and they actually had such a massive head over everyone else. It wasn't like, where we saw that 1 point difference between time to throw and ATN in the first play-ins. They had this huge jump and lead ahead of the curve, and that just means they're ready to go up against some of these top teams. But again, I just can't stress enough how excited I am for the lineup of teams that we have this season. They all look very threatening. I would be worried if I were on any side of the game.
Now, what do you expect from Carnage Gaming, and what do you feel like they need to really show against MCES? Because this is definitely a way for them to make a statement, not towards MCES, but of course all the opponents they've been facing against or will face against this month. Because MCES will be definitely one of their biggest threats later on, especially to try and go for one of those challenge final spots. And to let everyone know at home, it is, you have to bag top 4 in order to make it to ESL Mobile Challenge finals. But for Carnage Gaming, what do you feel like they need to bring to the table this time round?
I think that they're going to need to bring these strong defenses against MCES, and they have the opportunity to do that with the recent meta change in the game. So let's actually see if that happens. Coming in with a ring style base, which coming in with these kind of bases, I don't know if that is the best move. We typically see these bases in Legends Leagues, and a team like MCES can really take them on easily. We can see Arium coming in with the Blimp, a nice deep dive in for the Blizzard right there on the Town Hall, looking to pick up some massive value, but it gets wrecked. And this is Anonymous coming in, helping to hold off his team. He does not get the value that he was fully intending in that, and now he has to recover. That Town Hall should have gone down. The Eagle should have gone down. The scatter shot, we should have cleared out a massive push in this for the heroes to come through. And it is really looking like Carnage Gaming has a few tricks up their sleeves. Way to go.
This is going to be a fantastic start, like you've already said, for Carnage Gaming. But MCES, they have to try and recover already. It's only been the first minute. It's become quite expensive on the attack already. Now with the king now just pushing on towards the center, but didn't really get too far. They're using a couple of loons as well to try and find any other traps. The queen having to pump her ability now just to stay alive a little bit longer to get towards those cannons and the expos there. But the RC, you can see already coming out now, just trying to take out the wizard tower and the cannon. Does matter to stay alive just a little bit longer now with that invisibility spell.
Yeah, I'm it's incredible to see this coming in from the start, that they are just working them in to go in with these specific strategies and being able to hold them off. Even that Royal Champion not able to get enough value by taking down that scatter shot. He still needs to work his way in to get the Town Hall to at least claim this 2-star, and it is looking like a huge struggle bus here, but the loons right there in the core of the base holding on, early warden ability, and he's got a freeze and the invisibility spell to try and get that safe passage through directly over. But again, it's a big struggle. No more freezes to hold these off. That final invisibility spell going down, is it going to be enough to get the 2-star? Looking like it.
Yeah, it looks like it is looking like it indeed. Just taking so much damage from the poison as well. And that's going to be almost it here for MCES. But still, they're trying to get the best percentage possible as well with the time he has left. But she will be able to get a few more here, especially with the storages on the outside. But apart from that, that is going to literally be about it. It's just trying to do what he can in order to make the best out of a bad situation. But there's only so much you can do here, B, as you rightly know. Probably will be about 76, 77%, depending on what you can get here. But this isn't the best of starts we've seen here from MCES. But look what happened to Time to Throw earlier on when they had a great start. It definitely went a little bit wrong for them towards the very end of this war. So still early days.
A really good turnaround, though, on this. To save the 2-star is a huge feat, and get the percentage up high enough. It's really tough if you miss the mark on getting the Town Hall down. It's not as high as they'd like to see it percentage-wise, but it's not in a terrible range. It is going to be an uphill battle for them. But kudos to Carnage Gaming for starting off with exactly what I said they're going to need to bring. That is the defense. They are essentially luring MCES into some false sense of security here, especially going in with those bases that we were talking about, that MCS, you try and put up any Legend League ring style base against MCS, they have certain approaches that they're going to go with. So it's easy to bait teams into these kind of openers and get what you need. And those traps really helped out in eliminating the Super Wizards in the blimp there. So this is going to be massive for a potential lead for Carnage Gaming, as Fabian kicks it off with one of the newest troops to come with the update, the Super Bowlers. Now, Lethal, these are really, really tanky units. We've seen a lot of phenomenal work coming in, and we're going to see a lot more ground coming through, likely because of this new addition.
It makes sense to why we've seen a lot more different compositions in comparison, so I completely understand that. And you were talking about the defense as well earlier from Carnage Game. I'm quite glad I asked you that question there, because what you said in response to how they need to approach this war was bang on. You was absolutely on the money in terms of what they need to do in terms of the defenses, and we've already seen, you know, a portion of it already, and that was only the first attack. But let's just see if their attack will also continue in terms of their strengths here. Already just doing a lot of damage into the left compartment. Now pushing into the next one as well. Make sure 10 and the Expo going forward. But of course that Eagle in the next compartment as well. Already making that vital push, especially with that rage spell.
Yeah, he's got this shaped up nicely. You can see the path that's forming straight through and across, and we have the log launcher that's actually going to continue to open up the compartments inside the base. We do bring that jump as a safety net to ensure that we can get to the Town Hall if the log launcher is not able to open up full access to the end of the base. But the Royal Champion is the one who's really going to steer the direction of this, working through into the core and help flank by taking down those defenses. We've got the witches on the outside, so this is looking really good. Look at those Super Bowlers go straight through the core. Now, I said they are tanky. They really are. 2,000 hit points that they have on them when maxed out, and they really do a superb job at actually lasting through to the end of the raid, so you get that carryover of the triple bounce coming in.
They're definitely a pain in the backside to try and kill, but let's see how they get on here. Still a minute left though, and still need to take down that Town Hall as well. And there's still a fair amount of defense towards that northern side, but let's see what they can do here. Still a couple of spells. They've still got an invisibility spell to use, but that freeze bird there just coming down to make sure to try and secure this compartment if they can. But it's going to be a pretty tough road. Town Hall's almost being cleaned up. Use that invisibility spell now, finally, to just guarantee for insurance to clean up that Town Hall. Still got 45 seconds left in. Still a fair amount to take out here, but looking quite good so far from Fabian.
Yeah, we still have those super bowlers alive, and that is the incredible thing about them. You typically will have a few left on the board remaining, depending on how many you bring. The Royal Champion actually taking over, the Queen dying out because of that single targeting Inferno, but he knew he had the power left. Didn't need to early sacrifice that invisibility spell to allow this to get what it needed done. And Fabian actually taking advantage of that massive defense early on and capitalizing off of it with a 1-star lead and a pretty big percentage gap for them.
It looks like the new unit is paying off. We've seen it 2 or 3 times with those super bowlers coming out in a lot of his compositions, and now for the first time in this war as well. It seems to be a very strong asset for a lot of these teams here, B.
Yeah, the super bowlers are something that, I think we've seen a little more caution with, people still kind of sticking to their similar strategies. We saw a lot of hogs in the last war, which is actually nice.
Oh, yeah.
And I suspect we're going to see more hogs coming in because Synthé, of course, loves his hogs. He is known for his hogs. And, that I do expect to see. But from Carnage Gaming, I'm really not sure. I'm very surprised to see the defenses coming through. Pleasantly surprised to see that from the start for them. If they can carry that along, that's going to help them, but adjusting to the meta is also going to be the next trick here. But let's see if they can continue to hold the defense, or if MCES is going to work their way forward, coming in with the hybrid, taking advantage of the updates to ground in this recent update.
Yeah, you're talking about the Hog Riders. We'll be seeing them, but it'll be for Kingsman now. Later on in this attack, with the Queen now just approaching from the 11 o'clock side, just doing a little bit of damage towards the northern compartment as well as the structures as well. Using a couple of moves to see what you can find along the way to try and bait out any of these traps, but nothing as of yet. We'll delay it a little bit though from that sweeper, but so far already the Queen just taking some bits and pieces here in terms of the structures on the northern side, still including the base out and defense over the Skellies and that Lava Hound.
Yeah, so this is actually a good position for the Queen to be in, to actually take down the CCU troops. That Hog, of course, coming in to help get that lure and keep the Queen in a corner where there is absolutely no defenses actually targeting her. And this is going to give the opportunity to make a nice clean push coming forward. We already have the Archer that you can see placed just about at the 2 o'clock side here, ensuring the full funnel for the Queen to force through into the Town Hall compartment, and even opening up access for the Siege Barracks for the King to come in down at the 430 side of the base for that multi-targeting Inferno. Eliminating that is going to be huge for the hybrid as they cut across into the center with a scatter shot.
I must say he's been very, very patient with his attack, but at the same time just being very methodical just to make sure everything's in place before he initiates this attack. Already the P.E.K.K.A coming out to do itself justice and try and get much value out of it as possible, with the King alongside him as well, just continue to make this push. But here comes the Hog Riders already now from the 2 o'clock side, just push on in with the Warden, just continue to do absolute work for the defenses here, with the spell coming down now as well, just to take on the Inferno Tower, and the storage is there, and still continue around south as Hog Riders have actually got a fair amount of value here as they're making this push still.
Yeah, and we still have the reinforcement of Hogs coming out of the Siege Barracks as well to line up. They should be aiming towards that Eagle, giving just a little extra bump coming in, but you can see the hybrid push coming alongside where the Queen's going to meet up into that multi-targeting Inferno, though we do have some miners that sneak their way in and take it down swiftly. This is an absolutely powerful approach coming through, and I am not surprised that MCES is bringing such a powerful one with hybrid, with the ground, into this new meta. The final invisibility spell coming down to allow the Royal Champion to take down that scatter shot while it is tanking against the Hogs. And this is going to be a superb 3-star for MCS. Much needed, I might add.
Much needed indeed. Look at how much is left as well still. The P.E.K.K.A is still with the Wizards out on that south side, pushing towards the last few bits and pieces. And the Queen, even though it can't break through, she's alright. She's already done her job, already worth her weight in gold, especially at the very beginning. Done a huge amount of work there. That's going to be a great start there for Carnage Gaming. It's also nice to see Ground getting a little bit more love this time around, especially after the update.
Absolutely. Ground has been something that a lot of the Clashers have been craving to see more of, specifically with the Hogs, with the Miners. But again, we have those super bowlers, and that's what I'm always keeping an eye on, because it is a very powerful strategy, and we're seeing some nice mixes coming with it. Actually, what I was really surprised to see today, honestly, which we haven't seen in quite some time, was the super witches in that first match.
Yep.
Not something that we get a lot of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, ground is definitely coming back around. I'm going to be excited to see what we have in store for our stats. But let's take a look at Anonymous now. He came in with the defense from the start for his team. Can he follow that up with a 3-star and really help support Carnage Gaming, trying to take down one of their biggest foes in MCES?
I find it quite funny as well. I feel like, B, you've been quite keen on the old ground approach as well. I think you're quite glad to see it back as well. Not a huge amount, but at least enough to be able to bring a bit more of a flair to the table in order to some of these wars as well. But yeah, we do love to see it. It's nice to see them get a bit more love along the way. But going into this second attack now for Carnage Gaming, Anonymous now just already coming in, swinging with these raid spells, and the Queen just pushing in to that western compartment to take down that scatter shot and the AD for later on. And we're actually going to see some Dragon Riders for the change. And don't get me wrong, we've seen a couple of Dragon Riders in some of these compositions, but definitely nowhere near the amount which we saw compared to the last plans or just before the patch.
No, definitely not, which I think is it's a breath of fresh air. And you're right,
Yeah.
I do actually love seeing more ground. I'm a hog attacker at heart. It's one of my favorite strategies. So I am happy to see more of this coming through. Now, Anonymous coming in with the Queen Charge Log Launcher Drag Rider. Now, this can actually be a somewhat risky strategy because you're typically leaving the Town Hall towards the very end of the base, and you need to ensure that your Queen survives. And oh my goodness, she does not. She gets knocked down from the damage coming in, including from the CC troops. And that means the Queen is not going to be available to take down the Town Hall. This is why it is a risky approach. So he now has to reformat where he's coming in from the Drag Riders, have to work through this Warden ability to get past the Town Hall, which means it's not going to be available to get through the scatter shot. And also, he would have come in from the Eagle, so now he's leaving that for the back end, which means it's going to continuously fire away. He does have the Royal Champion to bring in, albeit, and we're going to see if there's a big difference now in the adjustment to these Drag Riders. That it was lessened to 0.5 difference in tile space, so coming a little bit closer to those defenses, which means they take on a little bit more heat. And you can see it's not an easy one to have to recover, especially coming through the Town Hall.
Yeah, the fact that he was relying on the Queen to take down the Town Hall, his main composition took so much damage and it became so expensive for him in the long run to the longevity of things here. 65% though, but still trying to make the best of a bad situation here to try and get the best percentage possible. Of course, with 25 seconds left and with what's left, not going to happen. But so far for Carnage Gaming, their first step up here for MCS to now to be able to find an exploit in order to be able to bring it back in this war. And it's going to be a very low percentage as well, which of course MCS are going to be very happy with going into their third attack.
Yeah, MCS pulled in that 77% 2-star, I believe it was. So this is actually going to sit MCS now in the lead position. We're tied up on stars, but a small edge to MCES in percent.
I must say, I know it's only the second war today, but I've been very impressed with a lot of these teams' defenses. And even though a lot of these players have been trying to make a good recovery process, they have struggled in the long run, haven't they, time and time again. But the amount of baiting we've seen quite a lot of it so far. But it's definitely been impressive so far, hasn't it, B?
It has. And, you know, some of the changes that came with the update is really helping to shift the meta a little bit, but also help with some of the defenses. You know, streaming this week and seeing some of the wars that have gone on, we're actually seeing much lower star counts from some of the best teams around, even up to 12 stars, which is almost unheard of. Yeah. So let's see what Tryhard has in store now. He has the opportunity here to try and continue holding this lead if he picks up the 3-star. If he doesn't, he gives that small opening to Carnage Gaming. But Tryhard coming through with more. Queen Charge Drag Rider going with one of those old favorites for Town Hall 14.
Yeah, ever since I mentioned it, it's the fact that it's nice to have a little bit of a change. We haven't seen too many Dragon Rider compositions, or not really enough of them. We're going to get a Queen Charge Dragon Rider again, which is fine though. You know, you could say it's a little bit back to normality, but we're going to now be coming through to see what he's going to do with this Queen now, just going round at the corner on towards that 5 o'clock position to take out some of this compartment. The King does spawn on the south side as well to create that funnel. The raid spell comes out just to try and keep this Queen alive. She's just outside ready to spell at the moment, but it looks like we'll be able to recover just in time before the ability's being popped. So good job just keeping her alive, saving her ability for later on though, and of course making sure the King of course stays alive to 10 and the AD on the south side. So already a fair amount of value being taking place here from the heroes.
Yeah, and that blimp has that nice clear passage that was carved out by the Queen, who's in a beautiful position. That King's going to help force her along straight towards the center of the base. With the healers still going strong along with her, she has the potential to break through these walls, work through, help take out the core. But we're going to have to see what kind of traps are inside that damage zone. We often expect to see them there, which is why we typically try and eliminate that section for air attacks. But we're even seeing it help to deter things like some of the ground attacks, like P.E.K.K.A smashes that rely on having the healers alive through and through. But the Drag Rider's in a nice position. Warden with an early ability, keeping them safe and sound. And it's a good spot to be in because we still have the Royal Champion to come in, help cut the side, though she does have to get through this Tesla farm slightly. Let's see. They work on the outside edge, so he can push her forward, uses that freeze to hold off the scatter shot. Oh, here she is coming in, taking it down, which is exactly what he wants to see out of this.
And those Dragon Riders took a huge amount of damage from the Tesla farm and the AD on that northwestern side. A little bit of a blip there, but there's only so much you could have done there. But again, now just continue to create this path. The RC does come out still on that north side to take out what's left of that Tesla farm now, as it does the clean up beautifully there. 30 seconds left in order to get this triple, which won't be a problem at all for Tried Hard here for MCES. We'll get that triple, which they definitely needed in order to keep the pressure onto Carnage Gaming. But great stuff there from Triad, exactly what we expected from him.
Yeah, and this is going to keep MCES up just on edge in the lead, possibly. But let's see if Carnage Gaming can try and continue to hold strong. Now, we can still see how powerful these Drag Riders are. I know a lot of people were a little bit worried. They thought they were going to see a massive nerf coming through. But as you can see, with the power that still had, especially with the Queen ability towards the end, the Royal Champ still up, it's still surviving alive and well. Now, Diz coming through also. Look at this. They're taking advantage of these Drag Riders. I would have thought we'd see more ground from this matchup, but that is not the case. So again, we have the Queen starting off on the outskirts here. Now, we're bringing in the Stone Slammer to help cut across, help direct the pathing. So we're going to force the Queen in to take on this Town Hall and continue the momentum moving forward. We do have 2 additional wall breaks to just help clean up and force this along. The King can also be used to help navigate the pathing of the Queen, or depending on what side he comes in from, if there's a lot of additional structures along the outside, especially defenses, you can also use your King to help clear the path for those Drag Riders. But in this case, forcing this Queen along and trying to take on some big value by working into that scatter shot compartment, and this should hopefully alleviate some of the pressure for the Queen, who is struggling a bit, but the healers are out of the poison bomb and in the rage, which is the most important thing.
It's typical though, isn't it? As soon as we have a nice little discussion about the Dragon Riders, haven't really seen too much of them. It's like we're getting it back to back now. But you're right though, it just shows that they're still quite strong and still a very useful composition to use here. Sorry, the Stone Slammer now does come out from the 9 o'clock side, already just making sure to tank all this damage to help the Dragon Riders and the Warden to push on forward. But that's been swept back just a tad, but of course with the movement speed, it will be able to get back in front, especially with the positioning going straight towards that Eagle Artillery. But the sweeper is just delaying things further, just being a little bit of a nuisance here, but we'll take it down eventually here. The Dragon Riders also having to deal with the same pain in the backside of that sweeper. But so far so good. They're still just continue to take out the structures on the outside, but it's those 2 Inferno Towers and the AD he seriously needs to worry about later on.
Yeah, that scatter shot on the back end is very hurtful, but the Queen in a good position here, actually taking down the defending AQ helps out quite a bit, taking on a lot of damage, but he does have this additional rage left over with these type of attacks. These rages are typically intended for the Queen charge. She is a massive portion of your raid. Drag Riders are holding on strong on this one. We do not have the Royal Champ to help on the back end, but he's got a ton of power left over here from these Drag Riders. We just need this Queen to kind of backtrack and hurry up, because these minions, they're not going to get it done as they get completely wiped out there. But the Queen, stubborn, on her way, working through to the back end of the base. So it is going to have to be these Drag Riders that cut across, and those air bombs are not going to stop it. So Diz coming in, grabbing the 3-star and trying to hold head-to-head against MCES on star count, and just a couple of % behind.
Looking very good so far for Carnage Game and continue to add pressure now back onto MCS. It's going to be a tough war to tell between the two. And, you know, we're talking about Queen Charge Dragon Riders quite a lot here. You know, we're saying we haven't really seen it barely much so far the last two wars. Now suddenly we're seeing it back to back, which is just absolutely typical. But do you still think it's a very strong, viable option here?
I do. You know, despite some of the minor adjustments and balance changes that they had with this update, I still think that, as you can see here, they are very viable. To have, I think, about 3 drag riders left on that raid really does show that. And even with the previous attack, where we saw the heroes, the Royal Champion, the Queen, with some abilities and spells left over to the very end, that shows the power that it still does have. You can't make the huge flub ups. You know, if you miss a Town Hall, it's going to be a lot harder if you have to throw those drag riders in. But, you know, if your Queen missteps, if anything goes a little bit awry, you can still get it through. So it is powerful still.
All right, let's see now what Remio can now bring to the table here in this next attack. Still looking good so far. MCES are ahead by 1%. But still, I'm sure they want to add even more pressure here to Carnage Gaming towards the majority of this war, or to the remaining last couple of attacks here. So Ready just making a start on that southern side, just using those loons to try and find anything along the way. The RC still doing a fair amount of work in terms of the damage on the defense here. And this is already a good start here for Remio so far.
Yeah, so nice Zapquake value here. Taking on the outlying edges for the Town Hall, we have one of the scatter shots eliminated. The Royal Champ is getting some insane value out of this. Can she get that air defense? Yes, with the Seeking Shield, she launches straight through it. And, I mean, there's not a lot of base left over. We're just cutting straight through the center of the base because we still have the King and the Queen to pick off this Town Hall compartment. You can already see that it's shaped up for the funnel. The pathing is set. Little bit of meat there that's going to open up the passage into the Town Hall compartment. But did we not get the wall break coming in? Did the wall break? Did the wall breaker get flipped? It is not there. I mean, this means the Yak, the King, have to bully their way through. It's a good thing that he brought this Ice Golem to do some tanking. Takes a little bit more time, but still will get the same result. And this really shows the importance of getting a proper funnel, so you can ensure, even if you miss your wall breaks, you can get right in there regardless. Now heading straight for that Town Hall. Queen slightly distracted by the defending CC, but we do drop the invisibility spell, giving her a little bit more power because the Ice Golem had to be wasted slightly from that start.
So it was indeed. You could say, you know, did delay things by 5 to 7 seconds, still had to take a little bit of damage in the process before being able to go into that north compartment, but he got it in the end, which is the main thing, of course. Now, with all the loons coming out here and the Stone Slammer coming out from the 2 o'clock side, including that Lava Hand as well, let's see what he can do in order to try and get this triple if he can. Already looking good so far in the beginning for Remio. Already now, Stone Slammer has been taken down. We'll find a bunch of loons coming out here just to add insult to injury here. And look at this so far. Barely any defense left. 40 seconds left. Pretty much just the Wizard Tower and the AD in the center. And that's going to be about it. And look how much is left so far. Be a huge amount of loons, just making sure to split up nicely to finish off the rest of these structures. And that is going to be done and dusted, as Remio will get another triple for MCES.
You know, Remio kind of breaks the rules with a lot of things, and this was just creative pathing for the Lalo, coming in from different sides, a scatter shot on one and the main push of the Lalo on one side, but gutting everything from the opposite ends. And, you know, this is not your typical Lalo pathing. Typically, if you're talking about shaping up a base, it's a little bit more clear and concise where you're going with. We're seeing L shapes and U shapes, but this is more of that kind of like V shape coming in, and again, spreading it out from either side. But Remio is just a seasoned Lalo attacker and always comes with some of the most powerful and insane strategies. I mean, he's the one that loves to come in with the Bat Lalo, which we don't actually get to see very often because it's really not for the faint of heart. So not surprising to see Remio coming in with that 3-star.
Yeah, those Bat Lalo attacks. I remember seeing a lot of them on the North American side of the ESL mobile channel. So I used to see it at least a couple of times in each war, and it was I find it quite strange, but we never saw it in this region in comparison. But I always find it quite interesting to see exactly what shenanigans they normally get up to here. But let's see what happens now for Stiglitz. He'll be attacking here for Carnage Game. And I did interview him recently, and he's feeling quite confident with how we're going to try and progress in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Definitely full of confidence to try and make sure they make a statement here, and we're going to see what he can bring to the table in this fourth attack for Carnage Gaming. Needs to be a triple in order to continue putting pressure onto MCES, just due to the fact that even if they do get a triple, they will be still behind by that 1%.
I mean, pressure is on here. It is surmounting, and the 3-star they need to get. That was a great way to start this off with the Yeti Blimp. You notice that he brings in the Rage, and that is because we have surrounding heroes there. So to ensure that he gets the full value, and also, you know, we're getting that double duty of getting the Clan Castler, you just invest that additional spell to come in with it. And this is shaping up a beautiful path for the Queen to walk along, work her way up towards the Town Hall compartment. Oh, but the baby dragon did not clear that gold storage down enough. Okay, so she's going to work down towards the Eagle. We still have the King. We don't want the Hogs having to run through the Town Hall. This is maybe not necessarily to the plan I assume he was going in with. So let's see how he renavigates. We do have the Ice Golem tanking for the Queen here, and we've got the Royal Champion King coming in to pick off this Town Hall.
Yeah, the King and RC is coming out straight away on that 10 o'clock sign, and RC doing a fair amount of work. He will find one of the Teslas, not just... Oh, he will find the actual Tesla farm potentially as he goes on pushing forward a little bit more. But still, the RC has already taken a lot of damage here with the King that's now creeping up, and will be able to actually tank further damage for the RC just to not pop the ability but keep it alive, but it's going to be popped anyway, and already just continuing to make that path worthwhile. And the King will pop his ability now, going straight for that Town Hall, like you rightly mentioned here, B, and will be taken down momentarily, but has to deal with a lot of strengths here, especially from the side of Kingsman. But will he be able to take it out? He has to deal with quite a lot, heavily distracted, and the King does get taken down, which means now Johnny uses Hog Riders and another spell to try and clean up this Town Hall beat. It's been a bit of a struggle here for Stiglitz, but he does take down the Town Hall though in the meantime.
That really does hurt Hugo, but a nice recovery. That spell investment is going to hurt the rest of the Hogs here. I will say at least the Queen was able to take down the Eagle Artillery, and these Hogs are doing the best that they can to get through. Final heal coming down, but they still have to work against the defending BKs of the Headhunters, rock their way through to try and distract, try and get it taken down. There's just a little bit too much spread with the defenses, but can he continue to carry on and get this one done? Oh, I'm just seeing the multi now, so no, there is not going to be enough steam for this one. A great recovery, especially with those ground expos that never went down in the Town Hall compartment. A nice recovery on the 2-star here again, but that is definitely what Carnage Gaming did not need at this point.
Yeah, that could have been 70-75%. That was a little bit of a shame there because they needed that 3-star. MCS, if they get a triple in their last attack, that's going to be pretty much done and over for Carnage Gaming. MCS will be able to bag their first victory. But what do you think held back Hugo from getting that triple at the very beginning?
The Queen walking, definitely. The Queen went on the wrong path. That baby dragon did not take down the gold storage quick enough. Had it, the Queen would have re-diverted her way up towards a Town Hall. He needed that investment going in with the Ice Golem. The pathing really is what hurt this one, and it was a good adjustment. Typically, if we're bringing Hogs, we want that Royal Champ to come in with the Hogs to help with any of the heroes and just force things along. But she wasn't able to actually really navigate the pathing as much as he wanted for the King. The King got too distracted to take down the Town Hall, but even so, it still would have been a tough go. But let's see what Synthé has coming in. Oh, this is tough because Hugo Stiglitz comes off of that with the Hogs, and now comes up the Hog Master himself, Synthé, trying to get one in. And we get the start off here. We get the blimp to help clear out some of the passage. Again, we are seeing these ring-style bases that MCES is pretty accustomed to going up against and beat it early on. We'll see if Carnage Gaming maybe thought of any ways to trip them up here, especially because it's Hugo Stiglitz who wants the big defense now.
Yeah, look at this. 39 Hog Riders. 3 healing spells as well. Those placements in terms of those spells are going to be very important here for Synthé here to see if it can keep this Hog Riders alive as it can push towards into the center. Already have to take a huge amount of damage along the way, but as you can see as well from the left hand side, the Queen's is making a push in towards the center as well, trying to make it in perfect coordination here in order to try and set some of this DPS away from these Hog Riders. But now push it into the center, and look how much damage there is across the board in the center, and the placement of that rage spell is absolutely vital here for Sinfei, just doing such a huge amount of work in order to make this push as successful as possible, which he has done, but still hasn't got a huge amount of left, so he's got to be very careful with what he wants to do for the remainder of this attack.
This is a daring feat, and I got to see what came out of this blimp, because this is a tough go when you're forcing those hogs through the town hall there. You can see how quickly they die out. They got a huge amount of value, and we do have the heroes for support on the outskirts. Eliminating that entire core with the hogs, still great investment. A risky move there because it doesn't often pay off. The warden ability obviously helps carry that along and through. Queen still alive with the unicorn, working with her. And the ground warden, the grand warden coming in for the assist. He is going to be able to 3-star this, getting those hogs through. This is absolutely spectacular. And, don't try this at home. This is something only Synthé can do. And swag, a freeze to boot. Absolutely incredible. And we'll get to see the quick pop-up of what was actually in the CC. We had the Yetis coming out. Insane to force hogs through. I talk about this a lot, where we see hybrids and we see hog attacks, and typically we want to take out the town hall, and that's why, because you don't want to worry about the risk of losing them all. But Synthé really knowing how to masterfully keep them through and get as much value as needed.
He's one of very few players. He's very good with organised chaos, isn't he? Because it was very chaotic into the centre. He did have great placement with that rage spell and the healing spells going into the centre, then going towards the south side. It just looked brilliant overall. But what makes Synthé so good with Hog Riders, B?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Or is it something just he knows and no one else?
He is just the hog master. He is notorious for this. But beautiful push, and you had noticed the quake as well that activated the town hall, so that went exactly to plan for him. But let's see. We've got Zebra coming in with more hogs. This is exactly what I'm hoping to see. A little bit of a zap quake start off here to start navigating the path for the hero push, but we've got the hogs, and we've got the new upgraded level of golem and some ice golems with the log launcher. So huge, long, straight line dive through the base. I'm curious to see how this pathing is going to set up and where he is indeed going to place the hogs, since he is bringing the log launcher in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm very excited to see how he's going to try and execute this push. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be a lot of micro intensive in terms of how he wants to try and go about this setup, but I'm very excited to see exactly how he's going to go about it anyway. Nonetheless, already doing a lot of damage with that log launcher, just trying to make that nice funnel in for him. But Zebra now, he needs to try and make this work if he can, even though they're already out just due to the fact that due to star count, but at least they'll have a little bit of pride on their back foot if they manage to get the 13 stars in this war, which is still a remarkable feat here, especially against the likes of MCES, because they've had some great base builds and some great defenses here in this war alone. But already using that king now to push on towards the left-hand side compartment, taking down that scatter shot and soon to be the rest of it. But already see the defensive king also coming in to say hello as well. But now the ability will be coming out to make sure to do the damage here in that west compartment. And here come the Hog Riders here, be from that 10 and 11 o'clock side with the warden.
Yeah, coming straight for that town hall. That was actually a nice Yeti that worked its way into the core, helping to take on some of the Teslas. We even have an Ice Golem and Yeti to follow. That's hogging up the Unicorn. That's going to help out quite a bit. Again, hogs coming through for the town hall. Freezes up the Giga Inferno just to give them some more fighting power, warden ability to help get them through the poison here. And we do have a heal to come out of, especially because we're coming on a splash damage item with a Wizard Tower that is actually being tanked for. But this is going to help keep them nice and alive and healthy as they work their way through into the last remaining splash area with the scatter shot and back end Wizard Tower. This Royal Champ is definitely helping rock this along as the Hogs pick off some of the remaining defenses. This is looking like a nice way to finish off the day for Carnage Gaming, except a little bit more massacre from the scatter shot. I think I just spoke a little bit too soon. I thought those hogs got in a good radius in time.
Yeah, it was looking good at one stage, but finally the RC does get taken down, keeping that scatter shot alive, and that's going to be about it. But even if he did take it down, the cannon and the Wizard Tower would have finished it off momentarily anyway by any means. So even though it's not going to be a triple, doesn't matter. Even with that triple, wouldn't have made any difference to the scoreline at all, as MCES will be coming out not just by 1 star, but 2 stars in this war against Carnage Gaming. But commiseration to Carnage Gaming, they did look very good from the get-go. MCS had a little bit of a struggle in terms of how they're performing in the very start of this war, but managed to turn things around towards the later stages here. Pretty similar to what we saw from Time to Throw in their first war as well. So there we have it, winning 14-12 here against Carnage Gaming and having that 6.6% difference in comparison. But good start from Carnage Gaming, but MCS showing why they are the reigning champions of the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Absolutely. And, you know, it was great composure that MCES kept along, even after that tough bait situation, not getting the start that they would have liked to have seen. They really turned this war around very quickly. But I got to give huge kudos to Carnage Gaming for being able to hold up this strong today. A couple of tweaks, and we're going to see them with a phenomenal performance this season, but they are definitely already off to a good start. Can I just say one thing, though? I cannot believe Synthé. I cannot believe Synthé chose that attack, that hog attack straight into the core to the town hall as the final hit that really could have been a make or break situation. That is how crazy Synthé is.
The guy just loves risks, doesn't he? Like, literally just put it that way. But do you know what? It's during that challenge season now. He can afford to take risks somehow, some way. But, you know, at least the risk paid off nonetheless. And I'm not surprised he still managed to get a triple bend. But we are going to go to a quick short break. But if you are just joining us, don't you worry. You've only missed 2 wars. Still got 5 more matches left to go, with the next one being Robotic Gaming versus Bad Sing, and they'll be back for a second time now in order to try and get their first win. So don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We are just 2 matches underway and some incredible action, but we've got plenty more to come. I'm Lady B, and I'm joined back by Judo Sloth. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Lady B. An exciting match you just had for sure. Some of those attacks, particularly that mass hog rider by Sinthe, was certainly exciting. But we have Bad Zinger returning for the next one up against Reported Gaming, who did sneak in the second planes. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can capitalize on the, I would say, a rough performance by Bad Zinger, even though they got the win in the first matchup.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see that turnout of wars, but those 2 teams actually have quite a history together, so maybe not so surprising because they can predict what to expect from one another, similar to what we just saw with Carnage versus MCES. So with Reported Gaming and Bad Zinger, this leaves a little bit of opening for the teams to actually try and defend against each other, work on some new strategies, but RPG is a team that is definitely underrated, and I suspect we're going to see them shining. I just saw them in a matchup yesterday for a silver ticket, potentially, and they took down ATN, so Bad Zinger better beware.
They certainly should, and I feel like RPG are one of those teams that we have actually seen grow throughout the ESL Mobile Open. Last season, we've seen them slowly getting better throughout the tournament, and then this season, we've seen them qualify via the second planes. Maybe they are just one of those teams that are slowly building up, and that can be dangerous actually, because when you are on the top, such as with ATN as you mentioned, there's only one way to go. You're either maintaining the top or you're going down. Whereas if you're slowly climbing the ranks and you're constantly trajecting up over, that's a tough team to go up against.
It definitely is. And, you know, we have a team like Bad Zinger as well, where we've seen them also slowly kind of climbing up the ranks. A couple of hit or miss moments here and there, but they are a gold ticket winner. So, you know, there's a lot of potential in this team for the Mobile Challenge. I think we're going to see a lot of great work, but it is going to be interesting because, you know, this RPG team, part of the Inquisition family, so a German team mostly, which we know the German players just are renowned in the Clash of Clans world. They tend to be some of the best players around, and they might actually be one of the best German teams at this point so far, dare I say.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Because you look down, let's say, the German community, and even the, I don't know, 4th or 5th best team in Germany could be one of the best in Europe. That's how deeply experienced that country's, you know, player base is. So it always, you know, it's always going to be a good performance when you see a German team, particularly once they rise to this level, because we can say time and time again, there's so many teams that you might think would have made it into the challenge, but they just didn't even get through planes. That's the fierce competition we have. And I haven't had the privilege that you have of watching RPG in a matchup, and I'm always interested as to how the teams adapt after an update hits. And obviously, it's still relatively early days since we've had a lot of big changes to the meta.
It is. The one thing that we are definitely taking note of is the defense is coming through. I think we're seeing a lot more, typically seeing some more lower star counts, though MCES seems to just dodge that, throwing in the 14-star war. I'm curious to see what Bad Zinger is going to bring defensively in this matchup, though. You know, these are 2 teams that maybe don't face each other quite as much as we see on certain fronts with some of the other teams. So this gives that opportunity that we would want to see more defenses coming along and, you know, just more unexpected attacks, unexpected approaches coming through. But the one thing I do want to say about Bad Zinger is we've seen a couple of changes, shifts in their lineup, and I think this is a really promising lineup that we do have for them to try and work their way up the ranks. But we do have a couple of splits where, you know, you have some players from this team that played with some players from other teams. So there's going to be a lot of really cool components going in this season.
Oh, absolutely. Particularly because you've raised the defensive side of things already a couple of times, and having players that play across multiple teams, will they be sharing secrets of this player likes to do this? And it really just builds up to an exciting matchup. But thinking back to when we did see Bad Singer win that golden ticket, I think they did use quite a few Dragon Rider attacks, whether it was Queen Charge Dragon Riders, they had their own customized army that they just showcased to the world in the qualifiers with the Sneaky Goblins for the Town Hall, then the Hero Dive with the Log Launcher, moving into the Dragon Riders and the Bats. So maybe the update has actually hit them harder than some of the other teams, whereas, MCES, they were forcing Hog Riders prior to the update, so it's not surprising to see them crushing bases and getting the 14 stars in this new meta.
Yeah, I think if they start coming in with some more ground, it might put them in a better position. And you mentioned the Sneaky Goblins for the Town Hall. That's actually something that we've seen Timtastic do quite a few times over. I believe even last season, he's probably one of my favorite attackers coming in for that, because he was doing it when almost nobody else was, bringing in those Sneaky Goblins to help take down the Town Hall, coming in with just really creative approaches at going about a base. So if Badsinger can actually equate that into the ground meta, maybe switching up some of their plans, it could work in their favor. And I'm surprised we're not seeing as many Super Bowlers in the mix today. A handful. But maybe they'll take to that.
Yeah, particularly when you look at the attack by Fabian, wasn't it, of Carnage in the last war? He seemed to take down that base so easily, and the bowlers were just bouncing from one compartment to the next, and even helping to take down the non-defensive buildings on the outside of the base. So they really were shredding things. It's interesting that maybe the teams just haven't found the right mix with them yet. And I personally struggled a little bit with them, I have to say. I only really used them with the Smash style attack. So I'm most intrigued as to whether we'll see something totally different, not just using them alongside a P.E.K.K.A. Smash style attack, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I played around with, and I actually enjoy it bringing in with the Ice Golems. You can get a lot of value out of it, especially if you're bringing in your King to do a lot of the tank work, just keeping things nice and concise. But they have so much power, and, I found that to be an easier approach to use as compared to a lot of other strategies in the current meta, because I can't say I'm an air attacker. So that is what I would hope to see coming in a little bit more. But it's not going to be the case here for Klinga. He's coming in with those drag riders. I feel this is a safety net for many players right now. But I don't know, Judo, do you think it's lost a lot of steam?
I think particularly the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, I thought was going to be hit a lot harder than, let's say, the Hydra, where you still have the dragons. But early on here, the Archer Queen ability being used, this could definitely be a difficult one, because I mean, with the nerf to the Dragon Riders, the last thing you want is less value from your Queen Charge, because those Dragon Riders would certainly struggle.
They definitely would. Now, the one saving grace for her is that the Blimp is going for the Town Hall to take that down, but which means she doesn't have to worry about the Poison Bomb and that extra damage, but we still have a lot coming through, and she has to work her way through that defending BK. So it is a good point that we don't want to lose this Queen. He's got the Rages to invest to try and keep her alive, raging up those healers, but needs to keep the focus moving along. And that Coco Loon sailing in is actually really helping to quickly take down those traps and speed it up, but did not pick up the traps along the way right in line of those healers. But this Queen is still in a good position. We might see a little bit of die out here depending on what's left over as far as traps go if the healers get obliterated.
Yeah, we did see 2 red air bombs go off, so hopefully even if the healers get hit, they shouldn't get taken out as such. The King has already got the Eagle Artillery, so that should mitigate that area. You can see the nice pathing for the Dragon Riders actually behind the Sweeper. Not that it's going to matter because the Queen is just about taking that out. But look at the beautiful spell placement there alongside the Invisibility and the Rage to just about keep the Queen alive. And a nice warding ability means the Dragon Riders so far are pretty well protected.
A great spell investment to keep her working through. Dragon Rider still rocking up strong here. So despite an early ability, this has so much much power left over, freezing up that single targeting Inferno as the Royal Champion makes her approach, launches that Seeking Shield, and all of the consequential defenses are all but down here with a beautiful spread of cleanup. And you notice that Yak still up on the board helping out here as well. It's really, I think this answered our question, Judo. This is still a pretty powerful strategy here.
Certainly going to be one that is still prominent within the meta, isn't it? You see the power, the troops left over, a really well executed attack despite losing that queen ability early, did not panic one bit and really kept on top of things with picture perfect spell placement, as we said. Very nicely done, and the start that, judging from our conversations prior to this matchup, you were expecting.
Yeah, this is, I really see a lot of potential still with these drag riders. We see a lot of power. The only issue is, as we saw earlier on, if you don't get the town hall down, if you really have to invest those drag riders to go in, that's where you're going to see your biggest flub ups. And, you know, you can't recover from that. But if you have small mishaps like the Forced Queen ability early, it's not going to mess things up for you. You can still get that 3-star. Now let's see what Juan has. Knowing that the pressure is on to perform, trying to catch up to RPG from a fabulous start with the 3-star and coming through with the super P.E.K.K.A. smash. Now we use the Warden to lead the way, start clearing out the pathing, start funneling up and taking on some big flank value here. Now we've got the air defense we want to worry about. We've got that multi-targeting Inferno as well, because we don't want those healers to get knocked off by them, but we're going to set a path leading towards a town hall, and we can kind of like edge it because he's bringing in the siege barracks, so that actually would be used along the outside edge of the base, get some additional force hogs out of it possibly, and just really push forward so we can get some great value from the P.E.K.K.A.s, from the super wizards taking down that town hall, even the queen who can reach.
Yeah, great start to this attack, you have to say. Keeping his cool when the Warden ability was certainly going a little bit lower down, shall we say, but nicely uses the Queen. The Ice Golem walks in the wrong direction, unfortunately, so the top Ice Golem is going to be wasted. I mean, it did tank a couple of shots, I guess, but not what Juan wanted for this one. Has the siege barracks actually to dive in towards that bottom compartment, which is an interesting play. We mentioned that we used to see the King and the Yak, but actually having the wizards behind the P.E.K.K.A. might help in any skeleton traps, but I'd like to question whether that was better using the siege barracks or the King. It's difficult to say. Royal Champion is in there though, and the P.E.K.K.A. are moving on through to the center of the base.
I think what's going to be nice about the siege barracks placement here and forcing that King along is you can see the pathing of the Hogs heading straight forward, helping that Royal Champion, and we'd ideally like to see them take out that single targeting at Inferno. They already have the focus, and the King provides a lot of power to force his way through, even tanking here for the back end scatter. This is a lovely push, but we still need to get that town hall down, and the Queen is a bit landlocked. I don't know what she's doing. She needs to take that jump, work her way over, and get in. Oh, he lost so much steam with that Queen not connecting and keeping this moving along.
Oh, she's on the lava pups now as well. The
goodness.
unicorn goes down. She finally takes the jump and should just have enough help to take the town hall. I've got to say, I will be interested to look back on this, because sending the King in with the rest of the troops, I don't surmise that was actually what he wanted to do, because the King can easily steal the healers, can't he? So it's a risky play, that, but it was working out nicely. He just lost a little bit of damage towards the back end.
Yeah, the Queen hanging up too didn't help matters, just lost a little bit of its full momentum once it worked through into that core of the base. The pace lost. Again, the Hogs were a nice addition, really helping to ease some pressure, but definitely not where Juan wants to be. Looks like he might pick up a little bit more percentage here. We do have the minion on that north side of the base for the army camp. Nothing to take it down, so we'll be hitting around the 70% mark. And that's going to be a tough go from what we are typically seeing from RPG these days.
Starting out the way that they did as well, it puts them so far in the lead. I don't want to say a repeat of the first matchup, although it kind of is the opening like that, if you will. Badzinga still getting the victory there, but as you've mentioned, Following the update, you've seen RPG with some brilliant performances, and this is the first time I've seen them following the update, but to do what they did in that first attack, I'd say they are on a great road here. Can they hold it out for the war, though? Badzinger, we know how good they are. Getting off to a rough start is not the end of the world, but it's certainly not what one wanted. That's 2 unfortunate attacks for him today now.
Yeah, so it's tough when you're in this position because starting off a war with a low percent means a team really needs to come through. They need to find a way to kick in the motivation to not feel like they're going to be swamped from the start, especially knowing they're not only the 1-star down, but they have that percentage gap to worry about. But again, I'd like to think that Badzinger has some really strong base builds that they bring along. We'll have to see if it works for them. They were able to really turn around war in their favor in the first matchup. So there is a potential for them to do this again. And Andy, wow, coming in with more drag rider action. They have not taken to ground yet here. They are definitely embracing what they've known and loved for so long, and still are showing what they can do to make it work. Now the queen charging her way through to pick up this eagle. Really nice value the way he shaped this up with the blimp, getting the queen into a great path to move along. And we have an additional wall break to force that king inside towards that multi-compartment and can jump the queen into the center of the space now.
Very nicely done there, actually. I hope he didn't want the... Oh, yeah, he's got the jump. I was going to say, I hope he didn't want the wall break actually to allow the queen out, but of course he wants the queen into the center. It actually paid off beautifully that the wall break went down when it did, because it actually forces the king towards that multi. The wall break went towards the archer tower, so it worked out beautifully for him. If the king gets that multi-target inferno, there's actually not too much damage for the queen until she gets past these middle buildings and starts hitting the expos. So she should be able to clear this area relatively easily, Lady B.
Absolutely, and still has 2 rages to invest. So as the focus of that scatter shot redirecting on the queen, along with that ground bow, she's got every bit of ability that she needs, trying to hold on to her ability as long as she can, particularly because we have to come and deal with the CC troops. But this rage perfectly timed allows her to get back to full health, get through the CC, and reserve it as she pushes along towards the back end where she'll meet more ground bows. But these drag riders already underway. Warden with that ability that we'll want to see coming through and clipping just a little bit deeper towards his base, but we got to get to that town hall, so he's going to hold on to that for quite some time. This is a risky move here, Judo.
Yeah, he was holding on to it as long as possible, wasn't he? Just until those Dragon Riders started to split. But it's paid off, actually, because you see the air bombs in the center of the base there that he was able to tank. Dragon Riders surround that town hall, and it doesn't matter if they go down once they've helped to take down the defenses, because there's not a lot of DPS on the back end of the base now. But actually, they dodged the poison beautifully. RPG showing you exactly why the Dragon Riders might have had a nerf, but in the right hands, they will still pull you in those 3 stars. 2 convincing attacks now, and a very good advantage for them.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful play there. That's like a Synthé move, but with drag riders taking one of the riskier sides of things. But considering how much value he got from the king and queen on that one portion of the base, what the drag riders had to contend with the support of the royal champion, that does make it a little bit less risky to have to force through into the town hall at the very end.
Yeah, I personally like to see that line of headhunters. He deployed them one after another, and they just ran in a straight line, single file towards the royal champion. It looked brilliant as they took her down, but Rakirez is one of those players that could spin things around for Badzinger. He does like the Lava Loon attack, and you notice the Ice Hound mixed in here as well. So obviously seeing that he could potentially get good freeze value around one of those air defense. Looks probably down towards the south, I would guess, with the Eagle, the Queen, and the Scatter Shot. Let's see what he has in store as we have rocket balloons and super minions coming out of that clan castle. Should be able to deal with that pretty easily. Let's dive in towards that town hall, and I like the royal champion just flanking on this right-hand side as well.
Yeah, really offering some great support here, especially with the invisibility spell to cut her as far through. Can she get to the scatter shot? We have the Tesla farm that's actually going to pull her to the outskirts. So a bit unfortunate that we're not going to see that full connection coming in, but this queen actually really needs to make a hustle and get to the town hall. Burns through the ability, a lot of stall ups here, and the scatter shot finally doing her in, which means Rakira's now needs to adjust, coming straight in for the town hall with the loons. Oh, we got the blimp. We've got the blimp.
Yeah, looks like he's just going to try and blimp through, but he definitely wanted that town hall, didn't he? So this is not as he intended. The queen obviously getting hit by those giant bombs didn't help, but you see, should be able to get pretty good value through the base here initially. And he's used the warning ability. I thought he might have sent the blimp right through, but he's just going to dive it into the town hall at the top.
And coming in from that north side, that haste is actually perfect, especially with the ability to get the loon safely into the scatter shot zone. We do get the town hall secured, and oh my goodness. I mean, this didn't go as planned, but he has really worked this through as best as he possibly can. Unfortunate that the battle builder is able to bring that scatter shot back to full life. I don't know, Judo. And Poison's not going to get these loons through. And they don't have a lot of life left with all that splash coming down at them.
Oh, I bet he wishes he had a different spell in place, because if he did, I think he probably could have got it, arguably. If he had a haste or a freeze there, he might have been able to sneak it. But the scatter shot, like you said, was so low in health. I think... yeah, I just heard what you said, and yeah, I agree. It could certainly happen. What is going on?
Now, the king is trying to distract the #1 air defense of the game, trying to do this in, but Judo, it is not going to be enough to keep... Is it going to keep Rakiras from getting this done? That battle builder will not edge back. He will not go down. But the warden coming in with the final blow, and Rakiras able to pick up the 3-star despite a massive turnaround in that raid.
What a roller coaster of events. I thought it was typical me and you. We had said it was fine, and then a black bomb pops, and that's it. We've jinxed it, but no, just about held through. You've got to give it to Rakiras, because being able to adapt the way that he did there, and we talk about it a lot, but really there's only so much you can do with the lava loon when the splash damage is still there. And being able to surgically deploy the balloons to, you know, clump around the remaining splash and allow you towards the back end and at least have a hope of that 3 stars. Wow. It's one thing I certainly couldn't do, put it that way.
Oh, definitely not. I don't think many people can do that. So beautiful job there by Rakiras, saving that one. It's not enough to get them up to where RPG is right now after they've gone 2 for 2, but it does keep them in the mix here slightly if they can hold some defenses. Now, Timtastic coming in. I see the Sneaky Goblins. It is not going to be the Sneaky Goblin that I'm expecting to see, but we do have some Blizz Lalo action, and oh my goodness. Coming in with a nice deep dive, looking to pick off this Eagle Artillery, get a little bit more inside the base, and gets a full CC lure out of this. So we want to clear out the core as much as possible, get that CC lure, and start shaping up what we need for the heroes to work their way through and lessen the path for the Lalo portion.
Always amazes me. They get that much value. Wow. I mean, he just ripped apart that base there. Even getting, I mean, the multi-target Inferno in the middle is getting healed back up, but he got such good damage onto it as well. You now see that the pathing for the heroes is just perfect, isn't it? Whenever you use a blizzard, you can then easily send the heroes either side. Now, the king took a lot of damage there whilst the royal champion was dealing with the lava pups, so hopefully they can sync back up here. He's got the wall break already there for the town hall. He wants the king in front of the queen a little bit here, just so he's got enough to get to that town hall. I'm not sure. It's difficult to call right now, Lady B.
It is, but the Yak actually providing a lot of tank here for the Royal Champion, and It looks like is she going to have enough to take on this multi? Queen struggling, but has the invisibility spell and her ability. The multi hanging on by a thread. That pesky builder keeping hope alive. But the main thing is ensuring that this town hall goes down. The tornado trap, not enough to hold this off. So he has mostly a clear path. And the one thing that was nice about that blizzard is look at how much damage the Queen took on. Enough so that maybe we can get a cheeky pop in from the pups, minions, or the Electro Owl. But the Headhunters come in. They've got easy work to get through this now.
Yeah, she will go down momentarily. Look at that multi-inferno getting healed back up. The bane of Timtastic's life. But he's actually circling this base very well with the Lalo, keeping it out of range of that multi-target inferno. Right as I said that, they do move into range of it. But I think he's got more than enough balloons that he might be able to just push through here, end on the multi, and take it down, because there's not a huge amount left, and he's still got a lot of balloons, but they are getting low in hit points, it looks like. One balloon across to that single is helpful. Can he get through towards that multi? The air sweeper pushing those loons back, so the warden has to come in and take it down. Has he got it? 20 seconds.
That warden doing everything that he needs to, but the loons are not able to survive. That multi still stands. Oh, that pesky builder is coming back around, but this Electro Owl is still not going to be quite enough, Judo. We're talking about just a thread of health that continues to get left over for that.
3 times that multi-target inferno had 1 HP, and it kept getting healed back up. What can you even do as an attacker? I mean, it could have went so differently, couldn't it? And the thing is, when he used the invisibility, he had to use that with the Queen for the town hall. But maybe if he could have invested a freeze or something for that royal champion to get it in the first place, it would have paid off. But just too much to focus on all of the different heroes. When it was questionable with the Queen in the town hall, he had to keep his focus on the Queen to make sure he got that down.
Yeah, it's those judgment calls that are always tough, but still a beautiful performance there. It is going to keep RPG on the up and up, even if we see Badzinger come in with a 3-star, because that was beautiful percent there. Now Avatar with the opportunity at least to try and tie up in star count, which gives them that small chance to try and move forward and lead a victory if they possibly can. That's the first defense they're able to see, but they do need to follow up strong here. We do have the King working along to pick off the scattershot compartment, forcing the Queen inside for the town hall, and really nice value out of this Yeti to keep that Queen pathing through.
Yeah, I need to focus on the attack. I'm trying to scan the base to see if I can find any max level wall. Mech obviously enjoys those blue walls. I can't see a single jungle themed wall. But anyways, Hero Dive is working out pretty nicely. You see the tornado trap popped right next to the town hall. Always good to get that down when you are doing a lava balloon, because it could really spin your balloons into a dangerous position if the splash damages. I actually like that the King is behind the town hall trying to take some of that damage for the Queen. He's taking out this area very, very nicely so far.
Yeah, that was really great value coming in from the King, giving the Queen just a little bit more opportunity to take care of some cleanup. Obviously, dying through the poison bomb, but Lalo pathing is looking superb. We even bring in the blimp to cut through into the core of the base. We want to get that deep dive in where the multi stands so we can eliminate, absorb some of those traps, and take down the pesky center multis that we saw that can really hold. But they don't get over.
Oh, there's a Dragon Rider.
Oh, there we go. So coming in, you see those traps absorb, but we've got the Warden ability that keeps these loons going, and in a perfect spot too as they make the approach into the scatter shot.
Yeah, it's working out beautifully, isn't it? I definitely prejudged that one. I thought the balloons were going in the wrong direction, but of course he has a Dragon Rider to help out. However, the multi at the bottom is being more of a pain right now. He puts the haste in to try and push to it. He's got to get that down fast. Balloons take it out. The Queen is also there. Balloons have not took it out yet. What are they doing? There it goes. Okay. Wow, end-to-end stuff, but it seems like he still has this invisibility, which is tough to use on balloons due to them having to get on top of the defense, and you would have to make the defense invisible anyway. Look at how many he has left over in the end. Avatar showing no mercy here. Mech will be defeated.
Avatar looking to do what needs to be done for his team. A 3-star on the board does tie them up, but again, it's a little bit of an uphill battle when it comes to percent. Absolutely superb work there. Just through and through, that attack was very nicely planned, including on the timing of everything. Those headhunters came in at the perfect moment to help take down the queen as the loons were being supported by the spells. And do you notice that we're seeing Lalo's kind of going back more old school, not only seeing the blimps cutting through the core, but we're even bringing more heals into the mix to keep those loons alive.
Yeah, I was just about to say actually about the balloons cutting into certain compartments. We're seeing that coming back a lot. It's something we used to see very often, I think, back at Town Hall, I want to say 11 meta, I think it was. We used to see that a lot with the multi-target Infernos, but it's something that's kind of on and off, hot and cold, if you will, but we're seeing it used to really good effect right now. But we are switching to the hybrid for the first time this war, I think. I don't think we've seen another one, but it's a strategy that many people expected might overtake the meta. It could be the best attack again, but certainly mixed results so far today. Let's see what Mech has in store.
And so we have the queen, of course, taking on the town hall, something that you typically want to do unless you're MCES and you really just want to go in for the town hall with your hogs and miners and play it all risky. But the queen, the excellent choice here, getting those healers raged up, very important because it will help the queen survive through that poison bomb as long as those healers aren't there, but does force that invisibility spell to keep her going through because we have the pressure from that Grand Warden Tower, which packs a nasty punch, particularly when the queen's taking on so much incoming damage, including from the X-bows. Now the king lined up for the funnel, and we have a beautiful path starting to set in place for this hybrid.
I really like those 2 Hog Riders because since the hybrid is one of those strategies that people are predicting, you saw there was potential for giant bombs at the start of the attack. And that's one thing that if you send the hybrid in and you're not expecting a bunch of giant bombs, could ruin the attack before you even begin. Your heal spells would do nothing. So those 2 Hog Riders just testing that area, really nicely done. And you can see that in the center of the base. We should be seeing that Warden ability momentarily. There it is, as they are in range of not just 1 but 2 multi-infernos and the scatter shot. But the Warden ability helps them right on through.
Even the eagle firing away on them, that could not have been better timing. Pathing working perfectly straight through the core with the assist of that scatter shot. Perfectly placed with some reinforcement of hogs that come out a little bit later, but that's providing the additional support needed for the back end defenses, including some of the splash here. I'm amazed. I'm mystified that the queen is still alive here, Judo, with her ability intact. But I would say it's definitely needed because this did fizzle out a little bit. We don't have a lot left on the back end here. We do have some hogs, but we don't have a lot of time left, and he is going to need to potentially use this ability to keep this moving forward.
Yeah, he's fortunately got a wizard up the top there for that storage in order to help that down. And like you said, the ability can be helpful to just push through with time. It's still going to be close, but I think with those archers, he should be okay here. Top storage about to go down, 10 seconds, cutting it fine, but that is what we like to see. 2 buildings remain, 4, 3, I think. Come on. Oh my God.
1 second. 1 second left, and Mech is able to pick up that 3-star. Repotted Gaming is not letting go at this point. They know they can't slip up because Badzinger can easily turn this war around, as they saw from the first matchup.
I've got to say, with about 5 seconds left, I was just about to call it, and then I was thinking, oh, is it? Is it not? Actually, I don't want to jinx anybody at this stage. I know we have the habit of doing so, but really keeps the excitement moving here, keeping, like you said, the pressure on Badzinger because they've put on a much better performance in this war, I feel, than they did the first, and yet they won the first war, and they find themselves in a tough spot here. Down by percentage significantly and needing a 3-star just to level up on stars.
Yeah, so we've got the Yeti Blimp to actually kick this one off for Wasted, raging up to get past the heroes that surround this, ensuring that he gets the full value intended out of this. And we do get the Clan Castle lure, always a great thing when you're going in with these blimps. You're pushing your way into the base, so you want to try and get as much value, and that does include luring the CCs and being able to take it out on the outskirts where there's limited to no damage coming in.
Absolutely, always good to be able to do that. I like those 2 rocket balloons. Whenever I see those, I'm scouting the air defense and thinking, is that going to be used in order to help with that? But maybe just an outside building or something actually could be used for that. Well, for anything in terms of the recovery. The rocket balloons obviously have so much power. Just keeping an eye on the Queen here. He doesn't really have anything to... Oh,
Nice.
rocket balloon for the multi. Interesting.
Yeah, so it comes in, does a little bit of damage, but it actually doesn't get the full value. The rage up balloons here are really going to be what's needed, especially because that multi was targeting onto the healers. But, you know, these rocket balloons are a really nice thing to have in your back pocket. King working his way along to clear out the path towards the town hall with the ability. It is enough for him to take this down, and oh my goodness, this nice little narrow entry for the Queen to work through into the core of the base is huge for her, and we can already see the shape up to this pathing. Yes, we have a multi to worry about, but with the Queen's ability, she could work her way through, though I do think that the loons are going to wind up making their path in here.
I'd like to think so as well. The Grand Warden's ability is still intact as well, and with that Town Hall down, he can use that ability as they're pathing over this area. You see all of the red air bombs hitting the healers. Not the end of the world at this stage, probably therefore more of a lava loon style attack, or if you were charging from behind the Town Hall, because the Queen's got the value. Look at this, with the spell to help her as well. Oh, she just missed the multi, but the RC moves across with the balloons. More than enough left over here. That was beautifully done with those balloons to almost just sideswipe the base.
One thing that I'm noticing, though, Judo, in this matchup, we're really seeing these multis that are surrounded by the battle builders that are tricky to get taken down. We are seeing a lot of pressure applied in the center of the base, not making a difference for Wasted on this one, but it really, you know, if just a few things went wrong on this raid, if it wasn't a super clean attack, that could have done him in.
Oh, it certainly could have, because particularly with the lava balloon attack, we seen earlier on, didn't we, how fragile the balloons can be with that multi-target Inferno. But Badsinger, again, forcing the wall right of the way down to the end. And this is exactly what happened in their first match. If Reported do get the 3-star, they take it because they're ahead on percentage. But the defense allows Badsinger to 3-star and win.
It does. And General X coming in with E-Drags.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So we've got rocket loons to actually kick this off. The Zapquake combo here. Actually, sorry, not the Zapquake, just some lightning spells to pick up some value on the outskirts. I'm looking to see if that was an air defense possibly that he'd look to pick up here, but we can already see that this is shaping up nicely, particularly with the use of those rocket loons. Narrowed out for the E-Drags. We'll see the Stone Slammer taking the lead and an early Warden ability to get those loons deeper inside the base, picking up those traps.
It's always great to see those early Warden abilities, because not just do you protect the loons, you literally protect everything as you move through. And you saw the initial chains of the E-Drags, how much value they got. Really identifying here that they can indeed get that chain value. It's all about the Town Hall, I feel. But the King dives in there with the ability, still has the Queen ability left over. Town Hall is down. If she can get the single target Inferno, get through the Lava Hound, which is tough right now, then he could get this. But that single target Inferno is the big deal.
I think...
Oh, no.
Oh, these E-Drags are going so strong. I'm just remembering Ari from the play-in saying, how do we defend against this, when they saw the E-Drags coming through? And I do think it was Repotted Gaming that came in with this. This was a great plan to cut along. The Royal Champion still has some life left to her. With the ability, with the freeze, we can get through the single targeting Inferno. And looks like the rest of the defense is here, especially because the Grand Warden is surviving. I don't know how much life is left over on this E-Drag, but it could have what it needs. Just needs to stay away from some potential traps.
I think even the Royal Champion, she might struggle with a couple of the storages, but as long as he gets some of the buildings to the west, I think the Royal Champion will be good to get this. E-Drag, like you said, we don't know how much health there's. A red air bomb. Oh, it's got a tiny little bit of health, so that's going to be... Oh, it survives the next one.
Wow.
That's huge. 50 seconds. Is it okay to call it right now? I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Reported Gaming getting the victory here. Let's go RPG.
I think, nonetheless, this would be a tough feat to beat. General X coming in, these E-Drags still working live and well, but it's not something that you see quite a bit of, and this is why. They tend to be a riskier attack. You really have to have a lot of great value coming in with it, having that chain value, but you can see how quickly they fizzle out as they work through the back ends of the bases. But still, so much power from the heroes that the Royal Champ was able to really hang on to that one.
I guess that's the one big advantage of the E-Drags as well. As long as you get that value, generally speaking, you have a lot of time at the end of the raid. He had basically a minute to take down those non-defensive buildings. So as long as the E-Drags do get good chain value, even when they fizzle out, you often have a good chunk of time. And it really came in handy there because, he needed it towards the end with only a couple of troops left up. So Dima, he was the guy that got the 3 stars in the last war where he won their mate. Badzinger have put up a brilliant performance here, but RPG just too strong. 14 stars, 98.8%. This will be Badzinger's last war of today, but with the challenge happening across the entire month, you always need to be getting as many stars as you can throughout.
Absolutely. But they are 1 for 2. Not a bad way to start off the day. At least having that one victory to hang on to. And RPG will still have another matchup as well. So we'll see how they wind up situated later today after this. But the Queen we've got now charging through for Dima. I think we look at this attack and we think, okay, if he triples, this could have been the difference maker if that E-Drag attack did not work through. This could have been the win for Badzinger, depending on the result here. But we do want to see a strong finish and coming through with the Hydra, which we're not quite seeing as much of. And Judah, you mentioned that you feel the Hydra is not as strong relatively as the Queen Charge Drag Rider now.
Yeah, I feel like when you mix in some of the dragons, it can help to mitigate some of the range decrease because the dragons generally will be in front of the dragon riders anyway, so they'll be taking some of that damage that the dragon riders would be now with the decrease. So I think that's why we're seeing Badzinger merging in a couple of the dragons with this style of attack. But either way, it's still had a nerf to both styles of attacks. The Battle Blimp getting through, I hate not seeing those sneaky goblins. You can just see the health bar slowly going down, but it does indeed fall. Now you see the Dragon Rider nerf though, because they're gone. Yeah. Nothing left in the interior of the base, and does he have enough with the Queen? I'm not too sure, Lady B.
It is relying a lot heavily on the Queen to get the stun. Royal Champ down, King down. We have the Electro Owl up, giving some shots to the Scatter Shot, which actually doesn't have any battle builders around, so the damage that it takes will remain. With the Queen's ability, she does have the power to work her way through. The biggest issue is getting the time because, we still have that Warden Tower all the way at the 10 o'clock side of the base, so this Queen will not have enough time to actually finish this one off, and unfortunately, it looks like she's taking on a little too much heat from the ground bow.
Yeah, well spotted on that Grand Warden statue, because even if he could save onto the ability, look at this, scatter locks onto those archers, and down they go in a flash, so it's going to be so close here. And I want to say that had the nerf to the Dragon Riders not happened, this attack would have been a 3-star. I mean, you look at what's left up, that's the difference that this balance change has had.
Yeah, 99% on that one. Definitely not something we would have seen. So it's a big adjustment for teams, and we're still kind of fresh out of it. But RPG definitely making some big waves to this current meta with the 14-star win. This is the second 14-star win that we're seeing where, star counts feel lower. MCES, RPG coming in with these huge scores.
Yeah, 98.8% damage as well. That is really, really high, and a great performance from them. Excited to see what they will do throughout the rest of the challenge, but we've still got some huge matches coming up as well. Lady B, there is, well, we're going to see MCES again. We're going to see alternate attacks for the first time. People don't want to go anywhere because some of the best are still to come.
And we will actually see Carnage versus Rest coming up next, which is going to be an exciting matchup as well. We have two teams that have played in the World Championship qualifiers, even qualifying for Carnage Gaming. So stay tuned. We have a break coming up. Make sure that you're here for it and the incredible matches to come.
The healers, because it's so key in every attack.
Healer, because the healer protects my queen.
I think my favorite troop at the moment is the EUR, because it's been in there since the origins of the game, and it just lets me do a lot of creative attacks and like to use all the other troops in very different ways.
Probably the balloon, just because it's just so powerful and you can use it for so many purposes, and it's a cool concept as well.
I think I know them pretty well.
I think I know them decent enough to play with them, but not really good.
I think not too much, because actually I don't use a lot of them. I usually stick to those 6 or 7.
I'm good at guessing who this troop might be, because I don't really pay attention to the exact design of each troop.
I think it's the Barbarian King.
Like here I can just see like a crown, I guess.
Barbarian King.
Okay, so maybe this one is the crown from the king.
This should belong to the Barbarian King.
Oh.
It's the Archer Queen.
Right, very nice. Yeah, the queen has a crown as well.
Oh, I think it's for sure the Grand Warden.
I feel like this belongs to the Grand Warden, to a certain skin of it.
That's a witch.
Okay, this is from the witch.
Oh, it's getting embarrassing. Okay.
I'm bad.
What? Oh my! Yeah, you. Oh, the witch. Didn't get that.
It is the dragon, because the dragon uses fire.
Like the first thing I'll think of is just the wizard.
I think that's a wizard.
Maybe from the wizard, but
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Wow, I'm improving.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We have Carnage Gaming and GH Rest waiting in the wings, so it's time to welcome back Lethal. Welcome back, my friend.
Hello, mate. Just saw that last war. It was another banger to add to the list of what we've already seen here today, and we get to see what GH Rest can bring to the table this time round. Another team where they struggled to qualify last season. This season they're here and looking very good to consider what we saw from the Plains, making it from the winner's side. And now we can see what Carnage Gaming can bring us now against GH Rest.
Yeah, I was going to say winning the Plains, if you will, or I know not the ladder stage, but from the upper bracket, like you were mentioning, they are one of the teams that have equally been rising up through the ranks. They're from Italy, and we've seen them throughout the competitive scene, but always seemingly just falling short of qualifying into the major events. And this is the first time we've seen them make a big breakthrough, and they did it in such a fashion that, you know, I'm sure they will be giving 110% into the challenge, and that for me excites me in terms of watching them.
Yeah, exactly the same as well, because, you know, we see what Carnage Gaming can bring themselves. We saw them playing against MENA earlier on, and even though they lost by by 2 stars, I believe, it was a very close matchup, and they did seem pretty strong, just MENA having the edge factor or the X factor towards the very end of those attacks each and every single time. So Carnage Gaming, I want to see how we do against GH Rest. But GH Rest, I mentioned earlier that we have seen him once before last season, just not in the ESL Mobile Challenge side. And I did at least speak to one of the players from GH Rest, and they were talking about how they've made, you know, quite a lot of changes in terms of their structure. So made a couple of lineup changes. They've definitely discussed a lot more about what problems they've witnessed and what problems they need to kind of rectify in terms of a lot of the mistakes along the way. And it seems a lot more organized and a lot more structured, and they did say they are very excited to now push on forward to see what they can do with the ESL Mobile Challenge. And I think the only difference for them compared to last season is the fact that, of course, there's 4 or 5 teams who didn't reclaim their spots, so it's not like they're the only new team here trying to get used to this league format and having to adjust mid-season and trying to at least accomplish what they want to do, which is to, of course, get top 4 in the ESL Mobile Challenge finals. But it seems like they put a lot of time in, a lot of preparation in, and I'm very interested in particular with their base builds as well, considering the amount of prep they've made leading up to this moment.
Totally agree, and I see them very similar to RPG, who we just seen in that they've always been around. They are one of those teams known within the community. We've all seen them, but similar to RPG, they just haven't made it to the top yet, but they're constantly growing and moving up over, and you just seen how dangerous of a combination that can be. RPG beating Bad Zinger in fashion as well. So that is something that is always intriguing for me on teams that are constantly moving up, because like I said, with regards to the match prior to RPG, I think that's something which will help them rise to the top, because when you're at the top, there's only one way to go.
Exactly that. And I think it was King Peng I spoke to as well. And I did say to him, you know, I can tell over the last few months he's tried to, you know, create this, I think I said to him something like this Italian God Squad in order to make a bit of an impact. Because, like I said before, they've always been lurking around in the scene, but they've never made it to this point where they can really try and prove themselves with the experience they've gathered over the course of time. And I really think they can do. There's no reason why they can't cause a few upsets along the way. Again, this is going to be their first match, but from what I saw, especially the winner's side of the second Plains, I was quite impressed with what they were bringing to the table.
Yeah, and look, I mean, even just to get to the challenge stage, think about some of the teams that have not made it. Tribe Gaming, Penta coming to mind from last season's challenge stage. This is a team that have clearly got the talent in order to beat those other teams who you might think on paper would qualify. And just to even be able to get to this stage, and like you said, winning from the upper bracket, means they are going to have the experience. It's just whether they can do it consistently, because saying this in the right way is difficult, but being able to win via the bracket, it's only a couple of matches. Now that we're into the challenge, it's the entire month. multiple matches every single week. So you need to be a lot more consistent to remain in the top half of the bracket.
Yeah, I completely agree as well. With GHRS, when they did mention about their preparation, I think that suits them perfectly in this kind of league format as well, because it gives them time, you know, every few days having a play day each and every time in order to prep for whatever team comes up next. I think they're probably a lot stronger in a league format than they would be in a double elimination bracket. But of course, when winning those two matches get to the winner's side, they were pretty pleased to make it through that kind of shortcut rather than the longevity of the loser bracket, because it takes a huge amount of stamina, as you already know, Judo, from the previous players. But you are going to be cracking on already with the first attack coming from Anonymous from Carnage Gaming to see what shenanigans he's going to be bringing to the table here. Already making a bit of an impact from that 10 o'clock position with a couple of rage spells coming down to deal enough damage as possible to break through into this compartment.
Yeah, already finding the Tesla farm, which is never a bad thing when you're doing the Queen charge, because generally you can take it down pretty easily. But my main concern with that Tesla farm is that he's already had quite a significant length of time just taking out that first compartment. Now he's charging the Town Hall. He's going to wait until all of that is down before he starts to make any other move. So we've got to be careful on time, but Dragon Riders can be pretty quick at the same time as well. So with the Queen getting to this area and the invisibility, you see the Town Hall falling, and with 1 minute 40 left on the clock, that's pretty good timing actually to get the Dragon Riders in.
And speaking of his Dragon Rider composition, it's normally about 5 they've been going with quite often. Like before the update, it was a mixture depending on the circumstance of what the composition is, but 5 has definitely been the go-to for the majority of these attacks. And already those Dragon Riders just making their way into the center against the Multi-Inferno Tower, and of course the Stone Slammer now just coming in just in the nick of time to tank a little bit of damage, but also get those loons all the way across into the center and to help out towards the Stone Slammer and the rest of the defenses on the right hand side, with the RC joining them as well, just to not only tank a little bit of back damage too, but of course try and get there before the Dragon Riders to add a little bit more DPS across the board.
Anonymous made a beautiful move with the freeze spell, helping the Queen to get the air defense by freezing the scatter. Just helped so much, but to be honest with you, he has powered through this base. And in answer to your question, Lethal, I think one of the reasons we're seeing less Dragon Riders is because players know they need to get the value before sending them in. Previously, we would sometimes see 7, 8 Dragon Riders even, just to literally steamroll the base. Whereas because of their nerf, you can't do that now. You need to get the value beforehand. A brilliant demonstration there, making sure that the Dragon Riders had that clear one-way path through the base and directly through towards the back end air defense.
I love that. You already answered my next question. I was going to say, why is that limit? But that's fine. You've answered it for me already, which is why you're exactly here. And already we've got a triple now for Anonymous, who managed to get the first victory, you could say, in terms of the first attack here for his team on Carnage Gaming. And now we're going to find out what GHRS can now do. So you've got to remember, Carnage Gaming, they're okay. Even though they lost their first match earlier on, they've been here before earlier on in the day. I think it was back in their second war. So they're feeling a little bit more comfortable in comparison to how they want to approach this next ward. But let's see what GHRS can do here, as the first attacker will be now Trotino, to see what he can do here in this first attack against Anonymous once again on his defense, because we're already seeing a good mixture of, you know, in terms of a lot of composition we've seen in the past already. But it looks like with this P.E.K.K.A. Smash now just coming in with the blimp, going into the center here to see if he can try and get as much damage as possible in the center to take out the bulk of this defense before he does anything else.
Yeah, this is interesting because whilst I didn't cast the match, I was watching in the wings, and Carnage used one of these bases to good effect versus MCES as well, didn't they? So yeah. Let's find out if it works out again. You know, do you throw up the base when it's defended and use it again, or is that actually a disadvantage? Who knows? If this base defends again, I might be trying to design it after the stream.
I wouldn't blame you, because I think after all that, and in terms of like how well it's been doing so far, I wouldn't blame you at all. But still, no, just working on that south compartment here with the Queen coming in now as well, just to add a little bit more pressure in terms of the defenses from Anonymous. Rage Spell does drop down just to speed things up a little bit, but of course increase the attack to just try and give us down as fast as possible. But the P.E.K.K.A. now will be coming in from the 4 o'clock position, just pushing in to that eastern compartment, and it's looking very good so far. But again, also doing the damage on the 3 o'clock side with the King, just doing as much damage as possible to get these defenses out. But he does have a P.E.K.K.A. with him too to help tank that damage.
Yeah, doing pretty good so far, with the Grand Warden ability now being used to try and help chain through the center of the base here. Can he get to that Town Hall with the Queen? That is the main thing. He's still got the Queen ability, so trying to just get through. He can actually just send everything else around the outside, but I worry the Queen is going to take a little bit too much damage once that Town Hall goes down. Holding on to the King and Royal Champion abilities, though, could be the savior towards the back end of the attack.
He's done a great job just keeping his king alive, but not only alive, but he's still got quite a fair amount of HP to continue on with, as well as the ability. The Queen Nodo still in the center. Good use of that raid spell to take out the rest of his defenses, but of course using the free spell again just to make sure to secure this, just to make sure there isn't too much DPS for the Queen to handle. But at the same time, the defense was focused on the bulk of the army from the northern side, but still don't looking very good. The King still continues to do work, now pushing into that 9 o'clock compartment. Still good and has a little bit of time to work with, but will pop that Queen ability just to speed things up a little bit in terms of DPS to make sure he can try and guarantee this triple for GH Rest.
It's going to be a close one coming down to it. He should have enough time here with the Witches behind the P.E.K.K.A. Queen can reach across towards the Wizard Tower. 15 seconds, and you see the chain value from the Super Wizards as well. Gets a little bit close towards the end, but the P.E.K.K.A. moved towards the Elixir storage. Again, I don't want to call this too fine, but there we are. Couple of seconds to spare. 3 stars, keeping the pressure on, and all tied up after the first attack.
1 second left remaining, but he managed to get that triple for them anyway. A good start, a good way to start things off for GH Rest in terms of their debut here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And it looks like so far from what we've seen in the last few wars, it's nice that ground is getting a lot more love. We know normally it's quite a heavy air meta from what we've seen in the past, especially before the update, but they've seen a wide variety of strategies coming on board here today.
Yeah, we've probably seen a lot more Dragon Riders than I may have expected, but again, you do have that little period where we've had a previous meta and it takes a little bit of adjustment, and sometimes you will just continue to use the other strategies until you see the next one coming through. But Hugo Stiglitz, whilst he didn't get the outcome he might have wanted last time with the Hog Riders, obviously feels confident enough to use them again. This time with the Queen charge though, the Yetis take down the top area, which sets up pathing for his Queen. With 3 wall breakers, looks like he's aiming through towards that Town Hall.
See, in the meantime, the Queen now just making her way into that scanner shot compartment in the 9 o'clock side. Pretty much with ease, mind you, and still has a couple of raid spells to use if she does get into a little bit of trouble, but not really too much trouble from what we've seen so far. It's been pretty smooth sailing here for Stiglitz, as I think Stiglitz in the previous war did struggle a little bit in terms of his attack and will hopefully try and redeem himself compared to his performance only a few wars ago. But the Queen now have to deal with a huge amount here with that defensive RC, the Lava Hound, and of course a few of the defenses around the outer edge of that compartment. But it should be okay nonetheless considering the circumstances he's in, and does have one more rage spell to use if he does get in a little bit more trouble than he even anticipated.
And the Archer Queen taking a bit of damage, mainly from that Expo, but a rage spell will help her through this. And then notice the wall breaks he could just use on the outside in order to bust the Queen, through towards that Town Hall. The time is going down over, and this is a little bit tricky. The wall break is so nicely placed. I can't believe he was able to wait until the building in that one little box compartment went down and direct the wall breaker to that area. For me, it would have gone to the center towards the Elixir storage. The fact that he planned to do that is incredible. Hog Riders into the top, 1 minute left. Does he have enough time is the question, Lethal.
That is the question indeed. Only just over a minute left remaining, with the Hog Riders now doing work as they fly through that healing spell and is trying to make the best of the situation he is in, pushing straight towards that scanner shot. The RC is with it as well, just to help not only take that damage but push this DPS across the board, especially on the 3 o'clock side though. And the Queen is still alive on the south side, distracting the majority of that DPS from GH Rest. And that was actually huge considering those Hog Riders would have actually been taken down a lot earlier. In fact, Queen wasn't distracting in that south compartment. But still a little bit left and still a little bit of time to work with.
You can see the abilities only just being used as well. Still has the Royal Champion ability. Probably going to wait to use that on the inside of the base here, but all is good. Continuing the 3 stars. Carnage Gaming making sure they increase the pressure after that defeat to MCES. They are a silver ticket holder to the World Championships and showing us exactly why.
Yeah, why indeed? They're definitely proving themselves here, as you already mentioned. Carnage Gaming, especially with Stiglitz as well, didn't put on the best performance against MCES, but he saw signs that he made some good recoveries as well, but he definitely didn't replicate that at all. He put on a great showing here this time around in that attack, and it was just nothing but textbook work there from Stiglitz, which does mean now we have to see what they can do before their opponents now looking for their second triple in a row, as it's still early days as of yet. Both teams trying to add that little bit of pressure on as we go into the halfway point in this war, but we'll have to see. As Joker now is going to be coming in for GHRS to see how he's going to come in with these Dragon Riders.
Using the Battle Blimp in towards the Town Hall. Should be plain sailing here because I can't see anything in that region that would take him down, but wait a second. I think he missed it. He did miss it. There must have been some traps behind the Town Hall that I just didn't see, Lethal. What was in that Battle Blimp? I'm pretty sure he wanted that Town Hall down. I'm confused right now.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. No, I was a little bit confused as well. I was just waiting to see exactly what was going on with the Town Hall, but it looks like now with the Queen coming out, trying to use that to try and take down the Town Hall, it looks like it's not going to be able to. The raid spell probably came out there a little bit too late been required now, and now this is starting to become really expensive here, Judo.
Wow, the King's not going to get the Town Hall either. He has to send the Royal Champion in. Just bad to worse. What can you even do at this stage? He's lost his King, which is used for funneling with his Dragon Riders. RC's going to go down. All he can do is push the Dragon Riders in here. I wish I could pull the stream back up and see exactly what happened. I couldn't, unless I missed the tornado trap or something. There must have been something happened behind that Town Hall that just took his troops out.
And the worst bit was he brought out the Queen and put the rage spell down just a little bit too late, which was a shame. But even then, no, the Queen still would have got taken down. And even though the RC was used to then clean up the Town Hall, he was literally had to take all that damage from the poison and, of course, the Expo straight afterwards. And even though he popped the ability with the RC straight afterwards, I was getting another wasted hero. So the fact that he used all that just for the Town Hall, and even then he barely managed to take it down. So this is going to be a real struggle now for Joker. Yeah, sure, he won't be able to get this triple, of course, makes perfect sense, but he needs to try and make this the best percentages possible. But this is not the start that Joker even anticipated coming into the second attack for GHRS.
Well, I pulled it up. I'll be keeping an eye on exactly when that replay happens and giving you the information. I'm sure a lot of people watching will have seen exactly what happened, but I just missed it looking at a different part of the screen, and whatever happened, it had a knock-on effect throughout this entire thing. Diving in towards that Town Hall, meant to go down, obviously. I question sending the King in because... yeah, normally we would just send the Royal Champion in that situation, but I guess he felt like the Royal Champion was needed with the Dragon Riders in order to try and take down the defending heroes, so that's why he wanted to send the King in. Maybe even just one Dragon Rider might have been able to snipe the Town Hall. I'd have to relook around that area, but doesn't matter. Whatever happened,
happened, didn't it? Yeah, I think we were trying to discuss a lot about what else he could have done in terms of his adaptation straight afterwards, because we saw that with the blimp by then the Town Hall wasn't taken down. He used the Queen, of course, to try and clean things up with the raid spell, but in the end, by the time the raid spell came down, the Queen was only up for a little bit of time and taken her straight after. The King avoided it, and then after all that, yeah, sure, the RC, she managed to clean things up, but straight afterwards, she was standing right in the poison tick, too much damage, trying to pop her ability to stay alive, but literally used all four of his heroes and, of course, the blimp as well in order to take down that Town Hall.
It looks like he had Yetis in there behind the Town Hall. I couldn't quite see, even on watching the replay, but the tornado was there. He instantly popped the blimp, and it looked like he had Yetis, which just got fried, and he did not have the sneaky goblins, which we would traditionally see to snipe the Town Hall.
Right.
So the fact that he had the Yetis He just didn't then have the firepower to move in, which is, well, interesting that he would take Yetis when he dove into the Town Hall from that side. But either way, Fabian using the Super Bowlers again. We've seen how deadly he was with them in that opening matchup. I, for one, am excited to see the new troop, and he's diving in towards the Town Hall. I love the use of that Earthquake because you notice the rage for the Grand Warden. That's purely to speed the Grand Warden up. And one of the best ways to do that is to use the Earthquake to reduce damage on the Town Hall, reduce his hit points. So, very nicely done there.
I do like this Super Bowler composition as well. Like, they're a great addition to a lot of his compositions here, and we even saw it back in the first war as well. It's been used, you know, quite a few times here throughout a lot of today, especially in this first play day. But let's see what they could do now and see what more of an impact he can make here. He did release one of the Peckers now coming up from the north side, just taking out that Inferno Tower and the AD in the north compartment there, but he's still got more of those Super Bowlers now coming out from the 2 o'clock side, with those healers too pushing in with the Queen. And this raid spell, great placement once again to get full value out of that as much as possible, but of course delaying the DPS from Trotino here so that it got an easier ride into the center, because even though those Super Bowlers, they have a huge amount of HP coming into the center, you've got to try and keep him nice for as long as possible in order to try and get it right down to the very south side, because he's still got quite a lot of defense to deal with. But the Hog Runners now are going to be coming up here from the north position to make sure to clean up some of these defenses on the western front.
Looking good here with the Queen ability and the Royal Champion ability. Still has troops left over, and people might question the Super Bowlers, but Fabian has quickly mastered them, it seems, because he's still got a couple left over alongside the other troops and abilities. He has made this look so easy. It's going to be the advantage to Carnage Gaming after that disappointing attack from GH Rest. Carnage Gaming not taking their feet off the gas.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shame here. I do feel sorry for Joker in some ways, because we've seen some bad percentages in our time, but that percentage he had in that last attack is definitely going to swing the tide at some point in this war. But the main thing is for Joker, it doesn't matter. He's still got another match, I think match 7 later on today when he's against Entropy Gaming. So at least that way, if he wants to try and swing things around a little bit, not replicate the mistakes he made earlier on, then that should be fine. But yeah, because it is annoying when you don't really get another opportunity in order to try and come back in another war, especially on the same day, because you'll just be thinking about it, probably waking up in a cold sweat thinking about it as well, considering what exactly happened earlier on. But you know, Carnage Gaming looking completely different in comparison, looking very good indeed. And I mentioned it earlier on as well, they did play very well against MCES, just MCS of course bringing that X factor once again. But Carnage Gaming, of course, it's all about the consistency, like you rightly mentioned in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and they're bringing it definitely throughout the time course of today. But now let's find out what GHS can do. Can try and come back from what happened earlier on after that poor 2-star performance, but they can still come back from this if they get a few triples along the way. But it's going to be very tough, because Carnage Gaming are actually heading towards a perfect war, and this is going to be against Stigler's defense.
It is, and it's a similar base to what we've seen from Carnage Gaming a couple of times now. These ring bases that we seen when Town Hall 14 was first released, it's somewhat paid off for them, but certainly GH Rest ripped the last one apart, didn't they? So let's find out what happens on this one, trying to charge the Queen in towards the Town Hall again and just work the P.E.K.K.A. smash around the outside.
Certainly has done indeed. Now, still pushing in towards the center, still good rage spell, good usage as well. The Loons are going to be pushing on up towards the Wizard Tower, but at the same time, those P.E.K.K.A.'s going straight into the center with the Warden and that Queen, and just looking to try and take down that Town Hall. But of course, with that Lava Hand on the defense, just being an absolute pain, just delaying things heavily. And even though another rage spell comes down, it will help him ever so slightly. But look at the amount of DPS coming out from Stigler's defense just to try and keep this attack back.
Doing very well at this stage with the Archer Queen stepping in towards that Town Hall. This is what we seen last time in terms of that damage, but actually she has mitigated that very well. I'm a little bit concerned about the P.E.K.K.A. smash towards the top though, taking a lot of damage at this stage.
Certainly has done indeed, and still though the Queen is still alive and still got to as much as possible. The healers are pretty weak considering what we've seen so far, but the Queen finally get taken down. The healers now trying to get towards that King on the northern side and still able to stay alive as well. But the King still has his ability to carry on making this push. but it's going to be very tough for him, of course, as he's going to carry on making his push work as best of his possibility. But even then, though, it has been cleaned up after all that time. It's going to be very tough here for GH Rest.
Just try and get the best percentage possible, isn't it? It's not going to work out very well for them because they are already down on percentage. And now this one means that not only are they stars behind, they also find themselves just that little bit further behind. And with only 2 attacks remaining for them, it's a tough hill to climb now. Especially with Carnage Gaming being the way that they are. They have really put on incredible attacks for us. 73% means it will pull their percentage down even further, unfortunately.
Yeah, his bow wasn't bad enough. That one just made things literally almost impossible now for them to try and come back. Depends on the situation which Carnage Gaming can now bring, but we would have to expect some really poor performances from Carnage Gaming if GHS even want to stand a chance in this matchup. But just going through the stats so far, as you can see, Carnage Gaming already heading towards that perfect wall with the 9 stars, 100%. But on the other side, though, completely different story here. 7 stars, 76.7%. They've got a huge amount of catching up to do. But even then, though, they just need 1 triple and a 1 star, and that's going to be it for Carnage Gaming here if they want basically a guaranteed victory in this war.
Carnage Gaming bouncing back from that defeat, aren't they? Showing why they are here and really going to be, well, it's even from the matches we've seen so far, it's tough to see who would be at the top. We've had such high scoring wars and we've still got teams that have not even shown their faces yet. Current world champions alternate attacks, not even played yet. And we've already got teams that, you know, putting up performances like this. I'm blown away from this first day. 10 lightning spells for this one, though, Lethal. We haven't seen as many used, but it's going to be to take out 2 multi-target Infernos. And we've seen how difficult the multi-target Infernos are for the Lava Loon, so why not take them out prior to the attack?
Yeah, do you know what? Simple enough, makes perfect sense. Simple but effective, most people would normally say. As the Queen now going to be starting on the south side, the King's now going to take out the structures to create that funnel, but of course taking to that western compartment as well. But the Queen, no, still doing her job. Nothing really too much to talk about as of yet, apart from the fact that she's now going to be pushing in towards the town hall. But look at that, though. We do see the RC coming out early on the 9 o'clock position with the King.
Yeah, we're seeing this a lot, actually, today. And, you know, normally we would see the King just dive into a compartment. However, we're seeing the Royal Champion used in combination and then pushing further to the next compartment. But due to the multi-target Infernos being down, she could hopefully move around the outside of the base. Now turns her invisible, but unfortunately, she steps down to the bottom where the Grand Warden statue is. She's not going to get any other value despite using that invisibility spell.
Stone Slammer will be making an appearance there, taking all that damage for these loons, and we're going to see now how he's going to be able to approach this. But the Warden just directly behind it to give it helping hands. First taking out the Eagle Artillery, and then we'll have to try and take out this scanner shot when required. But this is going to be the perfect time for them to pop on in. A minute 30 left remaining, still putting in time to completely demolish the defense here from Kingpen, and again already taking out that scanner shot. Still looking very good so far. Got plenty of loons across the board here, Judo, to work with to try and finish up this defense.
Yeah, the good thing is the Ice Hounds actually throws a huge amount of value down to the bottom, and whilst I worried about the Wizard Tower and the enemy Queen, hopefully he's got enough balloons here because he's got a huge group of them. One of the Ice Hounds actually only just popped. I hadn't realized, but does he have enough? Enemy Queen steps in. Wizard Tower is there. The 1 balloon for the back end, just that little bit slow to tank. Balloons taking damage, but down the Wizard Tower goes. Is it enough? They're all gone now. It just shows the combination of the Wizard Tower to reduce their health and the Archer Queen to just pick them off.
It's been a little bit troublesome here. 35 seconds left now, but what more can you do at this point? It's just a little bit of a shame there. It's looking very good considering the amount of loons he had, and maybe if he had maybe a haste spell or two just to add to that, just to make sure to speed those loons up, it could have been a slightly different story. But looking at as well, the defensive Queen was so weak in that meantime. But even though it won't be a triple, Carnage Gaming are going to be pretty pleased with their performance so far. It's going to be an end towards their perfect war, but in the end, they did get those 2 stars and a decent percentage, might we add, 94% for Carnage Gaming. So still going to be a tough road for the other side, though, on GH Rest.
Yeah, I'd argue that they are still kind of 2 stars in the lead because they're that far ahead on percentage. They've got that extra star. So I think they would need to... I want to say even a 1 star in the next attack, because I think even a 2 star 50% would probably keep them ahead on percentage, even if GH Rest got the 3 stars in the next ones.
Yeah, we spoke about it just before that last attack, just due to the fact that, considering what we've seen from them so far, we have to see some kind of serious blunder from Carnage Gaming to make any kind of an impact to GH Rest chances, and their chances are... It's pretty slim so far, Judo. We'll just go and discuss that in a moment, because you can see, look at the percentage difference. Basically, the stats do not tell a lie at all. Just under 19%, which is huge, especially coming to these final attacks. But if GH Rest do 3-star the next 2, it's been great. But the problem is their percentage is definitely going to hinder them massively.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, each base is worth 20% of the overall 100 out of the 5 attacks. So if they got 50% 2-star, that would still only drop them 10% overall, which means they're probably still looking at around about 88%-ish. And I'm not sure GH Rest could actually catch that up. It would be close, actually. But I don't know. Carnage Gaming have been so threatening. Would that even happen? We're theorizing too far here. Let's focus on the hero now. Kingpin charging into this area, and I like that again. He's just stripped apart the buildings in front of the town hall and charging the queen next to it. It just alleviates a lot of damage, and you notice the stone slammer selected, so it looks like he's just going to wait until it is activated after that 51% and dive the stone slammer in.
Still though, good placements off his rage spells for the Queen, but Queen's took a huge chunk of damage just then, but still able to keep her alive without having to pop that ability as of yet. So good stuff here from Kingpin, just keeping that Queen alive as she goes towards that clan castle and have to deal with that expo momentarily, but still looking very good so far. As we can see, more damage being dealt, another rage spell coming down for that Queen, and we can see the RC now coming out from the south side soon to take down that cannon and the AD to give these Dragon Riders, you know, more room to breathe here as they're now coming on out with the Stone Slammer.
Yeah, well, actually opted for the Stone Slammer in front of the Dragon Riders, which again is a great option. Due to their reduced range, it does mean it can absorb hopefully a little bit extra damage than what the Dragon Riders would have been. Didn't really need the King for pathing, which is why I thought he might have sent the Stone Slammer to the Town Hall. But you see, so far, holding on to those Dragon Riders. Can they get through towards that air defense? With the balloons out of the Stone Slammer, should be good to continue tanking it. You've even got spells to... What is going on? We're talking about the Dragon Riders having a nerf, but look at this. Again, GH Rest now using them to great success. I don't think he lost one. I think he still has all of them left up.
And he's still got an invisibility spell if he needs to use it, but she's now just dropped down as I mentioned that. And look how much he's got left over. Just clean up the last of these 3 storages before he gets that triple. So in the end, Kingpin actually managed to keep his team in it at the moment. But we mentioned it before, their chances are very slim, but not slim to none as of yet. There's Kingpin, very clean attack, very well executed, and a great performance there from him.
Yeah, I just counted the Dragon Riders at the end. He didn't lose any of them, in fact. That is the sign of a successful attack. You've got to say he got huge value from the Queen charge, and that's what we're seeing actually is when the Dragon Riders are used to such success, you've already got such amazing value, but there was still a significant portion of the base left up. I feel using the Stone Slammer alongside them helped out so much, not just initially, but just having those balloons popping out of the Stone Slammer to then tank in front of the Dragon Riders as well. So maybe using the Stone Slammer in front of the Dragon Riders, whilst it was a method we used to use, wasn't always used. Maybe that's something we will be having to try a little bit more often to protect those Dragon Riders.
I think after that last attack, considering the amount of units left in that composition, I think a lot of players, especially the attackers, are going to be considering being able to try and use that for themselves. But now, though, Carnage Gaming, this will be both teams' last attack. But for Carnage Gaming, though, as long as they at least 2-star this base, they should be perfectly fine in terms of winning this war. But of course, if they get a triple, yeah, it's a guaranteed 100%. But let's see how things are going to pan out from here, with the Blimp now going straight in towards that Town Hall to take that down early on.
Well, I'm keeping an eagle eye on the town hall this time. But again, I think yes, he's got sneaky goblins in there. I can roughly hear the troop sounds in my ear, and I was thinking, is that Yeti mites again? But no, he's got the sneaky goblins on that one. Does indeed get the town hall. And you see the double poison over there as well to help take down those clan castle troops. He's now got an easy dive in towards the town, not the town hall, the area next to the town hall to get the Archer Queen and some pretty big value as well there, Lethal. Shaping up very nicely for this Lava Loon.
Yeah, let's see how this Lala attack's going to work now for Carnage Game. We've already mentioned about the stats in terms of what they need to do in order to try and win this outright. The invisibility spell coming out here just to keep the king alive. Also, not the king, so the actual RC alive in order to make sure to take on the Eagle Artillery, which he has done in the end. But look at the amount of damage he had to consume in order to clean that up. So the RC will get taken down momentarily. The Loon's now coming out from that 10 o'clock side with the Warden just behind alongside it, and this is where things could get a little bit hairy here as they're making this push up towards that next compartment, and it's going to be very tough. But the main thing is the Lava Hand has come out to distract that AD so these Loons can push on forward. Still got one haste spell left to use in order to make a little bit more of an aggressive approach into the center.
Just look at the surgical approach of all the balloons, every single building towards the perimeter, having just those couple of balloons sniped onto it, meaning the splash damage defenses can't really take effect. You can see the Wizard Tower being the remaining one, but it's actually locked onto the Grand Warden, who's going to be distracted this entire time. And I also want to shout out, look at the north of the base where the minions are cleaning out the storages. He actually sent a couple of balloons there earlier on, and that helped massively with cleanup. The Electro Owl taking down the Tesla is huge. There is one Battle Builder hut left alive. Can he surround all of these buildings? Can he get to it quick enough? But the Barbarian King is in that area, and that could be dangerous. Oh, this Air Skelly's popped as well. This could very well be a 99, Lethal.
It really could. 20 seconds left remaining to try and solidify this triple if he can, of course. And it's been, you know, I think it's pretty much a guaranteed win anyway, but just having that triple just to add to their star count will just give them a little bit of breathing room here. But with 5 seconds left remaining, looks like it most probably will not happen. A little bit of a shame there, but you know what? He's going to be very happy with that high 2-star percentage by any means. So, in the end, Carnage Gaming will have 13 stars, and even if GHRS do get this triple, it's going to be nowhere near the percentage they're looking for.
Exactly. He's not going to be too dissatisfied, is he? But like you said, 3 stars are 3 stars. You always want those 3 stars. And I'm sure no matter what the situation, the player will be just a little bit gutted when it doesn't pay off, particularly in this league format, whereby when it really comes down to it, total stars could be a tiebreaker if everything else is tied up at the end of the month.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time either, as literally we had to look on that as the potential chance in last season's last playday. We were just tallying them up to make sure that whatever happens, if there is a tiebreaker, then it could happen. And it was very close to as well. It was such a tie-knit season, but I'm sure this season's going to be equally as difficult for these teams as well, with the Blink coming in with that Rage spell as well to try and do as much damage as possible in those compartments. But in the end as well, the Multi-Inferno Tower and that Lava Hand has been coming out to just to deal the equal amount of DPS there. The Queen now coming up from the north side to add a little bit more pressure onto the defense here from Fabian.
Yeah, a huge advantage of using the Hog Riders actually is when he sent in the Yeti Blimp, there was an Archer Tower to the outside of the base that was distracted by the Yetis, but the Yetis wouldn't have taken it out. So he actually just sent in a Hog Rider to chip away at it and basically get a free trade, which is really a wise move and a great use case of sending the Hog Riders, or using the Hog Riders, being able to just send that one in. And you notice the pathing for the Archer Queen now moving around, double wall break to get through that one compartment. That's particularly why you see the Archer Towers in that one little compartment. It's to pull wall breakers across. And to be honest, even though he's got through it, it's caused him to use an extra 8 troop capacity to get through. So you can see just how useful that is to try and integrate into your own base designs.
And just use that last wall breaker now to help the Queen get into the center, but using an invisibility spell now to keep that Queen alive, and the Rage spell straight afterwards, it does come out of range in terms of the radius, but looking good so far as the Queen has been fully healed once again. Still has her ability too, but because of that wall break earlier on, it does mean that she can enter the center later on once she's helped out with the Town Hall. But speaking of the Town Hall, where you can see already the King just taking out some of the structures on the outside before being able to enter, then he's going to most probably pop his ability to then go straight on in. But look at this though, the RC and everything else there from that 5 o'clock side just absolutely smashing through that compartment. The Kings have popped his ability as well to take down that Town Hall. Will be greeted by that Tesla farm, but the RC is going to be having a field day taking them out.
Well, I really like this approach actually with the Hog Riders because it forced the King in towards the Town Hall area, and they've nicely dodged the Town Hall as well because it wasn't active. It's getting a little bit close down to the bottom here. The multi-target Inferno going down quite late alongside the Eagle Artillery means there's a lot of damage, but with the Royal Champion still alive, he might have just sneaked it. Hog Riders do fall due to that giant bomb, but look at this with the Royal Champion taking down those final defenses. GH Rest will pull in the 3 stars. They will tie this up 13-13, and it's the percentage that will give Carnage Gaming the victory. What a matchup here, Lethal.
I think Joker's going to be kicking himself a little bit now after his percentage, but it wasn't just him. There was 2 of the players sadly had quite low percentages, and I think after their second and third attack, they knew that it's going to come down to stars, and if they can't bag it in any way, shape or form, then they are going to struggle for the rest of this matchup. And there we have it, 13 all, but Carnage Gaming will win by 12.4%, but 98.4% is a very strong showing.
Very strong indeed, and we've seen the 98.8 from Reported Gaming prior to that, and pretty much matched on this one, especially since Carnage Gaming took the defeat to MCES earlier as well. To bounce back like that is fantastic after only, what was it, 2 matches ago as well. So really good to see them be able to spin around as quickly as they did, and that's something that is going to be important now that we're at this stage of the competition, is being able to make sure that they are not going to let defeats impact them. But we do have a little bit of surprise from them after this break. Be sure to stay tuned.
The healers, because it's so key in
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge, where we've still got 3 more matches left to go. The next one being Reported Gaming versus Entropy Gaming, which we haven't seen as of yet, but Reported Gaming definitely put on a really strong performance earlier on today. I believe joining me is Lady B for this next matchup. And what did you think of the last war from what you saw so far?
That was an exciting match. I mean, we are seeing some really close calls, and that came down to the wire, but great to see Carnage getting that win.
Yeah, it certainly was. I still think they put on a good performance against MCES early on, even after that 2-star deficit. But the variety of strategies they used in order to try and topple MCES, and some of the baits that came in terms of their defense was very cheeky here and there. But definitely love to see, and they definitely showed a strong performance in that last matchup. But speaking of Devil B, we do have an interview with Hugo Stiglitz coming in hot after that last victory. But hello Stiglitz, nice to see you again after that matchup, and especially after that last win. How are you feeling now we managed to get that first W on the board today?
It's a good feeling, because we started with a loss against our nemesis MCS, so we were kind of disappointed, and now it's all good.
So Hugo, what has been the biggest difficulty for you guys over at Carnage Gaming with the new meta change, or have there actually been any difficulties for you?
We like the meta change because we needed a nerf on air troops, so we like the new meta. And for example, for me, I started using QC Hogs, and it's a very good army.
Yeah, the Queen Charge Hogs are definitely something that we're seeing more of. Exciting to see you guys working along with that. And as far as base building goes, we've been seeing such a great turnaround for some of your defenses and even tripping up some of the teams. Is that courtesy of the new meta changes? Is that helping out quite a bit, or is it knowing your opponents?
I think now it's easier to place traps, because you don't have to counter mass drag spam or inferno drags. So you can place your traps differently to stop queen charges, more armies.
That's cool. So I was going to say, with the last question, I just want to talk a little bit about the MCES. I know you're thinking, why do we have to go back about that loss? I know it's annoying to think about, because I know you want to remove it from your memory bank anyway, but just talk to me a little bit about what you felt like you could have done differently against MCES in that matchup.
I think we made some stupid mistakes. I think 3 of our guys lost their queen stupidly, and I missed. I didn't manage to have a good funnel, so my queen turned the wrong way, for example. That's some stupid mistake that shouldn't happen at this stage. So we deserve the loss, and we are moving forward.
Yeah, no, I perfectly understand that. And I like how you said that, there's a lot of stupid mistakes across the board. But the main thing is you admit these mistakes and you crack on and just admit that, okay, you lost that one, you can move on, you can face them again at some point later on in the season anyway, which is perfectly understandable. But thank you very much for the interview. Of course, Stiglitz, nice to have you on board once again, and good luck with the rest of the season, and good start to your season as well, going 1-1 currently.
Thank you.
Nice. I think I was assuming that he was going to mention there was the odd mistake. I wasn't expecting to come out with, we made some really, really stupid mistakes like here and there. I think that's definitely what he was trying to say. And, we can't really talk about too much, because it was only very minor mistakes which kind of created a huge impact towards a lot of their attacks against MCES. But they definitely made up for it in their last matchup.
And a lot of these pro players tend to be very hard on themselves. You know, they see their critics in the chat, and as many critics as there might be telling them what they did wrong, they're even worse on themselves. And let's be honest, these guys are playing at the top level, top caliber, but they do understand when there are small things that go wrong, and it's good that they recognize it. And a team like that, you know, is just going to see those mistakes, carry on, and forge forward and say, okay, we've got to tighten this up, clean it up. If they do that with a combination of defenses that Carnage Gaming is bringing to the table, we are going to see a very huge force to be reckoned with. But Carnage Gaming has very much been that kind of team. And similarly, we have RPG that is very much like that, though they've been playing fairly clean, and we're going to get to see them up next. You can see the lineup here again. We'll get to see Mech, Klinga, Timtastic Andy, and General X, who just came off a 14-star win in their previous matchup. And they're going to be facing off against Entropy. This is formerly the Nolex team, who has now been signed by an esports org. Very exciting to see this venture for them, and great to see these guys coming back in. The lineup looks a little bit different. We do not see Reen in the lineup, which I am surprised, but we have Adi, Beezus, Bats, N99, and Bully.
I really am excited to see how Entropy will enter into the ESL Mobile Challenge, because I kind of felt like in both planes we saw, especially in the second planes, they were very, very consistent with their attacks, and it's definitely been some highly rated attacks. It's either, you know, literally they'll get the perfect walls and still get knocked down into the losers bracket, or literally always come out with these 13 to 15 star victories, or sometimes even losses. Like, some people had to really dig deep to try and topple this team, but I think this is definitely going to be one of these dark horses. It just depends on how well they can cope with a league format compared to the double elimination bracket, because I do think they do excel from a double elimination bracket format from what we've seen so far the last couple of planes. But in terms of a league format, you can definitely prepare a lot more compared to double elimination bracket, where you have to really prepare on the fly and adapt quickly in order to kind of secure some of these victories. That's why you may see a lot of these teams prefer to just come first in the ladder and avoid their planes entirely, just in case you might make one minor slip up due to the fact that you dropped into the losers bracket so early. But from what we've seen so far, Entropy looked very, very strong throughout the entire course of the second planes, and just very excited to see how they do in this format and how they do against the likes of, you know, MCES, Alternate Attacks, etc. But Reported Gaming are definitely no walkover. From what I've always seen from Reported Gaming, especially from last season, you just don't know what you're going to get. It's very hot and cold. Sometimes they come out absolutely swinging with these belters here and there in terms of their attacks and their variety of strategies they use. Sometimes we don't. It's really hard to really pinpoint. But what we saw from Reported Gaming earlier on today in their previous war against Badsinger, they did look very strong coming into the first play day.
They definitely did. I think this is going to be a nice close call matchup with these two German teams going up against each other that do know each other very well. So again, we can keep an eye on potential baits because they do know how they typically attack. But I like that we have Klinga coming in. I noticed the one lightning spell, which means we may likely use this for possible headhunter coming out of that CC, just to give it a quick zap, knock it down. Great opening for the queen. All of the, like, barely any damage coming at her. So an easy approach to take down the town hall with just a unicorn, no healers needed or invested, not even an invisibility spell. The support that the king offers the royal champion allows her to push a little bit deeper into the base, and of course we get that clan castle lure. You see the lightning spell coming down to eliminate those headhunters, but we still have the super minion standing. But look at this, it's going to come through. The queen's going to be able to take it on, and it's easy peasy. We've got the stone slammer to cut through, take the core of the base, and pathing is lined up perfectly.
And the queen really barely took any damage from that poison. She was always on the outside in terms of the radius, or to take out some more of those structures, getting a lot more value here across the board. But now look at this bulk of the attack from the south side, already coming in with these loons and these rage spells with the warden behind it, just trying to keep these healed as much as possible. But the stone stammer now just pushing towards into the center, now going towards to try and take down these inferno towers. But even then though, look at this, the free spell comes in once again from both sides, just trying to delay the DPS here from Bats. And I must say, this is a really strong attack here from a potted gate to kick things off in this war.
It is. This core really is no issue because they have the single selected there. So the freeze is focused on the outskirts for the multi-targeting Inferno. That Stone Slammer is still going strong here with massive supports of Loon surrounding. And this is all about cleanup with 1:03 left on the clock here, and even a swag invisibility spell. I always love seeing these invisibility spells brought to the mix because they can help get your heroes out of any sticky situation. Particularly like for this queen, we saw so much much value, but if there were Teslas, if she wound up in any potential danger, that would be the way to ensure that she could take on the Town Hall. But that wasn't the case. He had a nice, clean start to this, and we saw how easily that set the path for his Laloon.
And what made that attack so clean, because the amount of loons and stone slam he had left over, he had so many units to even probably go into another attack with, even if he wanted and as he sees fit. But how did he make it look so smoothly in comparison? What value did he get at the beginning in order to help that towards a very clean triple?
So it really comes down to the high damage items that you're getting. I mean, eliminating the Town Hall is huge because you don't want your loons typically having to pass through it, not to say that you can't, but that's always a great item to pick up. Taking out scatter shots, eagles, those are always great ways, but narrowing out the path and even bringing that stone slammer in line where it would absorb the traps in the core of the base was perfect. And it all relies on kind of the circular movement around in support of the Lalo. But let's take a look as we have bats coming in with, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was expecting to maybe see some drag bats into the mix, but we've got some Hydra coming through, and the Queen helping to shape up this path from the outskirts. A slight delay on the King means he can be used a little bit deeper down to help cut across inside that expo compartment, keeping the dragons and the drag riders forced along inside the space. And we're bringing the blimp that's going to sail through to take on that Town Hall, continuing to navigate those drag riders up towards the multi on the back end.
Bats coming in with a very aggressive attack to kick things off here for their first attack on sort of Entropy Gaming. And already a blimp coming out just due to the fact that a lot of these air traps have definitely been looked for and probably gone in terms of anticipation, but now the blimp is heading towards its way and towards the Town Hall. We'll discover that Tesla farm, but it can deal with that later on. That's not going to be too much of an issue. But the main thing is get that rage spell down to take down that Town Hall, which he has done. And even though the loons were taken out with it, definitely worth the investment indeed. And now just continue to use these drags and these drag riders to clean up the rest of the defenses on that 10 o'clock side, especially that AD, which is currently still alive. The King now popped his ability early, straight from the get-go, to get and catch up with the rest of these units, taking out the rest of that Tesla farm as well. But look at this, so the RC is still alive at the moment, still has ability if she does need to use it, but then again, though, most of these units have already been cleaned up here, but the heroes alive and well.
And a freeze to hold off that single targeting Inferno so the Royal Champ can work her way in. Even if she were to get sniped out, he has the Queen to rely on, her ability to work through. Royal Champion actually going to suffer just a little bit more here because of the Tornado Trap. The Skelly spells a giant bomb, but the King actually tanking here allows her to work through and get this taken down. Now, Judo was talking about this earlier. Judo and I were talking about this earlier, the difference between Queen Charge Drag Riders and Hydra in the current meta, and this is really where you can see that the Hydra does suffer, but having the support of those heroes when you play your cards right, if you can leave those abilities left over to the very end, if you can really support it, make sure they're not taking on too much damage, that is where you can get these successful pushes with the Hydra attacks.
I like he made that point as well, because they didn't really take any damage at all, did they? Especially towards the very end, had more than enough HP, because I mentioned it just before, and the fact that even though their units are pretty much done and dusted, they've already done what they were supposed to do in the first place, is keeping those heroes alive to make sure they've got plenty of time in order to make sure to take out the rest of the defense and the structures at the end. So definitely well thought, definitely a lot of methodical play there from Entropy Gaming, especially from Bats in itself. And I know you wanted a bit of bat play anyway, but it was... we can't get everything, can we? But at least we got the triple. That's the main thing coming into both of these teams. But Reported Gaming definitely have a match on their hands, and the pressure is back on their shoulders now to decide exactly how they're going to go about this second attack. But Entropy Gaming, though, especially for Bats, he's going to be very happy and pleased with his performance to help his team now continue forth from the very start of this war.
He certainly will. And, you know, again, this is a battle of the wills with two teams that do know each other so well. I'm surprised. I don't know. You know, considering we saw so many early defenses from some of the other matches, I almost expect to see that coming through, but not the case. Looks like they're staying on their toes, being very aware. But they are still relying very much on a lot of the attack strategies that they were doing pre-meta. So, you know, pre-meta change before the update, which keep some players in their comfort zone. I know some players are struggling to adjust, but you know, it seems for these two teams, not too much of an issue. But let's be honest, Entropy has a really tough battle knowing that RPG put up 14 stars in their matchup. So that's kind of where they need to aim for in this one.
Yeah, we know that Reported Gaming are a very talented attacking roster no matter what base builds they come up against, but one player we know and love, Timtastic, definitely a very, very strong player indeed, especially with his attacks already coming out with the rocket loon, sniping off a couple of the defenses there along the way, but trying to get a little bit cheeky and just do a little bit more on one of those last defense. I think it was on the Expo, but it actually ended up being very weak in the meantime. But the main thing is that Town Hall does get taken down in the north compartment, and this is going to be a very good start here for Timtastic.
A really nice clean start, taking out the Town Hall, getting the CC lure. Again, I can never stress enough how when you're bringing in any of these blimps, whether it be with the Super Wizard or the Yetis, it's just nice to get that additional value of getting the CC lure depending on the position of it. It just adds that extra double duty factor, and you can pull it out to an area where you can use your heroes. You can even use baby dragons and poisons just to take it down with limited obstruction of the defenses. The Royal Champ actually the one here to pick this off, and this means the Queen can be set on a different path. We have the King working towards the scattershot compartment with the Queen actually working through, so that King's going to provide some excellent tank, and we really do need to clean up just a little bit more of this base in order to create the best pathing possible for this Lalo. I'd be a little bit worried about the multi, so we want a little bit more coming out of this Royal Champion. With the 2 additional invisibility spells, we can get just a tad bit more.
Yeah, he's already used 1 invisibility spell onto the RC. Now using a second to keep the RC alive, as you rightly mentioned, just to try and get into the center to try and take out these Inferno towers. And after the 3rd invisibility spell, looks like he will be able to try and keep it alive to at least take out 1 more of those Inferno towers. It's just a matter if he can go into the center, clean up this final one. But will he be able to? There's the experts actually doing extra damage, which means that 2nd Inferno tower doesn't get cleaned up, but has already taken down a big portion of the defense from that left-hand side. But let's see how well this Lalo attack will do now as the loons coming in, especially after that first spell. Still got 2 more haste spells to use in order to get these loons up as aggressive as possible, while that Lava Hound takes all that damage from the AD from the south side, especially the Eagle next to it as well.
We can see that early warden ability, and those typically come off to help the headhunters get through heroes, but it is a good position as well, considering the multi-beams were spreading around on the loons and they were coming in through towards a scatter shot. So perfect position on that. And that single that didn't go down, you can see the loons in here, no struggle for them on the single. Yes, there's traps, but they can quickly take that down. The only unfortunate thing is there's no support now for the back end, and the Royal Champion stands not enough to get through into the Eagle compartment, finish the job here. And Timtastic, I gotta say, in not likely fashion, I'm used to seeing Timtastic coming in with these insanely overpowered attacks, not gonna be able to pull in the 2-star. Credit to Entropy Gaming for the defense here, for holding him back on this one. And they're going to hold with a reasonable percentage as well, 85%. It's kind of one of those in-between spots to be percentage-wise, but you'd rather be hitting in the 90s to secure in case you hold a defense.
We hyped him up a bit too much at the start, so got a little bit uneasy as he went into that last attack. But talk to me about exactly how that fell through a little bit, because at the very beginning he's doing what needed to be done in order to try and create the best path possible for that Lalo attack, especially just trying to create an atmosphere where when he does go in for that push, he won't take up too much DPS in order to, when he goes for that attack from the 3 o'clock side. But talk to me a little bit about how he wasn't able to claim that triple across the board.
You know, honestly, I want to actually look back at the replay on this one, because I want to see where things got lost towards the Eagle compartment. There didn't seem to be enough circulating around in there for that support for the back end. Now, you know, it would be a tall order for that Royal Champ to have cleared out the single targeting Inferno. If she had gotten that down, that would have been amazing. But it's just, it was just a little bit missed on it. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but I will have to look at the replay. Let's take a look at Bully, though, who is coming through with more Lalo action, but coming in with a Queen Charge. Now, with a Queen Charge, we can offer a lot more pathing and support here, a little bit more calculated, fine-tuned, because you have the exact path set. When you're doing those Sui hero dives like we saw, it can be a little bit more risky in the value that you're getting. And just wrapping this along with the straight line path to the Town Hall, again, this is somewhat risky when you got that long line drive, because if you lose out your Queen, if this is a baited area, you're not going to get that value. But he does have to be patient on the Lalo coming through to ensure that he has a means for the Town Hall to go down.
Still keeping the RC alive with that invisibility spell to try and take down that Inferno Tower in that 2 o'clock side, which he has managed to do. Queen's still alive, still just on the outskirts of that raise spell, and will be pushing to the center shortly in order to create even more havoc into the center. But a couple of those loons did manage to find that tornado, so at least that way it will give him a little bit more leeway with the rest of his loons and that lava hound that laid it on. But the Queen has still been able to do itself justice and get even more value as it's pushing across into the center. But it's just a matter of how he wants to use this next attack in order to push on forward. Still got 2 rage spells, still got a haste spell in his back pocket to use to speed things up a little bit, but he does have plenty of time left on the clock.
He does. Now, I mean, we're just about 50% through the base, but the Queen is not making her path to the Town Hall. He recognizes this. She's cutting her way across, so he has to send the Lala straight into the Town Hall. This is of no consequence. He's got basically like this easy, nice push of a path coming in. If the Queen stays alive, though the healers are suffering, I'm surprised he's not using Freeze to try and hold off this multi, give the Queen an extra fighting chance here, but looks like he wants to hold it for the back-end scatter shot to ensure that the loons can take it down, because they push through relatively easily with that Warden ability, with the haste to support them along. But they are spreading out, and we've got a lot of splash coming in with the Wizard Tower here. And this is where we are going to start seeing them fizzle out. So this took a pretty quick turn. I like the reflexes, the adjustment on this. I don't think this is the exact path that he would have preferred to go. The Queen likely directed towards the Town Hall, but with that opening, it makes it a little bit tricky. Again, we're going to see the percent coming through, which is going to keep these 2 teams tied up. But Letho, we're getting mighty close to that 85% mark. It does look like Bully could just... Can he edge over, or is he going to hit exactly on the mark here? Oh, he is going to edge over by 1
Oh my god.
building. 1 building here with that super Winion.
Dear me. Bully getting bullied by Andy's defense there. 86% 2-star. Definitely could have seen a lot worse, but then again, both teams, shall I say, both on that 5-star trip going into that third attack. So still very close between the two. And what do you feel like is one of the main talking points about that attack in terms of why he wasn't able to get that triple? Because we saw there right at the very beginning, he's got each hero for each of those compartments from the 3 to 6 o'clock side, and got a lot of value from that Queen as well, especially during the later stages. And he's also very patient as well. I think he's waiting for his Queen to push in more into the center just to make sure he gets as much value as possible to give his Lalo attack a little bit more leeway.
The biggest problem there is that ideally the Queen would have gone for the Town Hall. It's a gamble with that opening path that she would take that route, because her taking that route meant that she lost her healers. If she had worked through into the Town Hall compartment, it would have been less risk for her. She could have taken that down, a little bit more support, and the Lala would have had more impact over towards the scattershot compartment. So I think he was just looking for more of that postage stamp to take out with the Lalo. I really think that would have been the difference maker for this, just keeping the Queen in the right direction.
Postage stamp, I like it. I'm going to nick that one, B, just to let you know. So if I say it at some point, you can thank yourself for that. But yeah, you're right, though. He's trying to like stamp his way into trying to get that triple. It was a little bit of a shame. It did, like, you can see the thought process, his plan of action, but of course, he couldn't execute it to the best of his ability, which is a little bit of a shame, but I don't think he's going to be kicking himself too much. 86% isn't exactly like, the worst thing we've seen. We've seen a lot worse attacks already today, but it does not matter. It's Andy, the one who had a pretty good defense on that last attack coming from Entropy Gaming, is going to be the one attacking this time round. And I do see those Dragon Riders appearing once again here, B, so let's see how he's going to kick things off with this blimp.
And so the blimp sailing through should invest a rage, and here we go, because we have the Queen defending here. Wants to clear out this entire apartment, get that full CC lure so we can drag it to the outside corner. Now Queen in a perfect spot, gets the wall break open for the scatter shot so he can work her right through. Nicely timed poison. Not only gets the headhunters in quickly, the skellies, but we would love to see those super minions inside it so she can work through them quickly, but they've already kind of burned through that quick fast ability, the long range reach that they have. So as the Queen starts moving through, we have 3 more super wall breakers and a jump. So surely we are going to see this King shaped up to pick up even more value and opened up to that single targeting, the AD compartment. And all of this is going to force that Queen up straight towards the Town Hall.
This is going to be huge here for Andy, already looking absolutely spot on for what you just mentioned. Now the Queen is pushing a little bit into the center, and if she can get in reach into that Inferno Tower, that would also be huge. But the King already popping his ability, taking that one compartment, saying goodnight, and now pushing onto the outside towards the northern portion of from that. But going back to the Queen now, does take down Inferno Tower. Will have to deal with a lot of DPS coming out from Entropy Gaming. Great Spell does drop down. So there's the free spell as well. Focusing on that Clan Castle, and then we'll be focusing on the Inferno Tower straight afterwards. But when we mentioned about the main portion of the attack here, as the Dragon Riders and the Warden now comes out strong from the south side, now pushing on in to make sure to take down that Eagle Artillery as a main priority.
Really smart move there with the invisibility spell, just keeping those healers safe past the multi for as long as possible to ensure that the Queen has direct safe path to the Town Hall to stay alive. She's burned through her ability, so at this point, she is pretty much down for the count with a single targeting Inferno on her. But the Drag Riders have the additional support of the Royal Champion. We want to try and reserve this ability as long as possible. However, there's no scatter shots on the back end, just a single, and a freeze should do enough to keep her alive and well. Look at him hold on to the very last second for this ability, just to ensure that she can take down that single targeting Inferno and as many defenses as possible. But there's traps that knock out almost every single Drag Rider, every single, oh my goodness. There's not a lot left over to this, and I am a bit worried, especially because there's only 28 seconds left to go now.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic, not just of Andy, but, of Robotic Gaming. I did mention before this match even began that I do enjoy seeing Robotic Gaming because sometimes they're very hot and cold teams. Sometimes they look absolutely remarkable and can't be stopped, and other times they can be a little bit cold. We've seen a couple of instances here, which is not what we're normally used to, but Andy's going to try and put on the best percentage possible of this 2-star. Looks like it will be about 92% as you try and close these things up, but it looks like it will be just in the nick of time. But we've seen a lot worse percentages. It's still early days as of yet. All depends on how Entropy Gaming responds now to Robotic Gaming in the next 3 attacks.
And we're seeing a little bit of a difference here with the new update to the Drag Riders, that balance change that happened to them. You really do need to have as much support as possible from those heroes. I mean, with your Queen charges, it's almost like going in with Hybrid, where you typically need your Queen there for cleanup. So that's the one thing that players do need to be mindful of. Unfortunate that he lost his Queen early, especially because considering it looked so strong for those Drag Riders. Timing seemed perfect, but in the end, just not enough time to finish a job there.
Yeah, we've seen it in a few instances, haven't we? We saw it back in what I think was the first and second war earlier on, but apart from that, that's been about it. Some clean-cut attacks here and there, but like you rightly said, a few time fails along the way. But that time round, it was just a little bit of a shame. There's not only needed more time, maybe a little bit more patient in terms of his execution, but we are going to be going towards back to Entropy Gaming. I did say that they've got 3 attacks left, but this is their moment to really make their mark in the ESL Mobile Challenge, getting a couple of these triples to add a huge amount of pressure onto Robotic Gaming. But saying that though, in terms of pressure, look at the aggression already coming out with these drags, and he does have 3 Drag Riders in his back pocket ready to use, which he does release momentarily, with the Queen now just adding insult to injury into that right hand compartment, just trying to take down the Eagle Artillery as quick as possible, with everything else there in between, with the King there as well. And these loons and these dragons already just making a huge mark from this eastern and northern side.
And you can see him clipping that blimp through, and it's absorbing a ton of traps along the way. Obviously, we wanted to clear out this path of Town Hall, taking down those defenses, so the Drag Riders and Dragons don't really have to go through it. But the fact that it did pick up so many traps is huge, and that's a nice thing about bringing these clone spells, is it does help to support, with the additional defenses around, tons of Dragons left over, and tons of support from the heroes with the Queen and Royal Champ abilities left over here, even an outlying dragon just from the north side of the base coming down towards the west is really going to help with cleanup. But Lethal, there's a minute 36 on the clock.
He's fine.
He's not even worried about time.
Nothing to worry about at all. All the heroes he's got left remaining, his dragons have got actually a fair amount of HP. They've not really taken a huge amount of damage. It's just been a mixed bag, really. And look at the amount of work he's done for Entropy Gaming. I did say that they've got 3 attacks left. Getting a triple now will definitely add a huge amount of pressure onto Robotic Gaming. But my God, that attack was just ridiculous.
Yeah, they definitely needed this. I mean, when we started off, they were just about 1% down, but now they are 1 star up, which works favors for them. So this could be their turnaround if they can keep clean on their attacks. It's just hard to determine what we will see coming in defensively from both sides, but it is definitely sure that Entropy has brought the defenses to go up against RPG, who did pull in that 14 Star Wars. So definitely impressive so far.
It really has been, and if they're going to bring out attacks like that, and maybe this might not even be their best attack, then Reported Gaming will be scratching their heads thinking, well, what am I going to do now to try and put a little bit more pressure on? But Reported Gaming have been in this situation time and time again, especially during the last season. So they've been here before, and I'm sure they'll have to try and figure out a few ways in order to try and bring this back. But this is obviously getting a little bit hairy in terms of the start of this matchup now, keeping the Queen alive with that rage spell to push in towards that south compartment, and all the defenses already coming out here from Addy of Entropy Gaming. But so far things have calmed down a little bit now. The Queen just slowly making her way into that south compartment. We know at the start it got a little bit hectic, but now things have calmed down a little bit once again. We'll have to deal with these lava pumps before she can then enter into the south compartment, and then of course after into the town hall.
Is Yeti getting great value, even picking off that cannon. Nice clean line path to the town hall, opening this up. And we can see also on the opposite side of the base where it's starting to be funneled up, we can delay the king dropped a little bit further down towards the cannon and then set the hybrid in place for a nice narrow push. Yes, we have to go into the scatter shot, but we've got a nice, easy in-line path. And I'm looking to see if there's any additional wall breaks for the Queen, but there are not. So king set up in place. We're going to see him working down and around. The backside just needs to keep the pathing navigating with the Queen here where she is. She could pick up some great value by keeping everything trained and focused on the inlying edge.
Let's see what they can do here. Already a huge amount of defense coming from Addy's defense here. Just need to try and crack on through if they can. First trying to take down that Inferno Tower in the center, which they have done. They've actually taken down both in sync. So this could be a great way to then make even more pressure onto that Eagle Artillery into that scanner shot later on. But you can see the King there just taking out all the structures on the outside as well. The Hog Riders now focusing on both the Eagle and the Expo there, as they were both split in the meantime. But it doesn't matter though. The RC is here to help and give a help in hand, and now the RC now still continue to do work, and even though it's very weak, it does mean that a lot of these Hog Riders can tank a lot of the damage for the RC as it's going to make its next push.
Well, he even has a healer swap over. That Queen was OP. She actually tanked for the scatter shot. She took the entire focus of that scatter shot as the miners and the hogs were forcing their way over until it knocked her down. Dropped that freeze to hold it off. The healer swapped over, and this is absolutely wrecked. Mech is showing the power of hybrid currently since the update, with absolutely slamming in that 3-star for RPG.
Yeah, brilliant attack from Reported Gaming. As we've seen a few slip-ups along the way from the likes, I think it was Andy and Timtastic earlier on, which is, I said it before, they're a very hot and cold team, but with those players in particular, you don't expect them to make a few slip-ups here and there. Normally, even a high percentage 2-star would give them a bit of leeway, and normally it's something we would normally see from them. But yeah, just not very characteristic of him. It's just a bit strange, but it doesn't matter anyway. That was all in the past. Still got a couple attacks left, as Reported Gaming is still in with a chance to try and make this as close or as competitive as possible to try and get their W once again in this matchup, and they definitely can. It depends on the circumstances of these last attacks here.
Yeah, definitely looking to hold that defense. And, I think a lot of this, too, is, again, players trying to get used to some of the changes, just catching up to speed, finding what's working for them right now. And also we're seeing some small adjustments to base building where defenses are actually holding stronger. So it does make it a little bit more difficult for these players to just take a little more time than a week or two to adjust. But we do have visas coming in with the Hydra. So starting off down by the Eagle side of the base, we can see the King and Queen working together, opening up that compartment and using the Skellies to actually distract for some of the defenses because he doesn't want to invest bringing in an Ice Golem. We have a lot of troop space coming in with the Drags and the Drag Riders, so having that spell investment instead for distraction is a really smart value.
Cool. Entropy Gaming really aren't mucking around today. These aggressive pushes, I absolutely love it. Don't get me wrong, I love my better call plays as the next person, but when I see these aggressive pushes, it can be quite risky in terms of execution, but you love to see it when they're trying to get the job done as soon as possible, but also avoiding that time fail later on. But it depends how much of your army composition does survive those initial engagements at the later stage. As the Blip now to still come into pushing towards that town hall. Even though the sweeper's going to do its best in order to try and be an absolute nuisance, it doesn't really help enough. The loons do take down that town hall, and that's already been a good execution already. Just getting these drags and the couple of these Dragon Riders as well to take down some of the structures on the outside. The Warden is on the outside with them currently, and most of the army now just in the center, just trying to do absolute work to the rest of the defense here from Robotic Gaming. But look at this, this has been looking very good so far, and it's much better than what we potentially anticipated.
It is looking good, but it is starting to slowly fizzle out. As you can see the Queen dying out. We have a couple of dragons left, but still a lot to get through. Drag Rider, 2 dragons, 3 dragons actually, with one on the north side, and the Warden all looking to get through these remaining defenses. And you can see that they are struggling. They're just a bit too close. Traps on the back end really thin this out. And you know what? Having that CC there with the Royal Champ, I was going to say she was in a really nice position. She really did support this, but going into the core of the base, she took on just a little bit too much damage, including from those rocket learns, and just wasn't able to be there for the final support on the end of the raid. But nonetheless, a beautiful planned attack and super, super close.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a shame, really, just in terms of, like, the execution was good, don't get me wrong, with some of the units just obviously focus firing on a lot of those HP structures rather than the Inferno Tower or anything else. It's just, you know, these things can happen sometimes. Was there anything else you was able to pick upon which could have swayed the tide of things in terms of being able to get that triple a little bit more successfully?
You know, I was looking to see for the pathing of the King and the Queen. It would have been nice to have that King working into that scattershot compartment where the Queen actually surrounded, had to force that ability, and that's where the Royal Champ came in. I think if there was maybe support, a wall break opening that up, giving the King and Queen easier access into it, that could have supported this just a little bit more, and the Royal Champ could have been used in a different position to get just that additional value needed. But General X coming in with the Super P.E.K.K.A. Smash now, and Warden looking to pick up what we typically talk about here, some good flank damage value, and that is with the scatter shot. Typically, if we're looking at either single targeting infernos that could burn down heroes, scatter shots with splash damage, or air defenses, any of those things that could target your main pack of troops or even your healers, you want to try and eliminate. And it, of course, starts setting up the funnel in the path. We get these kind of square block chambers that we work through and then start navigating the pathing around towards a town hall, typically towards that back end, because you want to push through the core and leave that town hall to the very end of your raid.
Love that as well, just keeping that Warden alive there, even though that defensive RC was there ready to pick it apart in the meantime. Final attack from both these players, only a 0.2% difference between the two here. It's been very hard to separate them, especially towards the later stages here. Already the raid spell comes down, and those P.E.K.K.A.s are just trying to do absolute work towards that right-hand compartment. But we'll need to deal with these 2 Ice Golems, which is going to be a little bit of a pain in the backside as they're pushing on forward. But even though a nice portion of the base has already been cleared up, look what time's left. Still got 1 minute and 13 left remaining. It's going to be pretty tough to decide how General X is going to continue this execution. Still got quite a few spells left over as well. Just depends on how he wants to do this from a calculated manner.
I'm trying to take a look what's actually going with the Queen inside the core of this base. Queen's hogging up the entire healer composition. No more super wizards left over in this. The P.E.K.K.A.s just absolutely on the wrong side, but the Queen is still carrying on. The one thing he has to be mindful of is trying to support, keep that Queen alive. He needs to take down this town hall, so he sends in the Royal Champion to try and snipe out the defenses, take down that single targeting Inferno, freezes it up even, which is going to help the Queen even more, help hold on to the ability. And despite losing all of those super wizards, this still has a chance to recover back around, but it's not easy to do. Hanging on to the Royal Champion ability is huge, and the Queen to ensure that the town hall goes down, but they still need to backtrack into the multi-chamber.
This is starting to come very close indeed. 25 seconds left remaining, and even then, though, the RC just sitting in that poison does get cleaned up eventually, and that's going to be literally it. And we did see earlier on, B, that those P.E.K.K.A.s took a huge battering, a huge chunk of damage right at the very beginning. And even though they took the wrong route, it was just a shame because of the fact that there's nothing really more they could have done anyway because of how weak they were in the meantime. But they're going to try and clean up this storage if they can, but there's going to be no way they'll be able to. 96%. And the problem was for Robotic Gaming, it didn't matter too much just due to the fact that with their percentage, they were down anyway. So even if they did get a triple, if of course the other side they do get a triple themselves, then they would have lost anyway no matter what. But that triple definitely would have helped them along the way, because that's the problem. If their opponents 2-star at any stage, then they definitely would have been able to not come back in it, and they would have lost out on star. So it does mean now coming into it, Entropy Gaming could topple Reported here.
They definitely could. This is that opening that they need and want to try and work their way through. I mean, we were pretty closely matched up, 94.3 to 94.5 heading into that last attack, both tied up on star count. So that is huge to see it coming that close. But I can't say I'm super surprised about that turnover altogether. So we'll have to see if Entropy is going to have what it takes to try and finish the job here and get a win for the day.
Yeah, for Entropy, it's in their hands now, isn't it, B? So there's anything they can do now is to try and topple this last defense if they can. As General X will be the one on defense here. Addy now, we can see what he's going to do with his Dragon Riders. I was talking to this about with the Dragon Riders earlier on with Judo, and normally the 5 has been the go-to in terms of the amount of Dragon Riders to perform where execution this needs to be done or made by some of his attacks, but he's coming up with 7 here, so we can see what he's going to do with these, and still got quite a few spells along the way, and also, of course, trying to take down this Town Hall early on in this first engagement, which he does. Brilliant way to kick things off for Addy. And now, will he be able to follow suit with at least a very high 2-star or the 3-star just to guarantee that victory?
A stubborn takedown on the Town Hall, but he does have this additional invisibility spell left over that he can use for the hero support. Possibly used for the Royal Champion or even used for the King and Queen just to get that additional value. But the King providing that tank for the Queen as she works her way through. And if the Royal Champ is supporting here on the outside edge, this is where we would actually like to see it come into play just to pick up more defenses.
Waiting now, right? Hasn't released the bulk of his army just yet, but the King's having to deal with a lot in the meantime in the center. It's going to be bit of a pain in the backside for him, but it does not matter. The damage has already been done and what he needs in order to make this attack work a little bit better. The Dragon Riders and these loons have come out from that 2 and 3 o'clock side. The Warden will be joining them to help towards taking down that Eagle artillery to kick things off, and now already just making so much damage and actually creating so much damage now in that right compartment. Already cleaned up, already have 1 minute and 30 left remaining, and still has that rage spell and invisibility spell later on, if especially if one of his heroes gets into a little bit of trouble, or maybe to keep some of these Dragon Riders alive depending on the circumstances he's put himself in. But this is looking pretty good as Addy trying to clinch his team that 3-star to guarantee the victory in this game.
And these Drag Riders struggling through the core of the base, but he still has support surrounding from that 6 o'clock corner, pushing up to 9, freezes up the AD. That Warden Tower packs a nasty punch, but he's got a good spread of these Drag Riders. I am surprised that Queen went as far as she did, cutting across into the center of the base, adding that additional support to these Drag Riders, but still a lot left over here. This one Drag Rider going down for the count, and I don't know what this last one has remaining, but we do have a full health Warden working with the Electro Owl. He could get this done with what remains. I think the biggest issue is going to be time.
It certainly is indeed. I reckon at least 96% should guarantee it, but at this point already, it looks like he's trying to head towards a triple, let alone worrying about the high 2-star percentage, as he's going to finish up the storage and then that last bag, and that's all going to be said and done. Look what he's got left over so far. Not a huge amount, but enough to guarantee that triple, as Addy manages to help Entropy with their first victory here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Great way to kick things off. And we saw there, but we knew it was going to be in the high 90s. It's just a triple. We were, asking questions whether they can do it, and they have done, winning by 1 star against Robotic Gaming, and also by 1% as well. And we talked a little bit in the pre-game before this match started, where Entropy Gaming, we saw some great attacks for them. They were very, very consistent in the planes, but they were toppled by some absolute juggernauts throughout every single time they're in that double elimination bracket. And this is a team where they've got a huge amount of stamina and they don't really let off the gas at all by any means. And it's nice to see a glimpse of that. But then again, Robotic Gaming, we see their hot and cold form, and we're seeing both today. We saw the cold form in this match, but early on, when they're playing the likes of Badzinger, they were looking fresh as anything. So we saw both sides from Potted Gaming, but at least both teams managed to get that first W in the ESL Mobile Challenge nonetheless. And we still got 2 more matches left to go, guys. And just to let you guys know at home, we do have the Alternate Attacks versus MCES match coming up next. I won't be here, but Judo and Lady B will be here to cast such a fabulous matchup indeed. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes. So Tryhard, welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. It would have felt a little bit weird if the reigning champions didn't make an appearance this time round, so it's obviously great to have you back once again. How confident is your team feeling heading into the fall season of the ESL Mobile Challenge?
Oh, we are always very confident because we know that we can beat every team. So we do our best. We do it step by step, and we hope to reach the finals once again.
As you're well aware, half the teams have struggled and sadly didn't get the chance to reclaim their spots into the ESL Mobile Challenge. So compared to last season, 4 of the teams still couldn't make it back into this season's ESL Mobile Challenge. Are you surprised by this? And if not, why?
I'm not very surprised because the team who qualified this time are very strong in the moment. At the moment, they mastered the meta of the game. They do a very strong composition in attack, so it's pretty logic that they qualified.
With Tompanai not competing this season, is this a large amount of weight lifted off your shoulders so you can focus more on the mischief that the likes of Alternate Attacks could bring to the table or get up to?
Of course, ATN Attacks are always the favorite. They are probably the best team in the world, so the goal is to beat them. And of course, there are many good teams. Every team has his own strength, so we had to adapt to it. We have to understand every team and try to defend them well.
Now, you know a few of the teams already, but now the likes of Time to Throw, GH Rest, Badzinger, and Nolix are now in with the rest of the fray here in this season's ESL Mobile Challenge. Is there anything you're going to be keeping an eye on in terms of the matchups you'll have against them?
Of course, these are very good teams. We can see Badzinger, who qualified for the World Championship in 2 pre-qualifier. So it's a very strong team, and it's not going to be easy to beat them. Like Nolex, they play very well with strong strategies, and yeah, it's going to be hard for us to beat them.
Thank you very much for this interview. Good luck for the rest of the season. Hope you do well, of course, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you. See you.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. It has been an exciting day of matches, and we still have 2 more to go, one of which is going to be super exciting for both of us here today. Welcome back, Judo. You're going to get to see MCES and ATN playing in this next match.
Oh, I'm glad you welcomed me back for this one. The rivalry between these two teams has been building up for quite some time now, particularly here within the ESL Mobile, and last season's challenge really was an interesting one, shall we say, because Alternate Attacks topped the groups. They looked favorites, but MCES, as we know, pipped them to the post right at the end, winning the entire thing. You see their roster unchanged at this stage. And this matchup could really set the tone as to how these teams are going to be moving forward in this challenge.
It definitely could, but it is a very strong team that they have lined up. MCS has definitely been making waves in 2021, finally getting their groove. And they've been really putting the grind to ATN, claiming that title last season, but ATN did get the leg up in the World Championship qualifiers when they had their matchup, with ATN walking away with the golden ticket and MCES taking the silver ticket in the very first World Championship qualifiers this year. So this rivalry is just one in the making for a very long time, and this year is just really amping it up.
Absolutely, and you notice from the rosters there, Mask a part of MCES, that would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? A part of Alternate Attacks. Obviously, we know he was part of the lineup last season, but it was actually the Nade that followed through with the ESL Mobile. So this is a slightly different roster for them. They've had time to gel, so we'll find out whether that is going to be something that gives them the advantage this season.
Definitely have to wait and see. Mask is a very versatile attacker, but he kind of has he's had to be put in the position of filling the shoes of Linnaeus, who was a resident Queen Charge, Hog, hybrid attacker, which would have been perfect meta for him. And Mask took on really well to what Linnaeus had been doing with the Town Hall 14 change, and that's going with the Queen Charge Drag Rider. Let's see how he's going to hold up with the ground, and if we're going to see more of that coming in from him. But you know who we're going to see it from? We're going to see it from MCES. Kingsman coming in with the Queen Charge hybrid. And we do have the Giant helping to tank initially for this Queen, so we can have a slight delay on the healers and just giving her a little bit more safety.
Yeah, like you said, we'll be entering into this meta with the ground approach. Interesting that MCES have gone for this, and if we will see Alternate use it at all, but playing it safe with those healers, does not want to run into any traps on the outside of the base, just taking out this area. And again, I like this approach, just taking out some of the DPS, and probably we'll see the King dive into that area unless he's just delaying the wall break here for the Queen. There it is, in fact. So yeah, the Queen diving into that area. I wasn't sure if he's going to just walk the Queen all of the way down and dive the King in, but setting things up nicely. And I mean, the hybrid's one of those strategies which has been at the forefront of our minds for some time, hasn't it? It's all about that pathing with the Queen and just setting it up for the hybrid to move through.
I mean, that's the number one thing for any good raid, is lining up your pathing. You don't have it set, and you just run the risk of your troops completely running awry. Queen is doing some great work. We can already see the wall break open for the King to secure that Town Hall, which means we're going to send the hybrid straight through the center of the base. But I like this. Look at what he's doing. Dropping the siege barracks. That's going to help provide additional support for the King, because he's got a long line push coming into that Town Hall. He's clearing up the outsides, ensuring that the miners don't pull out of formation, that they stay in the confines of the base, and the Queen continuing to support this push by narrowing it out inside, deeper through the core.
Yeah, I really like that he deployed the hybrid pretty much alongside the king, actually, because they have so many buildings to get through that hopefully the timing works out here and they continue to push into the middle. Maybe a couple of them will move across towards this town hall, which might not be the end of the world, but he's actually got a huge amount of them gone over there. So let's find out if he does still have enough through the middle. Certainly looks like so, because the Royal Champion is in that mix as well, slowly pushing on through, and he's still got the Queen ability, Royal Champion ability, and an invisibility, which he'll probably use for that RC as well.
Yeah, I would say this queen ability is huge, but actually it is going to be huge because those miners who I were going to point out sneaking into the safe zone of the scatter shot just got obliterated by the giant bomb. But the Royal Champ, of course, able to make her path here, hanging onto the queen ability as the extra insurance, but he's got an invisibility spell left over that is not even needed. So Kingsman off to a raring start for MCES, again showing the power of hybrid, of these ground attacks now since the update.
Just popping that invisibility over by ATN's clan castle. Let them know that the champions are here to retain their title. But we do know that this is the matchup a lot of us will have been waiting for today. Just on paper, we know how good this matchup is. And alternate attacks, they won't let that phase them. World champions, I'm sure we will be expecting 3 stars across the board here, one after another. It is going to be one of those wars, I feel, as to whose defenses holds up first.
It definitely will be, and we have seen defenses today. We've seen some great defenses coming through. I talk about teams that know each other really well and where we can see the possibility of a lot of baits coming through. This would be one of those matches that I would expect to see that, but equally, these players have to be on their toes to go up against each other, knowing that that's a possibility. So Boom in with a swift zap down to help start the pathing and funneling for the Hydra, or yeah, the Hydra. I was looking to see if there was a Tribrid in there, but going for that straight Hydra to cut through the core of the base. Still need to send that blimp in for the Town Hall, keeping it navigating. The Dragons and Drag Riders navigating through the center, and of course the Heroes keeping this pushing along and eliminating the Eagle early on, which will add a lot of easy push for the back end.
Yeah, the lightning spell that he used initially works really well to cut the funnel alongside taking down the building for the dragons now to just move to the top. And once the town hall is down, it really doesn't matter. Look at the dragon in the center. Also got the multi, which essentially cuts this entire base apart. And now he can allow the dragons on the outside, but they have taken just immense damage up to that northern compartment. They're pretty much history.
And this is where you and I were talking about the definite need of support from the Heroes on this, having them left over to the end, and not just having them, but having some abilities here. The only problem is the Queen is not supported by healers. It's just her, the Unicorn. The Royal Champion still has some opportunity, but we've got a defending AQ. We've got the scatter shot. If we didn't have the scatter shot and the defending AQ, this could have possibly been a little bit more of a breeze, but Boom is not letting up. He is waiting patiently for the Royal Champion to have some tank, for that Queen to step in place so he can get as much value out of her as possible.
Oh, I thought the scatter shot was actually on the Queen, but unfortunately on the Royal Champion, and he would have needed both the spell and ability for the back-end expo if he had any opportunity, but recognizes that in order to push the percentage as high as possible, he just has to use the freeze spell and make sure to give them as good of an opportunity as they can. It's not going to be the 3-star, it's the defense out of the gates for MCES. Dragon's not the answer to this base, but Boom obviously wanting to keep that percentage as high as possible. We've seen wars today come down to percentage, so you never want to give your opponent any opportunity of taking advantage even once your star's behind.
Definitely not, and Synthe's got to be sitting back pretty happy about that defense, considering he's holding Boom to an 83% 2-star. Against a team, against any team, whether it be ATN or MCES or any of these teams we have playing today, you really want to be hitting above that 90% mark to ensure some possibility of that percent working in your favor. Anywhere below that, and you run the risk of, you know, even if you're able to hold a defense, not being able to keep it close quite enough.
Well, time will tell. Still plenty of attacks for them to come back. But this next one, whilst MCES did get the 3 stars in the last one, this could be pivotal. Are they going to just keep their foot on the gas? But look at this, using the lightning around the multis and the earthquake to finish it off. I always love seeing weird and wonderful combinations between the lightning and earthquake. And whenever you can use an earthquake, just finish off 2 buildings at once, it always just looks so satisfying to me.
It always seems like great value expended, and for that it was. He took down, looks like the air sweepers, 2 battle builder huts, and those inferno towers in the center. So he's eliminated pretty nasty pathing in the core that the Lalo will be able to circumvent, work its way around. And using the king and the queen on just opposite sides here is really going to shape this up and also eliminate some of those high damage items. An additional scatter shot, and we've got the town hall going down. It's a nice lying path with just the eagle and 1 scatter to really have to worry about getting through now.
Yeah, what type of value could the queen get anything else? But due to the poison and not really having any other spells to supplement, it is just the town hall. But that's exactly what he wanted, using the stone slammer to hopefully get in towards this eagle before it does too much damage. Flying the lava balloon from the opposite side, really customized to the base, this one. Mini Lalos all around, if you will. But hopefully that is going to be effective at taking out each compartment and the key defenses in each of them.
Now, we thought he eliminated the potential path into the core, but he actually did not, as we have the entire Tesla farm cropping up here. So as the loons are working their way through, he has a ton here, but we have the potential of traps picking up along the way and the loons taking a lot of damage here. And here we go. This is exactly what it is built for, to try and hold off. But is it going to be enough with this warden working along? 59 seconds left, holding on to 1 loon, and the warden is, I would say, there with a fighting chance, but not with the wizard tower and the expo still there and the king defending.
Yeah, the Expo is the main one, isn't it? The balloon goes down, and there it is. Expo locks on. Can you believe it? It has paid off. And like you said, purely a base building perspective there, which has helped alternate attacks to arguably get back into this. But the Owl's chaining towards the Expo. It will indeed go down. I thought I was reverse jinxing there for a second, but it is the defense. And as you mentioned, the Tesla in the center really being pivotal there to force the balloons across. And it was set up for the lightning to take down the center, actually, and have the Tesla pop.
Now, it didn't really work out for Remio, and really very much due to those traps and the Teslas in the core that he thought he had eliminated. I'm sure that he knew that there was a possibility of that there, that he could run into that. But I still like this pathing. This is the second time today. We've, of course, seen him come in with this push with the Stone Slammer from one side, the Lalo from the opposite side to bring it together. And you really can see that the power that it really does offer, except when you have to go through the core of the base.
I mean, sometimes if you, like you said, get the pathing correct, and he did get pretty good value from his heroes, sometimes you can just overpower the core in the end if you do hit it from different angles like he did. I think he used the invisibility thinking the Royal Champion would stay alive at one point, and she didn't, so maybe that's something that could have changed, but it is the defense, and it's up to Mask to try and level things out here. Going with a somewhat similar strategy. 7 lightning spells, probably for the, I was going to say the Archer Queen up there, potentially next to the single, but decides to go down the bottom. Actually gets amazing value. Not just the scatter, but the Expo helps to relieve a lot of damage from the heroes.
And also really push her along for the path. And, you know, we're already seeing where the hybrid can force along, already narrowed out from the 3 to 12 o'clock side of the base, all along that line, as the queen will work her way through to pick off this town hall. And that means that we can use a king to actually set up a really good path along the outskirts, keep the miners set. Oh, I'm sorry, Lalo. I'm thinking Mask is coming in here with, I'm on autopilot for Mask with a hybrid, and he's coming in with the Lalo, but very similar setup with the way he wants to path this and function this by keeping it nice and in line. Just means we can actually get more value out of the king in a different spot. And I don't know, Judo, where do you think he could get the most from the scattershot compartment, possibly?
Yeah, it looks like that's potentially what he's doing. Maybe the baby dragon up by the barracks area just to force him into this compartment. But, well, it looks like it's actually just going to be the wizard. But look at that one Valkyrie. That is purely to help with any skeleton traps that could pop. Now that the Yak does not do that splash, but the Valk's actually on the outside of the base. So it might not help too much, but well, the Skellies jump over, so it helps out perfectly. What am I talking about? There we are. King can get this scatter shot, like you mentioned. Look at that wall break, Lady B, straight to the core. How do they do that with the wall breakers?
Oh my goodness, this is some pure value out of the Queen, and I like the way that he used the invisibility spell, the Rage, keeping her alive, so he can hold on to this ability, keep her through so she can take down the center of the base, but he's going with the same component that we saw with Remio, Stone Slammer on the back end, Lalo from the opposite side, all converging together as they work along through towards that Eagle. And the Queen is going to pick up that biggest air distraction, the defending BK. Let's see if she not going to be enough to knock him down, but Judo, I don't think time is going to be an issue for this one.
So clean, isn't it? With everything just seemingly being deployed in each and every direction. Interestingly, on this one, the Tesla were in the region where the lightning spell was used again, but you see the power that he has left over here. Brilliant deployment of all of the balloons, and I do love the fact that he sent the baby dragon in actually towards the Tesla, knowing it could just pick a lot of those off and mitigate a lot of that damage. So we're virtually tied up. I guess we'll have to see the percentage, but it's pretty close right now.
It is running mighty close, and, you know, great to see. This is kind of like, you know, great minds think alike in some of the way that they're planning, and also the way that they're actually base building. As you mentioned, this is the second time that we're seeing the Zapquakes coming down, and exactly where it was supposed to go, we're seeing Teslas cropping up. So surely they have to be in each other's heads.
It seems that way, doesn't it? And a lot of the matches maybe coming down to the psychological warfare prior to the attacks, in fact. But this is one thing, that you can build bases for common meta attacks, but do you build a base for the Queen Charge mass rocket loons? I don't know. I'm not sure how many people try and defend against this. Try hard looking to completely outsmart alternate attacks. Let's see if he can get the value with this Queen Charge.
So going a little non-traditional here with
Round Warden as well.
Ooh, so we are going in for some massive hero value on this one. And Judah, we are seeing a little bit more of the push of these heroes all together. 4 heroes working through to pick up some big value. I've not seen it with the rocket loons, but this does mean that we can pick up typically about 60. I've even seen some close to 70% of the base. So the rocket loons just really need to support from the outskirts.
Yep, and that's predominantly what he will be doing, trying to just pick off those buildings and actually start to alleviate damage off the heroes. Maybe you will see, for example, up by the Queen, the Cannon and Arch Tower, those types of buildings that can be picked off easily by the rocket balloons and essentially mitigate damage. I mean, with the air defense there, it doesn't look like he's going to send them in that region, but at this stage, he's only used 1 rocket loon and the base is virtually gone. He's got the jump spell for the Archer Queen. Does he need these rocket balloons? It looks like he's just going to try and swamp the multi-target Inferno down at the bottom of the base at this stage.
He is hanging on strong here. Powerful Queen Charge, but only really able to be done by the support of the Warden King and Royal Champ combination. But this keeps that Queen Charge going for days, and that just shows you really can Queen Charge a base here. So providing the push of those rocket loons to clear out some of the remaining defenses, particularly where the Queen wouldn't reach. And this means she's going to be able to finish up the job. And once those defenses are down, he is hanging on to a couple of additional rocket loons so we can take down those storages.
Ooh, and it got a little bit close here with the rocket balloons, but the Queen has got so much value, and I really like the choice of rocket loons here, actually, because... turn 1 invisible! Is it enough? I mean, he's still got 2 left over to use, but what I was going to say, I like the use of the rocket balloons because he invested everything to that Queen Charge. All of the spells everything. And the rocket balloons you don't really need spells with because they almost have a haste spell attached to them. So the fact that he went with them on the back end, knowing he wouldn't have any spells for the rest of his army, I think was a wise choice. It worked out really well for him.
MCS is just, they are really showing that they've melded not only to the current meta, but they're thinking outside of the box. They're really taking some big risks, and it is paying off for them today. They could be the first team that is playing twice today to get 2 wins if they keep it on the momentum that they're going right now.
Yeah, interesting statistic. I never even thought about it like that because we have seen already how close these teams are, winning and losing, beating each other already. We're only on the first day of the first week. Who knows what we will see moving forward, but now we move to Vale. Now, he is very proficient with the Zap Lalo. We've seen him use this a lot. Particularly last year, he really was taking advantage of the lightning spells, and I'm pretty confident he would know if there was a trap. And yet, there you go. Tesla's popping to the west of the base, so he can take that out pretty easily with his hero push.
Yeah, Zapquake Lalo was pretty much a signature for the World Championships, and nice to see him coming back around to this what used to be a very popular strategy. So King providing great tank for the Queen, just trying to pick up a little bit more value. Taking down the Eagle is going to be huge for this, but I do notice that he's left the Town Hall up. He's coming from the opposite side, which means he needs to push that Lalo through. That Warden ability going to have to be reserved to keep the Loons alive and well and carrying on, maybe even the haste, depending from which side he comes.
I always like to see the Royal Champion just flanking at the sides, but oh, Lassie took it out! I was just about to say she missed the scatter shot, and then there you have the one and only. That's why you have Lassie with the RC all of the time, for moments like that, just jumping in and helping to take that down. Now he doesn't have to worry about sending the Lalo into that area. He can focus the fire exactly where he wanted to onto the Town Hall, and he is still holding on to the Stone Slammer. Is he maybe going to swap to a Blimp here to send to the middle, or is he just going to sideswipe it itself? Interesting to see what he does here, Lady B.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to wait to try and get those Loons into the multi in the center of the base. So Stone Slammer could come in nicely for the scatter shot. And there we go, coming in to provide that additional tank. It's going to absorb all of the impact, give the Loons a fighting chance, especially because he's bringing in this heal to actually keep the Loons alive. And they're already picking up the traps along the way here, so this is kind of perfect for them. But I wasn't sure what we'd see coming out of that Stone Slammer, yet he's not really going to help support what remains left over here. So these Loons have a lot of work to do, and that multi could be a nasty factor, though there's still a Hound tanking.
The Hound needs to do a lot here because I think the Loons are quite low in health. You can see them going down pretty quickly. Oh, they're just not going to have the firepower to get through towards that multi-target Inferno. Unfortunate there. The Tornado Trap held the balloons up inside the heal spell, and I thought it was okay, actually, because of the heal. But maybe if the Tornado wasn't there and they could have pushed through that area, he might have got it. But just the fact that they were stuck for so long, they just couldn't get through to that multi, and in the end got pulled across to the right, actually, didn't they?
Yeah, you know, I was looking at that opening down below, and I don't know if he actually forced a wall break in or if that was the King and Yak that opened up the compartment, but it looked initially like the Queen was going to lead her way into the multi-compartment, just knock it out, and had she done that, this could have been a very different story for Vala. It seems like a lot to expect out of your Queen, but that really could have been a difference maker, something to really ensure that that went down, because in the end, that was a huge component to keeping the defense alive for MCES. And we can see the stats here. MCES hanging on to this 1-star lead. But not only that, Judo, they've got a massive percentage lead.
They certainly do. They're looking good at this stage, and only 2 attacks remain, so it's going to be harder for Alternate to catch back up. But I do want to pick back up on your point there about the Queen, because when you said that, I do think that was maybe what he wanted, looking at the walls that were opened up, because unless the Yak was going all over the place, obviously he doesn't do Splash now. So that must have been a super wall breaker that opened up that compartment, because there was multiple wall pieces broken. So I think you're right. Vale wanted the Queen for the multi, and that would have completely changed that attack.
Yeah, that was, but that's kind of a tall order, and maybe just not enough support from the royal champion from the outskirts, because the queen really did get dragged over to the side where the royal champion was situated. So just a couple of tweaks to that, but a really nicely laid out plan, just unfortunately not enough to get ATN over that hump against MCES at this point. And I would say it could be a tough ask, but Synthé switching it up. And I had asked for bats earlier. Synthe's going to be the one to bring them, but with the Hydra Judo.
Synthé using an air attack? What are we seeing? Particularly with those new levels of hogs. I thought we were just going to see 60 hog riders every single time from Synthé, but never mind. Let's find out what he has in store here. We've certainly seen bats used very effectively, I feel, even in the current meta. So let's find out, as the King is doing a good job up at that top area in combination with the Archer Queen to set up the pathing for this Hydra. E-Drag gets pretty nice value on the outside, but unfortunately might go down before it gets anything else. Just did get the Tesla, which is pretty important not to have any dragons pull off to the outside. That Battle Blimp hopefully getting right through behind the sweepers to the Town Hall.
Yeah, I was looking at the traps that cropped up, and it looked like the dragons took on a lot of the heat, not the loons of the traps, thinning out considerably, but gets to the town hall, and these dragons could be just enough to work their way through and allow the heroes to actually finish up some of the work, especially because the Royal Champ is hanging on to the ability, and we've got spell support from the bat. 2 freezes for this one Wizard Tower, which doesn't even matter because he launches a Seeking Shield. Oh my goodness.
The Dragon
Judo.
Rider was perfect. 1 Dragon Rider for that wizard. You know what? I think this is the first time I have seen, arguably he could have used an Ice Golem there, but when the Dragon Rider was first released, this is one thing I said, maybe we would see a situation where an Ice Golem couldn't tank a Wizard Tower and a Dragon Rider could. I think that's the first time I've ever seen it. Just for me. Wow. I mean, the bats... Did he need the bats, truthfully speaking?
I mean, the way the Royal Champ came in and covered that up, I don't think the bats were needed. Synthé is showing that he definitely is not a one-trick pony and will not be a one-trick pony with the updates to Hogs. He is going to play what works, and Judo, that worked.
I mean... I don't think he could. I know he's good with Hog Riders, but I don't think he could have beat that base better with Hog Riders. When you can swag that amount of bat spells, basically, you know your plan is solid, and you could see it coming together. As soon as the Town Hall went down, the RC was already up next to the Wizard Tower and Scattershot. Even that one Wizard Tower the bats would have got through without that Dragon Rider. He just identified perfectly how to get the splash down. And yeah, when a plan comes together, that's exactly how it looks.
Yeah, they're not making this easy on ATN. Pretty much showing them that they're going to have to not only step up their game offensively, but defensively against what MCES is coming with. They're just versatile through and through, even coming up with the Rocket Loon attack that they did. But we do get to see Yo-Yo coming in with something that we've been really limited on, and that is the Super Bowler Smash. 3 to support what we would see typically with a P.E.K.K.A. Smash to work through this base.
Yeah, 2 Witches and even a P.E.K.K.A. as well. We're starting to see a few different combinations with the Super Bowlers. This one slightly different from what we did see by Fabian of Carnage Gaming earlier today. So let's see how this one shapes up, because I will be looking for a way to use these Super Bowlers as well. It's just trying to figure out exactly what the perfect combination or the ideal combination is. It looks like the P.E.K.K.A. is just used for the outside of the base alongside the Witches, diving the King in here along the side, the Bowlers, to the center of the base.
Yeah, adding in this King has been a really big component that I've noticed in allowing additional push for these Super Bowlers, because they just work in great timing together. The King can take the lead, the Super Bowlers can work there. This is why we see a lot surviving. That King offers a lot of power working his way through. And this works better, obviously, than bringing him along where he can really hog up the healers because they work in better unison. But the Ice Golem, we have slightly delayed coming through for this back end, and the Royal Champ on the other side. This still has so much life left over, and a ton of spells with 2 rages and 3 freezes left here.
I think Yo-Yo's seen that Synthé pretty much swagged 6 bat spells, and he's saying, I want to show you I can do the same. Maybe not with bat spells, but really would the spells be needed here? As he moves on through, he's still got the Queen ability, but not taking any chances, because MCES are significantly in the lead. They need to make sure they give themselves the best opportunity. RC does go down, and the scatter shot is not easy to get to here, actually. He's got to time the freeze and the Queen ability to make sure he can get it.
Yeah, he has the ability in the freeze, which is more than enough to work his way through, and he's got time. 42 seconds left now for the Queen to be through a wall. Warden helping with support. Plenty to get this done. Maybe not going to be the swag that we saw coming in from Synthé, but nonetheless a very powerful attack, and always, in my mind, nice to see some of the new troops in use. So great seeing those Super Bowlers.
It definitely is. I think the Queen wanted to take every building before that scatter shot. She wanted to give it as long as possible to remain on the board, but 3 stars it is. Still the advantage to MCES. But remember, I've mentioned a couple of times, it is not always about the individual war. Whilst that is the determining factor, obviously, in terms of points on the leaderboard, it does then come down to other tiebreakers as well. So even if you lose a war, you always want to put up the highest amount of stars possible, because that could come into play later down as we obviously get to the end of the challenge season.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that last season where there was some shuffling around, and really we didn't know to the end who was going to make it through because the wars were that close in previous matches. So it does make it kind of exciting with this format that we have coming in. The teams getting to face off against each other 2 times over within it. Now let's take a look as Arium comes through, because Arium had a tough start to the war against Carnage Gaming. Lost out early on his, I believe it was a Blizzard. The Blimp didn't quite get in, got baited in the traps, the giant bombs that were surrounding, but coming in with a different approach and bringing in the hybrid. I kind of think that hybrid and hogs are going to be a lot that we start seeing from MCES now that we've had this update to the miners and hogs.
Yeah, they were one of the teams that we would see use that strategy often prior to the update. So I really feel this meta is going to be in MCES's favor, and right in time for that silver ticket for the World Championships and this tournament as well, as we see him just slowly walking around. And now that we see a lot of traps on the outside of the base or towards the perimeter of the base in terms of targeting the healers, you also can see the players now really being a bit more precarious when they're deploying them and just making sure to not angle over any different areas that they don't have to.
Yeah, we have seen some pretty nasty queen charge baits on the outskirts in really difficult pockets to try and get to. So that extra caution is huge. I like the position that the queen was forced in here to take on the CC before getting to the town hall, and having to use that invisibility. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What did he drop down there? Hold up. We've got the hound back, but Queen's not going to be on course here. He's going to have to adapt for this one. So we see the wall break opening up, and the King's going to go for the town hall now.
Yeah, I guess this is one thing about hybrid, is that you can sometimes adapt on the fly with it a little bit easier than other strategies, but the King, we know, is so vital for pathing in this, so he's going to have to rely on the siege barracks. Not the end of the world, but you never know. In terms of this hybrid, he pushes it in alongside the Queen here, trying to wall break her to the middle and maybe push the hybrid around the outside. But can the Queen get through? What happened to that wall break? Oh, there it is. I thought it was going for more of the inside, so that could lead the Queen to get caught here on the outside as well.
Ooh, it's going to catch the healers with through the multi, and unfortunately the pathing has gone very awry, but the Queen does turn back over and will have some additional hog support here coming through, but that King is going to be quite a bit of a pain, and the Queen still needs to beat her way through the wall. He has the ability, but we've lost a lot of those miners. They're all on the outskirts trying to push back in. No more hogs left over for this one, and Judo, no more heals.
14 seconds, unfortunately, for Arium. Oh, that's what happens when you have to try and adapt, isn't it? You run the risk of time a lot, and unfortunately, he wouldn't have got this anyway. The power would have got the better of him, but you have to say, just a little bit unfortunate. I mean, he turned the Queen and the Lava Hound invisible, which I think was the right move. He wanted to take that Expo and target the Queen to the Town Hall. But unfortunately, when the invisibility wore off, the Lava Hound just wasn't far enough away. So that's why the Archer Queen retargeted annoyingly for Arium.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate on that one, but it doesn't really push MCS into too bad of a position, considering now that they're holding this 1-star lead with that attack. So still sitting comfortably against ATN, which is pretty impressive for any team, but of course MCES would be the team that could do it.
Yeah, I mean, they've done it before, they can do it again, but I'm sure that, alternate attacks will come right back at them. This is kind of what we see. ATN win one, MCES win one. You never really know who is going to be the team that pulls in the victory on a set day. And I guess last season, MCES waited until the challenge finals before they took their victory. I don't know. Maybe ATN are just luring them into a false sense of security after all.
They definitely could be, but let's see what kind of defense. Well, there's not going to be no more defense. At 13 stars leaves them here. So hold on. There really is no way percentage-wise, though, I believe, for ATN to get this one, but they could bring this back around. I don't believe 100%? That the 3-star would be enough, would it?
I think it could just be enough. Depends on because the 94.3 is based over 4 attacks, not 5, whereas the 95 for MCS is based over 5 attacks. So I think, I don't know, I'm not going to start trying to focus on the attack, but I think they could get this. I really do.
Coming down to the wire then, another possibly close match for percent here. That means there's a lot of pressure riding on Ast at this point as he comes in with the Zap Quake Lalo. And I like this. Coming in with the Zap Quake while he's already working along the heroes. Huge time saver.
It is definitely something that you want to try and integrate into your attacks. If you can have the lightning as the attack is going on, but just look at also what he's been able to do with those heroes. The RC with the invisibility really doing a good job. And is he going to dive the Battle Blimp all of the way through, or does he swap to a Stone Slammer here? It's a bit of a risky move if he does, because he's at the opposite side of the Town Hall. Or does he? Yeah, he's going all the way across the base. Let's go. Grand Warden ability to protect it right through. It's looking good in terms of the Lalo at the moment, though.
Ooh, hanging on to that ability, and Jess gets those headhunters in to take down the defending royal champion. Blimp picking up all those traps straight through the core. A little bit of a cut through of the loons into the center, but still working together cohesively. And those sneaky goblins, Judo, I know you're holding your breath, but the sneaky goblins are going to secure taking down the town hall. And in true ATN fashion, holding on to a couple of extra loons for some back-end support. We want to bring these in to help just defend some of those back-end defenses here. Just come in for a little bit of cover, but he had the freeze left over, so did it really matter? 59 seconds left, and Ast is coming in with a 3-star, but Judo, is it going to be? Well, I should say, should be coming in with the 3-star as they come through the last remaining defenses, but is it going to be enough percent to kick them over and capture a win against MCES?
Oh my goodness. I want to say I think it is. They're only 0.9% behind 3 stars, 100%. Does it pull them ahead? It will only be just if it does. It's the 3 stars. Who has got the victory? As if we are 10 attacks in. The war is done and we don't actually know who's won. Oh, it is alternate attacks! And that is one building. That is the percentage of equivalent of one building across the entire war.
ATN coming in when they need. Who would have thought from the start of that war that anybody could recover from what MCS was throwing down? Kudos to base building from both sides. But in the end, ATN able to hold that 1% differential to come in with a win and keeping MCES from starting off this day one with 2 wins under their belts.
I can't believe it. What an exciting matchup. We knew that was going to be close. And boy, was it not. We still have one matchup remaining, so don't go anywhere. We will be back after this break.
Hello Kingpin and welcome to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We know you attempted to qualify in both planes back in spring, but didn't really have much luck. This time around though, you qualified through the winner's side of the second planes this season. How relieved are you to make it this far?
Yeah, so we are really happy to have made it, and it was not easy because we tried, as you said, we tried twice in the spring one, but we didn't make it. So this time we did win our 2 matches, so we are really happy with our performance, and we hope to do as good as we have done until now, also in the challenger phase.
Now, it's been quite a few months since the planes back in spring up to now. Was there anything in terms of your team's gameplay? Did you make any drastic improvements, or was there something which was getting in the way of being able to qualify last season?
Yeah, so we did make a few changes in our roster because we dropped 2 players and we got another 2. Which one is Milanello? He played for Nichan Dance. And the other one is Sammy, who played for Aphelion Esport. And yeah, we did these 2 changes and we played really well with them.
That's amazing. So with those 2 players, what did they bring to the table for your team in terms of the attacks, the base builds and their plan of action?
Yeah, I think these 2 players helped us a lot because they mainly use spam strategies. They always do plans very quickly, and so they give us the time to plan better and to execute better also.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. One match remains, so there's only one thing left to do, and that's bring our good friend Lethal back. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm doing alright, mate. Just witnessing that last war, and I think I came back for a few of the attacks, and the last one I came back for was the mass rocket loons. I was like, what's going on here after this update? It's been absolute madness. But that was a crazy war in itself, and even right up to the very end, I think a lot of people were speechless in terms of how it turned out in the end. But the El Clasico is finished, and like you rightly said, we do have one match left remaining, which will be between Entropy Gaming and GH Rest. And I'll be honest with you, Judo, every team we've seen so far, I never felt like there's been any weak links as far in terms of every team who have actually been competing today's play day in the ESL Mobile Challenge. I haven't really seen anything that's gone a bit too far wrong or too bad of an attack in terms of execution or anything like that. Every team is really playing their hearts out to even make a statement right from the gates here in this first play day. But we've already seen Entropy so far, but managed to get that victory against Reported Gaming. And now GH Rest still looking for that first W and could do it in this matchup.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because Entropy Gaming could actually top the leaderboard here because every team that has played twice today has won one and lost one. We thought MCES were going to get their second victory, but Alternate had something to say about that. Obviously, Alternate have only played the one match, so in summary, this could put Entropy at the top of the leaderboard, but since GH Rest lost their first matchup, does that mean they will win this matchup and tie everything out, really put the leaderboard level across the entire thing? We will have to find out whether they can step up their game this time, Lethal.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you, Judo. In a perfect world, yeah, GH Rest would win this, and then that way it's almost an even playing field going into that second play day. But we'll have to see. I think between these two teams, we've got two completely different styles. We've got Entropy Gaming, where they've got an extremely talented attacking squad. We saw it in the last couple of planes, where they're keeping up these high-star wars, even after the update too, which means they're very good at adapting and preparing for their attacks a lot of these base builds. But we've got GH Rest, who are very heavy in preparation, especially when I spoke to them in an interview recently where they were saying that compared to their previous lineup, after they did make a few lineup changes, they did feel a lot more organized, a lot more structured, and also a couple of players in mind seem to be very good at adapting to a lot of these base builds, and a lot of the times they do become one of the first two attackers in their team, which means it gives the other three a little bit more time to prepare and be able to establish themselves in terms of how they want to plan their execution, which seems to be their go-to. But we haven't seen that as of yet. We know they did lose to Carnage Gaming earlier on, but it wasn't one-sided at all. It was very, very close, as most of these wars have been today. But this is their time to maybe be able to topple Entropy Gaming with the structure and their lineup they were talking about before this ESL Mobile Challenge season began.
Yeah, and you think about the play-ins that just happened as well, where both of these teams qualified. GH Rest going through that upper bracket and making sure that they, were undefeated, whereas we did have to see further matchups from Entropy Gaming, which was obviously Nolex back then. So maybe that's something that will play into this one as well, or whether they've just prepared better for this stage in the competition, and particularly following the update. I've said it a couple of times already, but different teams adapt at different rates. Some teams can seemingly pick up the meta very quickly, but other teams take a little bit longer. However, some teams take longer because they really optimize and perfect it as well. So it's not always about that short game and adapting straight away. It is making sure that you can have that longevity as well. But we do have the opening attack from Entropy. It is a dragon family attack. The dragons, baby dragon in there, the Inferno dragon. Come on, he could have thrown at least one Electro dragon in, right? Just to have them all?
You would have thought so. Bats coming in with a very interesting hybrid there. Just thought, what kind of compositions will I come in with? He's coming with everything. Dragon Runners, Inferno Dragons, normal drags here. He's got a little bit of everything just to really give us some of a real treat. But two different styles of play, more outside the game than in. And we were talking about before, we'll have to see if GHRS can get their first W, or if Entropy, like you rightly mentioned, could really top the table here. But this is going to be a very aggressive push, just sniping out a little bit of the defense right at the very beginning, but now this time round, looking to take down that Town Hall with those loons. Looks like he should be able to, after that freeze spell, just manages to beautifully done there by Bats, and now going to continue with this aggression with those drags and Inferno Ball. Every dragon you can think of in the composition, basically, apart from the E-Drag.
He has to be very happy at this stage, because I think just about every air bomb has been set off. There was about 3 Seeking Air Mines set off with the Rocket Loons initially, then a bunch of red air bombs behind the Town Hall, even another Seeking Air Mine, meaning the dragons should have a much easier ride. They have split up a little bit through the middle. They've managed to take down the core, and with the Royal Champion ability, the Queen ability, still trying to use these skeleton spells to help distract as much as possible. It does look promising. It is getting a little bit tight here, moving down to the bottom, particularly with this Lava Hound moving across to distract the Queen as well.
Yeah, the RC's been delayed very heavily on that 8 o'clock side. He's been there for a while. He even popped his ability to try and deal with the defense, but he just could not. Just literally like a statue for the last 30 seconds and just couldn't make in any difference with the push on that attack. But even then, though, even if he was able to stay alive, he may not have got that triple, but at least he would have helped towards that percentage. So he's only got this Queen and Unicorn left. He can deal with the Clan Castle and a couple other bits and pieces along the way, but it's not going to be a huge percentage for Entropy Gaming coming out on top in this matchup.
Had a couple of dragons peel across to the Town Hall, and that seemingly had a pretty big difference because he just didn't get the firepower through the middle. Got a little bit unfortunate, I guess, with the Queen getting caught up, because you do like the heroes to move in unison, but I feel the Tesla farm down the bottom really did help out in terms of he tried his best to use the skeleton trap to help with the Royal Champion, but they were getting taken down pretty quickly with that Tesla farm, and it meant he just didn't get the value expected with that spell. So disappointing opening attack here from Entropy Gaming. Going to be the 83% 2-star.
Goes down that last Archer, like you said, 83% 2-star for Bats. He actually put on an amazing performance earlier on, but couldn't replicate in this matchup against GHRS, and GHRS could be on their way to their first W already with in terms of how they're playing in this war. It's going to be their first attack coming up shortly to hopefully add even more pressure onto Entropy Gaming. But what do you think they could have added a little bit more onto towards hoping to get that triple? Because it's looking very good to begin with. Was it the right composition to use? Because it's probably the first we've seen of that caliber so far in terms of the amount of different dragons he's actually used today.
Yeah, I don't think he did a lot wrong there, to be honest with you. And in fact, when he used the rocket balloons across to the Town Hall, it looked really good. I think he maybe just got a bit unfortunate with the dragons peeling across to that side. I mean, potentially he could have delayed their deployment a touch, or deployed them slightly differently to try and prevent as many of them moving across, but it didn't look like he did a lot wrong, to be honest, or at least from what I've seen. So it's up to GHRS, I guess, to try and take advantage of that, because getting the defense is only one thing. You have to then be able to take advantage of it on offense. And the P.E.K.K.A Smash style attack, we often see the Grand Warden walk to start us off due to the greater range. Oh, but he's dropped a freeze spell outside of the base, trying to deploy some Coco Loons. That could be vital. It is only a freeze spell, but you never know when those spells are in handy. You definitely don't want to throw one to the side of the base, that is for sure.
We'll talk about it later when there's a gold storage left and he could have sped things up a little bit, and depending on what composition he had left over. But yeah, a little bit of a shame, but at least we've seen much bigger blunders, especially the one we saw in that losers final last season, which we won't talk about too much. It's already now the P.E.K.K.A's coming into that north compartment. Will be prioritised first straight away, and looking very good so far in terms of what he's doing. Good placement of the rage spell as well, getting full value with all those units there, just charging on in, progressing more into the centre, taking out that Tesla. Now have to deal with both of these Inferno towers as well as the defense coming out here from Bully.
Literally perfect placement of that log launcher to open up both compartments to get either multi-target Inferno, and with the Royal Champion and Barbarian King side swiping from that other side, should be pretty plain sailing here if they can move on through to the Town Hall. 2 Yetis get sprung though, which is less than ideal. hopefully the P.E.K.K.A can beeline down towards this Town Hall, because he really needs this down before he can start worrying about anything else. Spells are out, and there's a single target Inferno over there, so maybe that freeze spell would have been more handy than you would think.
Yeah, now the time would be to use it, especially on that Town Hall, but instead the P.E.K.K.A have to take so much damage, as well as the RC just then. And actually, speaking of the devil in terms of damage, just sitting in that poison at the moment, and look how much damage they're literally taking. It's going to be a little bit of a shame, but one P.E.K.K.A does survive, but out on 4, that cannon's just doing absolute work to it. But the King is still alive with the Yak, as you mentioned, on the outside, and he's going to be trying to go for as much percentage as possible. But saying that though, there's only a little bit left remaining, but due to the fact that the King's already heavily damaged, the Expo and the Inferno Tower is definitely going to clean it up in just a matter of time. But still though, it was definitely a better attack than Entropy had back in their first attack only a few moments ago.
Yep, it will put them in the lead on percentage. It's a little bit unfortunate the Witches got stuck on the walls here, because had they have been next to the King and could have busted in, there's a chance they could have got a good group of those buildings, actually, but not sure they would have had enough firepower for the 3 stars either way. The percentage advantage will lie in the favor of JH Rest, but certainly no team can breathe easily at this stage. They need to keep themselves level-headed, because stars are equal, and until you start getting ahead on stars, you can never really not that you want to take your foot off the gas at any point anyway, but you can never really truly feel like you're in the lead.
Yeah, I completely agree with that as well, because some things can happen. It can be a massive blunder, it might not be. Sometimes it depends if you've got a plan for it or not, in terms of actually being able to recover or adapt in any way. But even thinking about that last freeze spell, I still feel like it would have made a little bit of a difference. I don't know how much, because let's be honest, the P.E.K.K.A and the healers were literally being down and out from the poison anyway. It didn't really make too much difference. But yeah, even then though, if it even kept alive just a little bit longer to then go through to the next wall and then be able to try and do extra damage, maybe not the triple, but extra percentage, it could give some leeway later on. But like you said, they would rather go for the start anyway, and it makes perfect sense. But is there anything else you think you saw there which could have helped towards that triple, apart from that one minor mistake with the spell?
Yeah, I mean, that definitely would have helped, but I don't think he could have used that spell down to the end anyway, because the single really didn't lock on. That's what he would have used it for. So I don't think there was anything that would have changed the outcome had he have still had that. Now we have Bully, though, with the Dragon Riders, and we've actually seen very good success, I would say, with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders, and we've seen 5 Dragon Riders alongside the Queen Charge for the most part. He's actually investing even more, but look at this, the Queen is trying to go through the wall towards the enemy Queen. Fortunately, she's actually taken down the Queen from outside the wall. I'm not sure why she was targeting that wall down there, but thankfully she has stopped doing so. She's taken down the Archer Queen. She will shortly take down the Ice Golems, and then should retarget where she's supposed to go, down towards this scatter shot.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. The mine's just luring her in with a good funnel there from Bully. Now, though, taking a fair amount of time. Hasn't do a huge amount in terms of damage across the board, but that time will come anyway. He's got a lot of patience and a lot of discipline here to make sure he's still got a little bit of time left to make a bit of a difference, so the bulk of his army won't take too much from the defense here of GH Rest. But the Queen is still alive and still getting a lot of value, and see one of the loons coming out to take down the Archer Tower in the meantime. The Queen are just in range of that Expo as well, and using that jump spell just to get across the tail and the Inferno Tower as well, which is going to be huge, as to say it the least, and use that invisibility spell just to extra insurance and not to take any more damage. But speaking of Devil, though, we do have even more coming out from the right-hand side, as Bully now, the King, and that Warden now just pushing in towards that right compartment, focusing on that Tesla farm and the Eagle Artillery.
Interesting approach with the Dragon Rider towards the multi-target Inferno. Works out really nicely for him, because the Queen charges all of the way to the Town Hall, but since the multi was in range of those healers, I thought he was actually going to send the RC into the middle compartment and the King to the right, but saves onto the Royal Champion by sending one Dragon Rider. Is that the right play? Most likely, due to the defending heroes being there and she can help out. Jumps out into the middle, will get the multi-target Inferno. There's not a lot left here, and she's in prime position to take down the air defense to protect the Dragon Riders as well. So far, so good. 30 seconds, though. Is time going to be the factor?
It certainly could be here. 30 seconds left remaining. It depends how much of his army's left after all this defense is gone. But speaking of defense, there isn't really anything left. Only a couple of bits and pieces before it gets taken down. I think it's more going to be about how his army will be able to split up here. Still 15 seconds left. Still a couple of storages, so I'm a little bit worried if he will be able to do it in time. We could be looking at a 98, 99%. 10 seconds left remaining. Doing his absolute best. Looks like he's going to be perfectly fine. As we were talking about, finish off that last army camp, and there we have it. As it will be a triple for Entropy Gaming. A nice way to put a little bit of pressure onto GH Rest.
5 seconds to spare.
That's fine.
He was good. Well, that is exactly what they needed, and it could put them top of the table. Imagine that, because the newly signed team didn't make it into the challenge stage last season, making it into it this season, getting professionally signed, and then maybe topping the leaderboard after day one. They couldn't have had a better week, really.
No, they really couldn't. They've had a lot of hardships along the way, though, haven't they? They've had a lot of loser bracket runs over those last two planes. It shows they've got the stamina. I just wasn't too sure about their preparation for a lot of these base builds, especially with the caliber of teams we have come into the ESL Mobile Challenge. But then again, we shouldn't be too surprised either. Even in the ladder, we see them beat some of these teams. Some of these top teams, of course, being able to come on forward. But they seem very highly consistent, just kind of like the likes of MCS and Alternate Attacks. There's kind of a bit of a flair to the likes of Entropy Gaming. I want to see a lot more of them and just see how they progress as the play days go by, because we haven't really seen them in a league format until this season. So very excited what they can bring to the table just along the way, not just in a couple of these matchups. So we will be kicking things off for GH Rest once again with, look at the amount of Inferno Dragons he has here, Judah, and a few Dragon Riders as well, just to add to the mix.
Yeah, interesting to see this many use the Inferno Dragons and the Dragon Riders were the two troops that had the nerfs within the recent update. So it was actually to try and defend this strategy. It's interesting that Melanello decides to go with it, although we have still seen it work following the update, obviously. The idea is never to nerf a strategy into the ground, I'm sure. It should still be viable against the right base. But can he get it to work with the mixture of freeze and skeleton spells, which I always feel is a nice touch. Freeze spells are sometimes better for areas such as you see here. He actually missed the scatter shot, unfortunately, but where you can get really good damage, but then the skeleton spells can be good for tanking larger areas, such as when the expos might be in range of the skeleton spells and you can't quite reach it with the freeze.
Good placement with that healing spell as well, just perfectly known. But it's not just about the amount of units which is in terms of that placement, but the amount of structure which is there, so he's going to get a lot more value in terms of the longevity of that spell. Now pushing on forward towards the left hand side, just taking out those wizard towers and the Inferno Tower there in the meantime, and seeing there's actually quite a lot of defense left. It's just a matter of how GH Rest is going to be able to break on forward. Just freeze in the center once again. There's only one Inferno Dragon in the center, but the Warden and the Dragon Riders could have given him a little bit of a helping hand there as they try and stay alive. But let's see what's left. Still got the AD in the Expo, still got the Scatter Shot and the other AD up top, but looks like the Queen and the Dragon Rider will be able to try and take that down. And just in time, the Queen takes down the AD before the other Dragon Rider comes on in. But the Queen's also distracting a lot of his DPS coming out from him.
Yeah, let's see what's left. Nothing much. The base is destroyed here. Right. Beautiful job. And like you said, being able to just rip through the middle of the base and have the heroes on the back end is exactly what you want with this type of attack. So despite Entropy Gaming taking that little bit of an advantage with the 3 stars, GH Rest not letting up. They are here to, well, get a position in the final. They're not just here to take part in the challenge. They want to make it through to the challenge finals and keeping themselves going. So that now means they are back in the lead on percentage slightly.
Yeah, they're heavily prepared this season. I think they're one of the most prepared teams coming into this season as well, because I think after last season's mishaps and a few misplays, and especially with the lineup changes as well, GH Rest really wanted to make a good go of it. They knew there was another season along the horizons, as in this one, coming up throughout the entire of October, and it's good to see GH Rest still not letting up, like you rightly said. I did speak to him and did think to myself, okay, well, at least if you are one of the most prepared teams and you're looking to work on anything in terms of your organization with your team, in terms of the attacks or base builds, etc., then they're definitely going to put a lot of time and effort into it, which is why I thought they seem to be one of the most prepared teams in this ESL Mobile Challenge season. And we're seeing glimpses of that as well, just adapting pretty well to some of his base builds and obviously just talking it over. And at least with these matches coming up every few days, it gives them time and breathing room to decide exactly how they want to approach and execute a lot of these bases. But we're going to kick things off straight away with Entropy Gaming now with their third attack, as currently at the moment GHRS are up in terms of percentage by 4% average.
Certainly are. And to pick up on your point, the teams know exactly who they are going to be facing as well, so they can really build the bases around that. And this attack strategy, the Blizzard Hogs, is one that I expected to see maybe a little bit more actually in the meta. We've seen it here and there, but when the update dropped, it was one I predicted we would see quite a lot. And I think it's actually the first time we've seen it today. We've seen Hog Riders, but I don't think we've seen the Blizzard Hogs. However, he's got the Eagle Artillery down. He's got nice pathing here for his heroes to dive into the base. See how far that Royal Champion can get, because she's going to take a lot of damage here. She's got the ability. I'm not sure he can get right at the way through to the middle. I would potentially have liked to see the Ground Warden alongside this, but it's tough not to use the Warden with the Hog Riders, because I think with a Ground Warden, he could have got really amazing value here.
Yeah, he definitely could have done. Just looking at his spells as well, it's got a couple of visibility spells and a couple of healing spells, and the placements for these is going to be really important to keep these Hog Riders alive. He does have 32 in his back pocket, just getting ready to initiate here, but I think he's waiting to see what he can do with the Queen first before he goes ahead and does it. But speaking of the Devil, as we were talking about the Queen, the Hog Riders, some of them will be coming up on that left-hand side. He's actually doing a multi-pronged attack from the north as well, just to try and distract as much of these defense as possible, and it's looking pretty good from where I'm standing so far. Using the company's Hog Riders to try and take out in that left compartment doesn't clean up the Expo though, but these Hog Riders in the center just trying to finish up on this scatter shot. And will he be able to? No, it's very, very close, and the scatter shot actually stays alive, Judo.
I can't believe that. He played it perfectly as well. The fact that he did not take down the scatter shot initially meant he had to send a couple of Hog Riders, try and get inside the dead radius of it, but he didn't want to send too many towards that Expo region towards the left, because the scatter shot would be locking onto it. So he had to try and cut the Hog Riders across the 6 o'clock area, maybe loop back across to the Expo once the scatter shot was down. Nice planning. I could see what he was doing, but it just didn't work out. Again, I wonder if he had have pushed in with the Grand Warden alongside the heroes to get the scatter shot and maybe pass the Town Hall there. Hogs might have been able to push on through down to the bottom. Difficult to say. But either way, this is not what Entropy Gaming needed, and it means GHRS can not only push their percentage advantage even higher, maybe even now get themselves a star in the lead as well.
Yeah, you could say almost given to them on the plate here with that 75%. So basically facing their hands now, and just even though the scatter shot wouldn't have made too much of a difference anyway, even if it's taken down, I think what you said about the Warden in terms of making a different choice of it makes perfect sense, and probably would have been definitely the game changer, because even that scatter shot in the center would have made a massive difference. But I think even just 1 or 2 Hog Riders would have taken it down. Is there anything else you feel like could have been changed in order to not only just execute that attack a little bit better for a high percentage, but maybe even to try and get that triple?
I mean, based on the plan he did, I think he intended the RC to get the scatter shot, but just with the defending Clan Castle troops coming across and the defending King being in that region as well, it just proved a little bit too difficult for him. I liked the approach with the Golem and the Queen for the Town Hall. It seemed to work really nicely, but I just wonder if he'd have sent that Grand Warden alongside it. He could have punched a little bit further through the base. Maybe it could have meant the RC would have got even further, and the Hog Riders would have just had a narrow, tight path through the base itself, using that healing spell we talk about. So we're back to GHRS, and it is the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. Ice Golem to support, and a Wall Wrecker. I'm just looking to see if he's going to switch that, but it looks like maybe he's just going to use it to dive into the Town Hall.
It really seems to be messing around here. Now GHRS literally could have this war in the bag after the percentage which Entropy had in that last attack with the 75%. But take a little bit of time to take down the AD, but finally does, but not like it's going to make too much of an impact with this composition, with the P.E.K.K.A.s now coming out and the Ice Golem to help tank that damage along the way, taking down that cannon and now pushing more towards the center. Great funnel as well as they're heading towards that scanner shot and those two expos in that 7 o'clock compartment.
Still holding on to that wall wrecker. Does make me think that he's going to just use it on the outside towards the town hall, because he's just breaking and jumping through towards the base or through the base, and actually he can get pretty good access. It's more just the scatter shot on the back end he might struggle to get to a little bit. There is that wall wrecker, has to get through these storages first, but it doesn't have any damage on it. I'm trying to see exactly where the P.E.K.K.A. are, because the healers are still on the Warden. And that has meant everything else has taken damage. I don't think he's got any other troops in the center of the base there now, so he's going to have to hope that the abilities from the heroes can push on through, which is a tough ask with this amount of damage still left up.
Yeah, it really is indeed. The RC and the Queen still have their abilities ready to pop. It's just a matter of how and when the most opportune moment it's going to be. Everyone just trying to take down that multi-inferno, as the RC is still trying to take it down as well as the Warden. They finally do manage to clean things up. But anything we can say though, they do have plenty of time left on the clock. It's just a matter if he's got enough to even be able to carry on pushing through. Still got all his heroes alive apart from the King. The Queen has still just been delayed, having to break through this next Wardo, but the problem is the RC's ability has already been popped. He's only got that amount of HP left, and it's going to be quite tough to call here.
The healer went to the Royal Champion for a split second before it got taken out. It finally left the Warden. The Royal Champion, though, has been able to take out the Archer Towers, which is huge because the Unicorn on the Queen means she can get the cannon, but how much health does that storage have? It's full health. Can you believe it? So even if the Archer Queen gets round, I just don't think she's going to have the time to get it.
Literally by the tiniest margin as well, but the Queen's at least coming. Depends if they're actually in range. But then again, actually, look, 5 seconds. It's going to be very, very close to call, but let's see if we'll be able to get it. 3 seconds left. Would you be able to get this triple? Literally just standing, and he does manage to get it by literally 1 or 2 tenths of a second, which means GH Rest do manage to capitalize on the mistake from Entropy Gaming earlier on and do have that 1-star lead. But that is kind of close. He can
thank his Queen all day long, because she was targeting the wall to go to the outside and thankfully decided, no, I'm not going that way, actually. I'm going to go across the base here. And if she'd have gone to the outside, he would have ran out of time. And you can see the difference that it has. GH Rest would have still been ahead on percentage, but the fact that they are ahead on stars now as well means not only do Entropy Gaming need to catch up on the stars, but also they'd be behind on the percentage. So it really just puts them so much further in the lead. That 1 second of difference could be the whole game changer.
Looks like the leaderboard after the first set is going to be very spicy when we check it out. Acid GHS, of course, wins this matchup. But they're looking very good. Like you rightly said, 1 star up, very high percentage difference in comparison. They really need to make a serious blunder in order to give Entropy Gaming it on a plate themselves. But from what we've seen so far, it seems to be very good for GHS. Consistency's really showing. They're really adjusting to this league format and to the teams they're playing against. They've played them quite a few times anyway in the ladder, so they know what to expect, especially in the competitive scene anyway. But let's see what's going to happen with Entropy Gaming. They are behind by 1 star in percentage, like we rightly said, but things could be a little bit different this time. We've got a wide variety here of units when we can see across the board with those Dragon Riders and Drags and the Super Bowler to add to it as well.
Yeah, using the Skeleton spell initially here alongside the Lightning spells. An interesting choice just to try and get a little bit of damage, but also tank as we're moving in with these balloons. Going to be able to wipe out this area. Now, he does have 1 bowler, which I'm quickly scouting the base to see if he's trying to pick off maybe an air defense. Maybe down to the bottom. I'm not quite sure where he's going to be using that, but time will tell, because he's nicely shaped up the pathing here for the dragons to move on through. We've got the battle blimp, all standard stuff at the moment, but every once in a while you see these attacks going wrong, and a couple of them today have been because the dragons have moved off course, and already you see 2 dragons moving across to that eastern side, and he needs the DPS in the middle of the base.
Just how I like it, Judo. Fast, aggressive, no messing around here. Just a few bits and pieces at the very beginning. So then now coming to see if Entropy Gaming now can then add to the tally here in terms of their star count, because they really do need it. But taking down that Town Hall is definitely going to be a good initiation here, and they will be greeted by that Tesla farm, where the RC will anyway. A couple of loons do come out to try and take one, maybe two of them, just to try and snipe some of this defense off, as they didn't take out that one Tesla on the left-hand side, but won't do a huge amount. But look at that one Tesla I was talking about. It's actually doing a huge amount of damage into the RC. And the RC didn't really get anything done there, Judo.
Wow, it worked out brilliant because the skeleton trap completely distracted the Royal Champion, and having that amount of Tesla pop, there's so much damage onto her, and that is defensively fantastic, because either you try and dive the King in there, he gets distracted, the Tesla stops him getting the scatter shot, or likewise, if the Royal Champion tries to go over, there's just too much damage for her to get through. So that's why we do see that combination of Tesla and skeleton traps near a tier 1 defense, if you will. And it is a great defense here, keeping GH Rest in a phenomenal position now moving through, because this percentage would actually pull the average down even further for Entropy Gaming. The GH Rest really just need to close out now, and, well, they get their first victory like we've mentioned.
Yeah, this is GH Rest's playground right now. When he released RC as well on that 10 o'clock position, and when he was greeted by that Tesla farm, people thought, oh, for God's sake, that is absolutely typical. And the one Tesla he was actually looking to take out of those two loons, just to quickly snipe to give the RC some leeway into the center, ended up getting taken down. And that one Tesla actually did quite a chunk of damage, at least a third or maybe even half amount of damage onto that RC. But of course, that wasn't just the main factor. There was other parts to it, of course, which withheld them back from gaining that triple.
I wonder whether they were watching the match between MCES and Alternate, because we did see where when the lightning spells were used, the Tesla popped in a certain area, and maybe he potentially expected it, wanted to use that skeleton spell to test if there were any Tesla, so that he could then just wipe them out with the lightning and wouldn't fall into the same trap that we've seen MCES falling into with that. So it's always interesting when you see these switches in the meta. We don't always see skeleton traps, skeleton spells used rather, ahead of the lightning, but maybe that had an impact on his decision making in using one there to test for it. Either way, King Pen now in a brilliant position. Queen Charge Dragon Riders, we've seen it work quite well throughout today. This could be the one that puts them out of reach, shall we say, and giving them the victory pretty much.
Yeah, it really could indeed. Let's find out if they actually managed to do it though. Kingpen now to continue with the Queen on the outside. Now to take out the AD beforehand, still continuing to push her way through onto the 9 o'clock side, but using that rage spell just to keep her alive, but speed things up as well. Knows and realizes how much DPS is coming out in that compartment, but main goal is going to be taking out that scatter shot and then everything else in that compartment. And we're going to see how things tend to go here with these 4 Dragon Riders coming out momentarily.
He sent 2 wall breakers in, and presumably that was a mistake, and he accidentally double tapped because he sent them in too quick if he was wanting the second one to redirect straight away. So losing a wall breaker could be a big deal, because it could mean either he uses the next one for the Archer Queen to try and get to the center, or it was planned for maybe the King. Let's find out what he does. He is going to use it. It will not give the Archer Queen access in towards the multi in the center, which I am assuming was where he wanted one of those wall breakers to go, Lethal.
As they're progressing now, the Queen's still alive and well, still getting a lot of value, now pushing into this next compartment there with a couple of these loons looking towards that Archer Tower. But then again, you can see trying to focus on the Eagle Artillery as well. And the engagement coming in, still progressing with the King ability coming out to go straight in towards that Eagle Artillery. Will take it down. Perfect timing for it, and we'll find that Tesla farm on that 3 o'clock side alongside that scanner shot. And funny enough, the Dragon Riders will be coming in straight away with that Rage and Freeze spell just to add more insult to injury on Tropy's Gaming's defense.
I wonder whether he intended to bring the Grand Warden in with the heroes initially, because if he didn't, that is such a wise play to adapt here and allow the Royal Champion to get even more value. If he did, then he had it under control the entire time. And he probably didn't even want the Queen to get into the middle, because either way, he has ripped through the middle of the base by using the Grand Warden's ability to support not just the King, but the Royal Champion mainly, so she could get through. 14 seconds. He's still got a lot up here. The Royal Champion has to stay alive to keep him in any fighting chance, and she doesn't. Oh no, which means it's going to be the time fail. If the Royal Champion and the Dragon Rider was alive at the end there, they went down in the final seconds. I think he would have got it, Lethal.
He would have done indeed. It was so close, but in the end they keep the percentage high, which does mean that it will come down to those stars, and you kind of feel like on the side of Entropy Gaming, they knew that from the second or third attack earlier on anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. But anything they can do now is get those 3 stars and just hope for the best and see what happens on the final attack from both of these players coming in, because it's going to be very close to call here. But we kind of feel like with Entropy Gaming and how they performed early on, the consistency's always been there, but GHR's preparation for this matchup seems to be really showing and shining through as well.
Yeah, and you think about, even though he missed the 3 stars there, it was the 97%. It still keeps their percentage even further away from Entropy Gaming. So even if they 3-star, GHRest could have a quite low percentage 2-star and still get the victory here, because they're so far in the lead on that percentage. But never want it to come down to that. You always want to just beat the opponent on the stars. Percentage, is... Yep, it's great to win on percentage, but the teams want to win on stars, let's face it.
Yeah, but I don't blame him at all in the slightest. As the blip will be coming down in that south compartment, let's see how much damage it is able to do along the way. At the same time, the Queen is going to make a start or make her push on to that south side. But in terms of damage, though, still doing a fair amount in that south compartment. It hasn't actually cleaned up the scatter shot, which was just on the outside. It seems like it will recover, but let's see what's going to happen here coming up next. So the Queen has had to deal with a little bit of the delay here before pushing on further with the invisibility spell coming on out. But even then, it actually completely full blank avoids it, but she is going to be going back to the south side momentarily.
Well, it looks like she's switched herself on, and she will be moving in towards the scattershot area here. 28 Hog Riders means as long as he can path the Queen through to the middle, which he has that jump spell for her, he can easily swipe around the side of the base with the Hog Riders, because the beautiful thing about it is, unlike the hybrid where you need the pathing on the outside, Hog Riders can just move right on through to the defenses, so it means you don't have to invest in the funneling troops to the opposite side. Notice how he's waiting on the jump spell here, just making sure she steps to the correct area before he uses it, and he will use the jump right where he wants the Queen to go. So after the King, now she will be pushed hopefully up towards that single. I wonder if he's left it a little bit too late there, actually, because she, well, would have been forced in that area if he'd have used it earlier. Doesn't mitigate a bit of damage off the Hog Riders though, so it could still work out, but I think she's gone. He should have used the jump earlier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a waste now, so it's getting a little bit expensive in terms of this portion of the attack now, but the Hog Rider is still now just flying on through, focus on that Wizard Tower. Scattershot is still alive in the centre, but saying that though, the Queen does manage to make use of that spell in the end. Will need to pop her ability just to keep her a little bit more alive or a little bit more stable, as Addy's just doing the best he can to ensure to try and get this triple as quick as possible. Still got a few units left in his back pocket, but not enough to make a huge difference. It's basically clean-up duty as the Hog Riders now just heading towards that northern side. Managed to be able to make it, but look at this side. The Inferno Tower is still in that right compartment. Still needs to be cleaned up and taken care of. And I think this just could be a matter of time here, Judo.
That was a beautiful invisibility, because the multi is the target. That is what he needed down. So he turned the bomb tower invisible to force the Hog Riders to it, take it down ASAP. And a couple of really nice moves here. Yes, personally, I think he could have used the jump spell earlier, but he actually sent the Hog Riders and the Wizards in fast enough that it forced the Queen back into the middle. Then the invisibility spell. Unfortunate not to work out in the end, but I think he did a pretty good job at trying to fix things towards the end of the attack there.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like, it's exactly what you just said. And you saw as well, towards the very end, only a couple of structures, he needed that triple. But right now, even 1 star with a decent percentage is going to absolutely kill it this time round. GXRS looking on form and looking to try and just finish this war up and get it all said and done here. But I will say this, though. Again, Entropy Gaming, some good showing, good variety of strategies, especially from the very first attack. And from what we've seen from them so far, they've been progressing very well indeed. And, you know, we said it as well with the ESL Mobile Challenge with the teams this season. Even though most of them didn't get to reclaim their spot, they seem to be very highly skilled with a lot of high caliber, especially with their base balls and their attacks along the way. And you can see the preparation from all these teams just shining through. So GHS, all they need is 1 high percentage 1 star, and then that really should just be it, all done and dusted. Going with the Dragon Miners again this time round, and we're going to see what he's going to be able to do just to secure this victory and get it all said and done for the final attack of the evening.
Starting his queen charge from the opposite side of the town hall, just to keep things interesting for us, Lethal. And oh my gosh, the queen's ability is used very early. He used the rage and the freeze, so he didn't want to use the ability. But he gets through the enemy queen, and the attacking queen does stay alive. So not the end of the world there. You can certainly get around the fact that you've lost the ability. You lose the queen, that's a whole different story. But with the king diving into this area, you can see how he's just getting caught up now due to the skeleton trap, and that's with the change to the yak that we've seen, whereby it no longer deals splash. Rocket loons dive across to the king with the super minions because he turned the queen invisible, but he's still not out of the woods yet. Those rocket balloons are firing at the queen. He's got a lot to concentrate on here as the royal champion moves in from the right. Rage spell is used. He's still got a lot to get the town hall, but he's going in from the right-hand side. He's going just all out for the 3 stars, I think.
He certainly is. The queen's still in the center, but still tanking a lot of his DPS. But there isn't enough DPS now to actually kill her, which means it's going to be great for these Dragon Riders to fly on through whilst the queen's distracting or just delaying all of his DPS towards her instead. Now the Dragon Riders now continuing to pan on through. The Blimp will come out as well, heading towards that town hall. And the Dragon Riders just doing so much work. And look at the amount of HP they still have in comparison to the rest of the defense which is left. But saying that though, there's still a couple of Inferno Towers in the AD down below, so still a fair amount to do with. And look at that, the bulk of this attack has actually gone straight into the poison, taking a huge amount of damage, and there's going to be a little bit of trouble. But let's be honest here, Gino, he's already got the 2 stars, he's already going to be pleased about it, but we know full well that they'll still never be happy unless they get that triple.
Well, it is going to be the victory for them. And I want to shout out here because I think it's quite important. Where he sent the battle blimp in from was a brilliant move, because there were buildings underneath every single flight route of the battle blimp, meaning that there couldn't be any traps because it flew over the top of buildings. So he sent it in at a brilliant angle to avoid traps and just give him a little bit more security for that 2 star. In the end, he attacked, like we said, from the opposite side, hoping for the 3, but with that little bit of security in the battle blimp placement. So it's not the 3 stars, but the victory, given he's got the 2. GH Rest getting their first win of the ESL Mobile Challenge, and meaning that every single team that has played today has won 1 victory, and the teams that have played twice, won 1, lost 1. Can you believe it? What a day of Clash of Clans, Lethal.
I can't believe it either. Even edging up by that 1 star. From how Entropy played earlier, I thought they could be looking very strong heading into the match against GH Rest, but I suppose they're a little bit like Robotic Gaming in terms of their style, where they could be a little bit hot and cold at times. But it could be just the fact that GH Rest had a very good defense. I talked about how they're very well organized coming into this season compared to how they were in the ESL Mobile Open, especially in those planes back in the spring season. But yeah, rightly said, it's looking very spicy already. We know it's just the first play day, but it's nice to see that every single one of these teams haven't really got too many weak links or, you know, anything like that in terms of being able to shake things up, because there can be times where one team could be very far at the bottom and will ride that one-way struggle bus for the rest of the season, and some actually don't in terms of like being really far up in the leaderboard. But it seems to be very even so far, and a lot of these teams are kind of like got that rock, paper, scissors kind of situation in terms of countering each other.
Yeah, I guess it means that Reported Gaming would be top of the table, given that they won 14 stars, 98%. And actually, we do have time to throw the very first team who I'm forgetting, they obviously lost out to Bad Zinger, so they do not have a victory. Our number 1 seed, the only team not to get a victory, can you believe? So unfortunately, they would be at the bottom, I believe.
I completely forgot about that. You know, we were saying earlier, this is way before even the show started. We said look forward to see what Time to Throw can bring. And because they were the very first match of the day, it's like we haven't included them. But I still think they did put on a great performance against Bad Zinger earlier on. I think they were in the lead for the majority of it until during the later stages, which is a little bit of a shame. But they still got 7 more play. They still got a huge amount of matches left to come anyway. So I don't think they'll be too worried about that anyway coming into the next 7 play days. They've still got 1 more as well coming up this week on Thursday.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will have not seen the last of them. Like I said, they are our number 1 seed. They won the first ladder stage, not convincingly. They won by 1 point over alternate attacks. But given that that is the first play day, that's where everybody was involved, and they came first. So that shows the talent of their squad. Like we said, they've got a large base from Silent Snipers that we've seen previously, but with other additions now as well. So it's surprising to see them getting off to not the start we could have expected, but I have to say, overall, it's been such a impressive day of attacks, and it really, you know, we talked right at the start of the stream. I remember vividly our conversations of how close this challenge stage was going to be. Everyone's kind of beat everybody. It's really made it true as to how close the teams are.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier, with that rock, paper, scissors effect. You know, a lot of people countering each other. And I think it's nice to see even a wider variety of compositions this time around, you know, with the Super Bowler Smash. I've seen a little bit more of the P.E.K.K.A. Smash as well compared to what we've seen. We've seen a little bit less of the Queen Charge Dragon Rider, but it's still there. It's still lurking around on a number of occasions, which is understandable because not everyone's going to completely change their base builds, are they, in comparison? But we'll have to see. And I'm looking forward to see how things progress in terms of the meta and how it establishes itself later on down the line throughout the rest of these playdays.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure, but we do actually have an interview lined up with Kingpen, who we just seen from GH Rest. There he is. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you feeling after that last match, my friend?
Yeah, we're feeling great. Our first war against Carnage didn't go away, but this one against Nolex, we were able to get a win, so we are pretty happy with our performance.
Yeah, I was going to mention as well, when I spoke about it with Judo a lot, compared to last season, you're very well organised, prepared, very well structured, and I remember you saying to me as well, with a couple of those lineup changes, it gives your 3 other players more time to be able to execute what you want to do and just think about more about how you're going to, you know, in terms of a plan and action for some of these bases. Did it really help out this time round in comparison to last season?
Yeah, as I said in the last interview, we each swapped 2 players, and that helped us a lot. And yeah, I think we can do very well in this tournament. So let's see.
I would agree. I think you've really started building upon the strengths that you already had. I'd like to ask about the most recent update. I know it's still early days, but is there anything you've seen in terms of the meta shifting, or any new potential strategies in terms of that Super Bowler? Any early insights for us?
Yeah, I think hybrid is a lot stronger than before with this update, and basically Super Bowlers are just like another type of P.E.K.K.A. Smash, so it's not changing a lot, but hybrid is pretty strong right now. Yeah.
Well, last question from me, but don't get me wrong, Judah might have another 10 up his sleeve in a second. We'll find out in a moment. But in terms of your matchup against Carnage Gaming, what would you have done differently? Is there anything Carnage Gaming exploited throughout that matchup, or is there something maybe you weren't prepared for?
No, I think there were the attack we failed were 2 mistakes. Big mistakes, because we also did very low percentage, so I don't think Carnage has done something special. I think we only did 2 bad attacks.
Well, very honest of you, and I respect your time as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you all of the best moving forward in the challenge.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, a great interview there, Lethal, and it's always one of my favorite parts, actually, getting the insights of the players afterwards, and it always fascinates me just how different they can often be in their approaches to the game, and just quite openly they're saying, you know, they had 2 bad attacks, that's why they lost. I guess, you know, just saying it how it is.
Yeah, I love to always dig a little deeper with these players to see exactly how they're feeling a lot of these matchups, especially afterwards as well. But the fact that everyone we spoke to today, I know it's only 2, I'm saying everyone has spoke, we spoke to every single player from every single team, but they are very brutally honest with how they perform. If they say bad, they're like, yeah, we played absolutely god-awful. If they played well, though, they don't really mention about how well they played or how good they've done. They more think about more of the mistakes and how to rectify them rather than about how well they played. And that's the exact mental attitude you need in order to try and progress further, especially in this scene, because there is a lot to discuss and talk about, especially from a thought-provoking discussion. But yeah, it's good to see that he's happy, even though he lost that one match early on against Carnage Gaming. You can't win them all. It's very hard to be consistent, especially in the competitive Clash of Clans scene. But very excited to see how this leaderboard has panned out here, as now we're going to find out just a match summary before we let you guys go very soon. And as you can see, as Judo rightly said, everyone basically just beated everyone almost. As we saw time to throw, we've got a flavour of what they could bring to the table. Still a lot more to see from them, as Bazinger just managed to edge them out. MCS beating Carnage Gaming. Potter Gaming was able to topple Bazinger after they had a very good start. But with the other 4 matches, and we even got an El Clasico straight away on the first play day, we can't really complain, can we, Judo?
Yeah, it was a phenomenal day, and like you can see down the bottom, some of the teams that lost up top, they then came back to win down the bottom, everyone beating everyone. It's so incredible to see, actually, and really just builds up the excitement moving to the next stage. So there we are. Oh, actually, alternate attacks going to the number 1 spot, because technically they only played the 1 match and they won the match. So despite Entropy Gaming winning with 14 stars and 98.8%, yes, alternate attacks being the higher win ratio, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think me and you, I think that's a little bit of common sense towards the end. Realise that, of course, alternate attacks have only won 1 game. What are we talking about? But yeah, it does make sense. Of course, with a 100% win ratio, then yeah, of course, they will be in first place. But they will be playing a couple of matches, I'm sure, in their next play day in time to throw opposite end of the spectrum. But let's be honest, not too much to talk about. All we can say is you're right, almost everyone beat everyone, and it is going to be a really close season, especially when we close this out. But speaking of closing out, we're pretty much almost done here for today, Judo. Is there any final thoughts you have from the entire course of the day here?
Well, I'd just like to always thank everybody for watching, thank everybody behind the scenes that helps to put all of this on, obviously casting with yourself and Lady B as well. And I just feel like it sets up a really interesting challenge stage moving forward. I'm sure that people won't want to miss it, and I'm sure you'll be letting them know when they can tune in next.
Oh, you know me, Corso. I wouldn't leave you all on the lurch, just wondering when we're going to be back next. But before we say no, I just want to thank everyone in the production at ESL and you guys, the viewers at home, for always tuning in here, especially with the ESL Mobile Challenge. And make sure you continue to do so, as it will be not back-to-back days like before. It will be every Monday and Thursday every week in October. So make sure you stay tuned for our next show coming up in October. But apart from that, from me, from Judo Film and Production and Lady B, good night for now, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Still I'm standing tall, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth.
Make a hustle and get to the town hall. Burns through the ability. A lot of stall ups here. And look at how much damage the Queen took on. Enough so that maybe we can get a cheeky pop in from the Pops minions or the Electro element.
All the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know
against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.